Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day. I'd like to welcome you to Topstep TV for opening call. He's the professor, and I'm Marianne. So glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time, so we've saved you a front row seat. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today, and throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, I am great, I am happy, I am loved. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date marketing and trading know-how. And like to say good morning to the professor. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, all traders. Good morning, production crew. How we doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing?
Doing great. I had a little bit of scare there. We almost had to start the show late. My coffee wasn't ready.
Oh my God, your coffee. Gosh,
Oh my
darn it.
God. One of those Nespresso machines. It just took a little bit while to warm up. But we're here. We're bright and ready to go, man.
Ready to go. Well, let's get to the news here, and then we're going to look at the charts. Well, the stocks, U.S. stock futures traded unchanged today as consolidating after recent gains in the final trading of the week. So Dow up just about 3 points. We had the S&P up 1 and the NASDAQ up by 2. Now, these three indices closed higher as traders returned to Wall Street following the Christmas break. We did see the blue chip gain 0.4% yesterday. The S&P rose 0.4 and the NASDAQ 0.5. And, these gains have been really strong this year. Investors gained confidence that the Federal Reserve would start cutting interest rates this coming year, 2024. So we have just 3 sessions left in 2023. So check this out. The S&P in 2023 was higher by 13%. The Dow was up 13%, S&P up 24%, and the NASDAQ jumped 44% in 2023. China, there's signs of a growth in China after the post-COVID recovery and increasing the probability of the government's growth target around 5% being achieved. Toyota, world's largest automaker, received a late Christmas present this week as its global production grew 11% in November to a record level. There you go, Toyota. You ever own a Toyota, Robert?
I have not personally. My dad owned one when we were growing up. A little, I can't remember the name of it, but it was just, we're hunters, so it was a little Toyota. That wasn't Tacoma, a little tiny one. We used to call it Yoda. Just
Yoda to Toyota.
great cars though. Super, super, super fabulous.
Yeah,
Kind of
they
last forever.
last a long time. All right, what do you got for us, Robert? What's in the eco calendar? Anything good?
Well, on the eco calendar, yeah, there's not too much happening today on the eco calendar. Richmond Federal Manufacturing Index, that's 9 a.m. Central Time, is coming out. The survey of business uncertainty, there are 2 items on that list for sales growth, prior 4.14%, and the employment growth, prior 4.16%. Those are not too big of heavy hitters, even when you're talking about the employment. It doesn't really make too much of a difference, at least historically in the past. And then we have 2 auctions coming up. We have the 4-month bill auction at 10:30. The 2-year FRN note auction, that's the floating rate note, that is at 10:30 as well. And then the final one, the 5-year note, at 12 p.m. Central Time. So not a lot on the calendar. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. That is loaded. Of course, we have the natural gas report, petroleum status, the Fed balance sheet, jobless claims. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. Today, not too much. It's pretty light.
Okay, yeah, it is pretty light. I took a look at it. Let's talk about oil. We got Deanna going to be with us here today. So oil traders, crude traders, we'll see what she's got up her sleeve. Oil prices edged a little bit lower here today after previous session sharp gains. Traders continue to monitor the shipping in the Red Sea and the Middle East tensions. So we did see that crude did drop 0.2%, while the Brent dropped 0.1%. Now, both of these contracts have gained over 2% yesterday as further attacks by Yemen, Iran-backed militia on ships in the Red Sea. So more fears of shipping disruption. Pray for peace. Robert, I was going through some stories here. I thought this one was sort of a cute story. 3-year-old little boy, Christmas Eve, gets up at 3 a.m. in the morning, right? Trying to see if he can catch Santa Claus, right? Well, he looks like he missed Santa Claus, and the presents were under the tree. So what he did is he decided to open every single present under the tree. So, yes, he had free reign under the tree. His parents realized something was wrong when he came to wake them up with a pair of scissors. So they went down there and found out every present had been opened by the 3-year-old. Power to the kid.
Wow.
For those looking to make a fortune quick, Powerball is at 685 million. And if you want cash, that's 344 today. Buy your ticket today for Powerball. All right, Robert, let's hit those charts. Let's take a look what the S&P has for us.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, though, I gotta give kudos to that little kid there. 3 years old, getting up 3 a.m. That's a self-starter. That's initiative. That's an entrepreneur in the making right there. Using those
Got that right.
resources. Absolutely. All right, we are up on the charts. Going to go into the daily chart as we usually do here. This is the ES. We can see on the top right. Put this generous little watermark in the top. And the ES current contract daily chart. Look at this upward. We're still going up and up and up and up and up. Made new all-time highs yesterday, which we will see more granularly once we get down into the nitty-gritty here. But one thing I noticed, and this is true for almost all the indices here, is we are making new highs continuously, including all-time highs in the ES and NQ, but it's on lower volume. I'm going to expand this. We can take a better look. Look at this. We have the last like 5 days, literally, the volume is dropping, yet we are making newer highs. What does that mean? Well, it seems like that's historically, there's just a lot of smaller players in the market, not a lot of volume coming into it, but still on the bullish side, still pushing things up. The S&P having those 500, following the S&P 500 stocks are there. There's some activity going on, but it just seems like the big players are just holding back a little bit. Other than, of course, a few days ago when we had that sell-off. I hate to call it a sell-off; it's more of a correction. Because we went up those 9-10 days in a row, we had to have some type of correction, and that's what we feel and we believe that we saw right there. And then here we are right back up again. So keeping an eye on it, keeping an eye on the fact that it is around between Christmas and New Year's, a lot of vacations. Do we dare say Wall Street? But the big investment firms are probably pulled off a little bit of vacation time, not really interested, therefore lower volume, still making highs, smaller players in the market. Something to keep an eye on. Does it mean it's going to go down? Nope. Doesn't mean it's going to go up. We have no idea. And just as a reference point, we pushed this all the way up. Like this is way back in October 27th. We pushed it up, and it looked like it wasn't going to. We were pretty much exhausted. We stabilized a couple upward wicks. This is again the daily chart. It looks like we got a little bit of drop off, but then we pushed up again. And now we're here. We have a little sell off where it looks like consolidation. Could we go up? Absolutely. Could we go down? Absolutely. ACH, anything can happen. Excuse me. Moving on to the NASDAQ. Boy, does this look very familiar. Here's our NASDAQ. The same thing. Way back, October 26th, 27th. Keeps going up and up and up. We have that little correction here right in the middle. I shouldn't say correction, some stabilization, consolidation right here. Pushed up again. But just like the ES, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, we have lower volume dropping down. Market still going up, including yesterday making a new all-time high. Something to be concerned with. Not the end of the world, but definitely need to keep it into your vision. Going into the daily here on gold. Same thing. We're still pushing up. We're getting close to that weekly kickoff high that Hoag had pre-listed for us with his tea leaves and chicken bone formula there. We're getting close to that. Let's see if it holds. We do have some pushes coming up right now. Again, though, still lower volume. Volume has been dropping off for looks like about 10 days now. I don't know if we'll reach an all-time high again in gold this year, but we are still climbing. Definitely something to keep an eye on. And finally, back to oil. Over to oil. Look at this channel. We have this channel dropping off right there. Now, I'm not a huge crude oil trader. Don't know a heck of a lot about it. I'm sure maybe Deanna can put a little star on this and give us some more insight on this when she comes on here in a little while. Uh, something to be concerned about, be aware of. The one thing that I noticed on this is something Ho always talks about: 3 points of contact. One, I'm going to call that a point of contact right there, being 2, and number 3, right at that weekly kickoff high yesterday. I don't know where these numbers come from, but that was beautiful. Are we going to break out? Are we going to drop off? I hope we drop off, because this is oil prices. We don't want that thing to go any higher. But again, lower volume on the daily chart, day after day after day. So anything can happen with these. Let's zoom in just a little bit more. I'll stay on the instrument now and go to the 30-minute and 5-minute for each one of these. If those that use TradingView and don't really know, watch this. I have a daily chart, but when I click on the 30-minute chart, I have my moving averages and everything showing up. It's a nice little feature. You can just go to the indicator and say, show it on a 5, not on a 30, on a daily, not on the hourly. It's a really cool feature. So I would suggest taking a look at that. It's called the interval you can look at. So here we are, 30-minute chart. We're going to see where we will open here. We're right around yesterday's settlement price here, 48.25. All-time high at the top up here, 48.34 half, the all-time high. And this is the 3 points of contact on the 30-minute chart. 1, 2, 3. Now, we did push up and come right back down, so it didn't quite break out, in my opinion anyway. It broke it and reversed. We'll see what happens once the market opens here at 8:30 Central Time. Are we going to fall off a cliff here and start covering back into this value area from yesterday? Or are we just going to bounce off these MAs and continue the breakout of this 3 points of contact chart indicator here? What's the name? Drawing tool, this line. So I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see what's going on. We're still lower volume. I have no idea what's going to happen in this ES. Trade what you see. Be safe out there. Move on to the 5-minute chart. Get a little bit granular look at what actually happened at that peak. A little bit of a push up. I'm going to expand the volume down the bottom here. So here's our push up right here, breaking through that 3-point trend touch. Volume is all over the place. We dropped down with the bulls here, came up with the reds, down with greens. It's kind of all over the place. I wouldn't call this necessarily a strong breakout. As soon as it pushed through, it dropped down. That being said, we have another 15 minutes or so for the U.S. market to come online, and that's always a bear. I am looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with that. Next up, NQ. NQ, toggling down to the 30-minute chart. Here's our previous day close, 17.08.350. We had another all-time high, and this came at the end of the day. We did not break the all-time high overnight, and one of the things we look for is if we broke the all-time high or made new highs on the overnight. The U.S. session doesn't like to leave those hanging out there, and it's a pretty good target and a pretty good indication that we may go and break that one more time. We did not, yet we're still pushing up. Volume is coming in. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on the NQ as well. The NQ, we are our ES or positive delta, 14,000, positive open interest, and on NQ, we are positive 3,700 open interest. So those are still pushing up. We're on the upside. I would expect, anticipate, speculate, assume a new all-time high today. If I were to do anything, that's what I would be betting on. But again, let's let the market open, see what happens, see where things get pushed around, and make our decisions from there. Closer look, 5-minute chart, where we at? Stabling off right now, just in pre-market, but 15 minutes to go. We'll see what happens over there. We had I wouldn't call this a double distribution yesterday. Maybe it is, but most of the work was down here. We just started pushing up at the end of the day. And this is right around 1:30, 2 o'clock Central Time. We had a quick little push up in the end. We hung around a little more. And then, of course, we're not going to let that go out of our way. Once we get and break these highs, we just, what the heck, let's just push it up, make a new all-time high right toward the end of the day, just to give Robert and Eddie and all of our traders something to talk about the next morning. I'm sure. Thanks.
That was amazing yesterday for Power Hour.
Wasn't
Crazy.
that something? Yeah. You know what, Eddie? I seem to recall that happening last week as well. Were we looking at that at the end of the week? It was like it was the power hour, and we're making fun of it, saying it's not the power hour, it's kind of the light power or the no power, the low power hour,
Yeah,
and we were just talking and laughing.
right. And the market said, "F you, I'll show you. I'll show you more than power hour." Right.
Absolutely. Who's in charge over here?
Yeah, not
All
us.
right, not us. I'm curious, Eddie. We're on to gold. Did you take any gold trades this morning?
You know what? I was watching it earlier. Did not take a trade today. Very close on passing my 50K combine. So I am walking on eggshells. I am only looking for the best opportunities because I don't want to move backwards. I want to move forwards. And even if it's baby steps, I'm fine with that. So I'm very cautious here today.
Way to be, especially today and around this time frame. Anything can happen. See, trade what you see, play it safe. And Eddie, I've heard you say that a bunch of times. You're getting close to your combine, getting close to pass it. There's no need to swing for that grand slam. Slow and steady, A+ setups, and take what it gives you.
Right. All right.
Gold 30-minute chart. How we doing on
Yes.
time? Good.
Oh, we're fine. We're fine.
Awesome. Excellent. Excellent. Well, here's gold. And I want to make a correction for those who were watching this segment on gold yesterday. I actually had the start time incorrect. Gold it starts a little sooner here. So we have the market coming up. Same thing for oil. So I want to be clarify that, right? Adjusted these volume profiles. We talked yesterday about a naked point of control. There it is. So this was yesterday. We can see this where the volume profile is right here. This was the day before. So this here was the day before being Friday. We talked yesterday about a naked point of control. Somebody had asked about it, and there it is, right there. And lo and behold, market comes up, decides, yeah, we're not going to leave that out there anymore. We don't need anything naked on the screens. We're just going to go and take that naked point of control out of there, and we're just going to hang around a little bit longer. I did also add this line on my chart just as a reference for those traders watching. It's just that blue line right in the middle. This is the open of the market previously, last night when the futures market opens, 5 p.m. Central Time. I put a mark on the charts just to give me a point of reference. So we can see here's the market from the day to open, the day to the close, and then the current market open last night. And here's our new day. So what are we looking at here? We did open here. We pushed up a little bit. We did not open within the value area from yesterday. This was the overnight, and here it is for today, this morning. And I'll clarify something else. My volume profile here uses an 80% value area. I believe Hoag uses a 70 or 75. I'm not 100% sure, but I will let you know that this is an 80% value area to be sure we're on the same page. Looks a little flat to me. Don't know a heck of a lot about the gold trading, except when it's moving, it does tend to stay in that direction for quite a while. Volume is dropping off, even though we had this big open here in the pre-market. MAs are pushing up. Don't know where this is going, but go keep an eye on it. Eddie, maybe you can fill us in on that as well as the day goes on. 5-minute chart, to me, looks messy. It really does. This is at the end of the day, yesterday, right toward the closing. A lot of just out of nowhere. And I'm brutally honest, I don't know what this thing's mean. I do not know why this happened. I don't follow it that much. I will make sure I do that for the rest of the week to find out and give you more information. But we have this big drop off, a lot of volume toward the end of the day yesterday, and then started to push back up. I'm sorry, the end of the day, yes, excuse me, 4 a.m. this morning. This was the overnight drop down, right back up again. We did it again, but now it's chopping like crazy. Opening range is here. I don't have any direction on this, to be brutally honest with you. Keep an eye on it, and we'll see what happens throughout the day. Oil.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Let's hit it. Yeah.
Hit it. All right. 30-minute chart for oil. Notice these MAs and everything came back on the chart. This is our 3-point touch I was talking about earlier. I'll zoom in a little more. Right here. 1, 2, 3. It did touch it right at the weekly kickoff high, the Hoag's weekly levels here. Off my chart. Here we go. We are opening within the balance of the previous day. So we want to wait, see what's going to happen once we get out of these areas here. We're going to see what's happened. We do have a couple of naked point of controls down below. 1, 2, I believe there's one back here also. So we have a few naked point of controls down below dating back for quite a ways. December 12th, it looks like. Those are still on target. I hope they get reached. That means oil is dropping. That means prices hopefully will be coming down, and we can certainly use that at this point in time. 5-minute chart. where are we at? Here's our opening range. Right here, it's the 1 minute opening range, dropped off, but then we recovered nicely. So when it's hanging around here, it's indecision. We're not really sure what is going to happen. Again, I'm hoping it comes down. Our current point of control is down the bottom. We do see volume dropping off. That may change in 10 minutes when the market does open. And when it does, we will hear from a stronger professional in the futures trading, Deanna, who will be joining us on Fast Market. Really looking forward to what she is saying. Helps me brush up on my knowledge of oil, and I will look into my knowledge of gold to get some better answers for you throughout the course of the week. And that's my story, and we're sticking to it.
Hey, Robert, real quick, we got a couple minutes here. Let's take a look at Russell.
Yeah,
Russell's been my buddy here, and we've got some requests. Hey, look at Russell. Maybe we should start adding Russell.
Sure.
To deal, but just a quick look and see what's going on. I know I'm looking at it right now off the top. 2089.20 topped out here today, so we're pulling back a little bit from it. Had a big drop here earlier this morning on the overnight, but it seems like the buyers are bringing it back even better than it was before it fell.
It looks like they are. That's good. I'm glad we're doing this in real time. So it is still pushing up. Look at this walkway. Look at this, up, a little pullback up.
What's a walkway?
Up. Walkway, staircase. These stair steps coming up here. It's very, very strong. This is back to start with it. October 31st, November 1st. And I'll highlight it. Let me see if I can push this up.
We can do it quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Up. Consolidate. Up. Consolidate. Up. Consolidate. Up. Does that mean it's going to keep going up? No idea. Now, for those that don't know, the Russell 2000, it's kind of the small cap stocks. It's a conglomerate of 2,000 small cap stocks. And Eddie, yeah, I appreciate you taking those trades here yesterday on the Russell and looking at it and expanding, spreading the wings a little bit. Right, maybe that's something we need to put into the charts, put into the daily. Click over real quick to the 30-minute and then to the 5-minute just to see with a more granular look. Apparently, we have all those point of controls, naked point of controls to the downside. Here's something interesting. We have yesterday the opening range. Once the opening range is established, it becomes the low of the day. What do we look for? Continuation of that trend. And it held true on the Russell yesterday. I don't know where the market is. Are those all-time highs, Eddie? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Maybe
okay.
The community can tell us.
Yeah, I'll go and take a look at that just to find out in a 5-minute chart. Still stair stepping. I'm curious to see what this market is going to do when it's open. We're right at the point of control for yesterday. Not quite a P-shaped volume profile. I'm going to say if I was a betting man, a guessing man, I would say the Russell is going to pretty much continue the same track as the ES and as the NQ. But we're going to see what happens there.
All right. Robert, thank you for doing that. And appreciate it in the YouTube chat, too. Today, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we've got Deanna going to be with us here for Fast Markets. We've got Mick for Shoulder Tap Power Players. We've got Beginning Trading. John's going to be with us, beginner trader, and questions will be open. For Top Quiz, we got Danielle and Bonnie. We've got group coaching with Robert and JD. Back to the Futures, Andrew Martin's going to join me. And Power Hour, we've got Dolby, Mike, Eric, and myself. So there you have it. There's going to be today's lineup. We're going to take a little break here right now. Get yourself a new coffee, a new hot chocolate, a new juice box, whatever you need, and we'll be right back. Welcome to Fast Markets, and I'd like to say a good morning to Deanna. Deanna, how are you today?
I'm very well, Eddie. How are you? How was your Christmas?
It was very short, a blink of the eye. Sort of wonder why, but thank you for asking. Let's get our horses, our ponies, whatever you're riding today, cattle, live hogs, whatever. Let's get them in the gates here. And we'll get this ready here. But Michael, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. We got a little rip.
Man, we are open. Yes.
Yeah.
Shaky the NASDAQ.
Open.
Wait for nobody.
Wait for nobody. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I just got a short two right out of the gate. Supposed to be
your
warm up.
TopstepTV knit hat today.
I got my hat on.
I
Yes.
got one of those.
I was debating whether to wear a hat because my hair is just like cave woman hair. Whatever I do to it, it just won't listen.
If
But,
that's what
we'll
cave
see.
woman hair looked like, boy, they were pretty good looking. I tell you that right now.
Right?
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks.
I got your mug today.
Oh,
this
Bob
is
is
I tell
there.
you, one of my favorite mugs. This is just a cool mug.
It
Crude
is.
oil is
Yeah,
slippery.
I've got one of those somewhere as well.
Somewhere.
Well, it's coming out of the gate ripping higher, 70%,
Yeah.
Wow.
70% long.
It actually opened right at overnight VWAP NASDAQ. So it was at 170.90, 91, and then it just went. That was actually going to be one of the levels that I was going to give you, Michael.
Oh,
To watch VWAP, overnight VWAP for a potential bounce. And then if we want to go lower, we obviously have the overnight high and the value high pretty close together at 170.72 half and also 170.68. That's the value high.
Oh, hold on.
area.
17.1 what?
So we've got 170.73 half is the overnight low. And then right underneath that, we have value high from yesterday, which could be a good bounce point if we get there, which is 170.68.75.
Okay, so the 73s and the 65s and all down there's
Yeah.
really
So
interesting.
that could be a good area for a bounce. There's a point of control even lower down. That's TPO point of control from yesterday, which is 170.52. But if we start to break down that area, then it's going to go lower. So let's see what happens. I mean, they're still ripping higher here. Slight
Yeah,
highs.
I got caught on that short ripping higher. I mean, I'm down $600 on that 2 lot.
Okay.
I'm up 373 real quick on this
Oh,
Russell.
nice,
My goodness.
Nice.
Rodeo.
Yeah, I had a little short on crude oil, so taking that off. I grabbed about 25 ticks from that. Value low rejection because we're opening below value in crude oil. Very likely that that's going to continue at some point. So if we manage to hold 75.35 in crude oil, then we have a good chance of it falling lower in this area because value low, what is it? It's a distribution curve from yesterday. And why do we use it as a reversal point? Is because when the market returns to a distribution curve, there's a very good chance for it to bounce from it. So obviously we have opposing directions in NQ and crude oil because Nasdaq is opening above value, whereas crude oil is opening below value. But it's the same sort of hypotheses that if we get to the distribution curve, we can bounce from there. And crude oil is already doing that, which is why I took the little scalp.
So tilt is getting a little heavy on the long side on the Nasdaq. Just all those Nasdaq folks.
Yeah, Nasdaq is just like, ripping higher constantly. The only thing that we have as a point of reference here would be the high from yesterday, which we've just broken through. So if the market is going to go higher, I want to see 171.11 holding. So I don't want the price to go below that.
Yeah.
And if we get that, sky's the limit, man. I don't know where we're going to end up.
Yeah, staying above 1711s.
Yeah, 17111.
Okay, so fairly long on the bias until we're up at the 17111s. I'm short from the 110s, just 2. If this thing holds, I'm getting a little nervous because, like you said, I mean this whole week has been.
Yeah, it's been relentless.
It's been relentless.
Yeah, every pullback was bought.
Every pullback was bought. Every pullback was bought. Hell, even last week that crazy big pullback.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching it yesterday and I was like, "That's nuts! Like, really?"
Yeah.
Really? 26th of December. Really?
All right. I got to sit on my hands here.
Yeah, I'm
jumping on the Russell, just seeing how it's playing out here today.
What did you do with it, Eddie? Long, short?
Tennis. My goodness.
Did you go long or short, Eddie?
I went long, caught a winner up
nice
on the bull. Pull back, caught a winner on the bear.
Jesus. Nice work, Eddie.
That'll work.
469.
How much?
469.
Good job.
469. I'll take it.
And I tell you, we were just sort of farting around. I was trading the Russell on that past Friday. And yesterday, I traded it yesterday, and it sort of was my buddy. And then we went to lunch. He came over afterwards. And we watched
thinking
cartoons.
of renting a pad together. Yeah.
Yes.
The odd couple. Yes, the odd couple. I'm Oscar.
So I'm still short from the 10s. Kind of got in, got out. I'm getting chopped up because this whole thing is keeps staying strong.
I mean, this is now technically John's opening range trade, isn't it?
Yeah. I know. If it gives me some type of another rip higher, I'm out. I'm gonna get caught in it, so I'll just get out right now. Wow. Trading markets, he's saying it's gonna continue going higher always. Buy the dip. I told you so. Oh, and it's PATAK. People are putting PATEK. That is not. Even my neighbor just texted me and said somebody parked a car in my driveway and they had my name wrong. I'm like, I've been living it. You see my mail.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But I told you to buy the dip. You cannot lose. I know.
Mm-hmm. Except when it goes short, and then everybody loses.
Yeah, well,
last week.
Exactly.
Yeah, it works until it doesn't.
It works until it doesn't. All right, so it's just running out of steam because I want to get short, and I just did. But I want to
Yeah, if the 11s don't hold, then you have a good chance of it going lower. But for now, it's just sort of dicking around right at that price. Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, No, I do not make watches. Thanks, guys. That is true. PATEK is a watch company.
It's also a sauce company.
It's a what company?
A sauce. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the PATAK is a sauce. PATEK is a very luxurious watch. Yes.
Yeah, what you guys don't know is that really Michael has got loads of businesses, and that's like one of his ploys to change the name. So people don't know it's him, but it's all him.
It's all oh, come on, 10s. These are 11s. These 11s.
Yeah, overnight high. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm stuck in the short side. I already put myself in the hole.
The day is young.
The day is young for sure. I mean, we're a total of 6 minutes into it, 8 minutes into it.
There's a little bit of a demand from the buyers that came in on a 5-minute chart at 170.98 half. So just watch that since you're short.
Okay, 179. Okay, cool. Well, there's this first little tiny pullback. I've been short. I'm always seems like I'm short out of the gate, but
You're testing the waters, yeah.
yeah, there's just been nothing, no big pullbacks. Of course, because of what we just said prior about this screaming high rally.
Yep.
Or strong market.
All-time highs. It kind of reminds me when I first went into prop trading, that's what ES was doing, but it wasn't this crazy. It was like not very liquid, but it was just edging higher. And, the whole ES all-time highs, it became like an everyday thing. So every day we come to work, ES new highs, ES new highs. It wasn't even an event anymore. It was just like, oh yeah, ES new highs. Yeah,
yeah, I know.
And these markets sort of remind me of that.
They haven't been enjoyable.
No, it never is. I hated trading ES back then. They put me on an equities desk and I was like, get me off. I don't like this at all. Because ES was moving like 16 ticks in a day. I mean, what a range.
All right.
So yeah, I was just like, my soul was dying slowly. I can't trade things like bonds like fixed income or slow markets. It just kills me.
No. I invest in fixed income, but I don't trade them.
All right, so it hit that little demand area and is bouncing from it.
I still got this short, this one lot. I get squeezed on the way up. A little 20, on a 2-lot, 3-lot, then I had a 4-lot, which you don't start off like that. Tilt's a little long. Everything else is a little whatever, and it's the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
Typically
It
not.
can be patchy. Yeah, it can be patchy. Sometimes it's super quiet, but this year it's not quiet, but it's not exactly directional either.
Yep.
I've been trading gold all morning.
Yeah, what lures you over to gold? Eddie's a big gold player.
Yeah, I know. Gold moves slightly better than crude oil for London session, bizarrely, because you would think that that Scottish crude oil would be moving, but strangely, GC tends to behave itself pretty well. So I did some good trades there this morning.
Well, we caught the high 2084.20, and we see that pullback here now pretty strong with the sellers. Sellers all the way down to 2078.5.
Yeah. I was actually down. So I looked at it when it opened, and I was looking at the overnight area. There's like a little supply from yesterday's trading as well. And then there was an overnight high as well. So I was like, okay, London's opening. Just wonder whether, if it starts to struggle there, that would be a good short down to value. And then I got it. So I was like, oh, that's nice. And then I also got it on the way up because the value area was so small. It never actually accepted value on gold. So hold on, let me drag that over. And then I thought to myself, you know what? Well, I might try long here as well. And then it went into another sort of neutral day long all the way back to the supply. So I caught that and I was like, this is a good morning.
That is
very little work.
Those are the best, but then you also need to decide really quickly if you're going to how you're going to manage this day. If the day is going to be done and you're going to accept this and get a trade,
obviously I'm here, so and I'm not trading some of my personal accounts. So I'm just on my XFA, which is a 50K one. So I'm just, using that today. We'll see. I mean, I'm up enough today, so we have some money to play with.
There you go.
Well, $15 from passing the 50K combine, and I am hands off right now.
Nice.
I don't want to put another trade on right now.
That's a very good decision, I think. I don't know whether I'm going to have the discipline to be on here and not trade, so that remains to be seen.
Oh, so we break your discipline when you come on TopstepTV.
Not really, not really. I mean, if I see something super juicy, and today, crude oil is setting up for a pretty normal day, I would say, because we've opened below value, tested the value low. Now we're rejecting from it. Like I said, already did one trade there. And, if it continues to drop, and if I continue to see sellers coming in, why not, right?
Yeah.
We got a poll here with 407 votes. Do you buy the dip or do you hold the longer trend?
Do you buy the dip?
And 45% said buy the dip. And don't forget the chips. Hold the trend, 22%. I don't trade that way, 33%.
I think as an intraday trader, you have to be pretty flexible to be able to do everything.
Yes.
Yeah, Ben's got a good suggestion for me. Eddie, trade the minis or the micros.
Micros, yeah.
That's what you mean, yeah. Thanks, Ben. That's what I think you meant.
This is I don't know. It's catching me in a trap.
Thank you, Jay.
Right. Do not tell me it's going to go quiet now, right at that open. Just do all that little song and dance, and then it's just going to shut down and go sideways.
It's possible.
S&P showing a little strength here.
I mean, for now, those 11s did not hold. So technically, this could still be a short. God, Nasdaq is so jumpy. How can you trade this? This is just like giving me anxiety just looking at it.
There's goods and bads. But like you're instantly either in the money or out of the money.
Yeah.
And then that's why I call it dancing. It just dances around your entry.
Yeah, break dancing.
Break dancing, yes.
Be careful.
See, I mean, I like liquid markets, but there's a limit to how much liquidity I want to see. Because there's liquidity and then there's like crazy volatility. Two very different things for me. And crude oil, I mean, some people who come over from some quieter markets are like, oh my God, crude oil is crazy. But I don't find it crazy. I think it's a two-sided market. And I enjoy being able to catch both sides in the same day. In fact, I live for that. So I don't find it crazy, but I think it's liquid just enough. However, you do need to be quick. And, I'm someone who I like to think that I have pretty fast processing of thoughts and thinking and rational process and systematic methodologies and all of that. But NASDAQ is it throws me off, man. I'm just like, okay. So it's like, oh, short. Oh, is the demand working? I don't know. Oh, maybe I should go short. Oh, no, maybe I should. And I don't like that in me. I kind of like to be more zen. But some people will love it. I know that, I've got people who are like, oh my God, yeah, NASDAQ is my thing. And I'm like, cool. If it's working for you, stick with it, man.
Stick with it, yeah. Yeah, I am. I just got myself into a hole during the morning, and now it's quietly not doing anything. And now I'm waiting for this to wake up.
Well, again, 11s did not hold. So for now, overnight high has failed to bring us a follow through.
Yeah, this follow through into the downside though is slow.
Yeah, the range is not the biggest.
No.
Well, how's everybody doing out there? We got positions on. If you got any levels that you want to share, by all means, share them in the chat. I think a lot of people here today are just sort of watching the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you guys got any levels, like Eddie said, there's also at the very top, you'll see the levels. But if you have any levels, share them and then the Y behind them. Still waiting. Chop, chop, chop. Yes.
You still short, Michael?
Yeah, I'm short from 01s now. I got out of them. So like this is one of these days where I'm the weak one that's gonna try to get out. I kind of think like, I don't think it's going for me, but I just think it's not like, so far I'm not reading it correctly and timing. So and it's this funky middle of the 2 holiday week.
Yeah, end of the year as well.
End of the year.
So what do you do when you don't? Because I know that if I don't get the first sort of couple of trades right, I usually just walk away. So what's your technique for coping with that?
I get very my emotions start. I just say, like, right now I'm a little upset that I got myself in this spot, and if this thing firms up really quickly and I get out, and it gets me on these little head fakes, and then it goes lower, I'm going to be livid. And
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Oh no.
I know. I don't know. These are the starts of the days that I do not. Nobody likes these, but like, it's not. I'm not even like reading it right, and it's just waiting to see. It just feels like it's waiting to screw me over. Not me personally, but like, that's how you feel. So that's how I feel. It's gonna pull one of these head fakes, go up and retest the 10s or 11s and the 15s, and I'm gonna get out because I don't want to hold that heat. And I'm about ready to even get out right now, and then right when I get out right now, then it just falls apart. So it's got me in this like little tailspin. So I'm just gonna get out. Watch. No, I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just have a look at Hoag's levels in NQ. So he's got the weekly kickoff high at 170.50. So we're way past that.
Yeah.
And then downside 162.70, and that's quite far away. So I don't think that's going to help us today. So let's assume that today is going to be a quieter day until proven otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see where our session high and session lows are. So we have a session high at 171.22 that effectively failed, right? So we have some excess. We have some sellers that stepped in right at that point. And to the downside, we're still holding the open effectively, 170.91, 75, I think it is. Yeah. So if we take those two to be the swing extremes for the day, maybe we can use that as a reference to fade around those levels.
Which one were they?
It's the session high and session low at the moment. So the price failed to go higher as soon as it hit 171.22. So maybe we can look at some shorts closer to there.
Yeah.
And then on the downside, we have the open. So wherever it opened just shot up from there. So 117.91.75. So that could be longs.
I mean, that would be the easy play.
Well, it's not the easy play, it's a range play.
No, range play.
Yeah.
So far
So maybe we can just do that until the market breaks those two levels with a slightly more confidence.
Because technically we're fiddling in the middle right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is some demand here. So because it is an equity index, it could just kind of shoot up. But I would still use the extremes today because, I mean, I'm looking at what the average ranges are. And, you know, usually it's like nearly 700 ticks for the New York session. And right now we're, you know, trundling through the initial balance time and we're only 120 ticks, which is a very small amount of range for NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying maybe we should like just default back to range-based plays.
All right, let's do that. It's stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
That. If it comes up, retest the 20s. I'm going to sell the effing Patak farm.
Yep.
Thanks, Blake. Thanks, Leslie. They're reminding us that we have a number here in about 8 minutes. Minor numbers, but we've got Richmond manufacturing coming out here December. We got shipments, and we've got the service index.
So we got the 11s and the 12s, but it's still below that. You got your 20s at extensions, 21 and extensions.
Yep.
Yep. This is crazy. Opens up and sideways.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, eh?
I was just gonna say this. Nobody should be trading. You know what? We're gonna have some people on because I heard not people on here, but talk about like a live funded trader yesterday make like $5,300. I need to find out from Mick, Eddie, how the hell I saw that in the Slack update. Just getting updates on top 10 and what they did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how the hell did you pull out $5,300 yesterday?
Well, it's probably just size and went with the trend, right? Because, I mean, if we look at it yesterday, it did go up.
It did go up. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a perfect buy pullback type deal.
Yeah.
I think yesterday on the close, it was like, okay, how much higher are we going to go?
Yeah, it popped. Yeah.
It really popped.
It actually left some single prints there as well. If I go back in time. Yeah, so it left some single prints. Not a huge single print trail, but, enough to show us that it was a strong move higher. And then it just went. And I remember I was watching it last night because I was watching you guys. And I was like, this is crazy, man. Like,
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could also say if you're alongside Permabull, that was an easy trade because you're just buying pullbacks all day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been like that. We just had that huge sell-off. I can go to my daily right now. Go to my daily, and you had this huge sell-off on whatever day that was last week. And then it just instantly, the day after, within 2 days, it made it all up. Now we're above it. It just, I don't know. What was that they called it a technical? Hoag was calling it. Nobody knew. I came off the mountains last week. I was skiing, and then I'm like hearing it's like selling off hard.
Yeah, that sell-off was purely technical because we opened above value, and then once they just started liquidating, it was relentless.
And then look,
remaining. Thank you, Eddie. Then it just firms back up. It's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. This is trading. So
it's not crazy. Yeah, exactly. Anything can happen. Like John says, ACH. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the exciting part as well, that even if you are a perma bear like you, Michael,
yes,
you can have a day like that. And if you are in at the right time, you make a bloody killing. So,
Yes. Yeah, Raphael, I am down almost 2,000 in less than 30 minutes. This is a lesson not in tradertainment. This is a lesson in poor trading decisions between the week between the days of Christmas and New Year's Eve. The days where we all should just be watching and reading up on our journals and kind of regrouping and putting together and tightening up our trading plan for 2024 and all that we've learned in 2023.
Yeah, I actually told my market stalkers, the ones that I'm working with one-on-one, that we're not going to be doing trading for the last few days of the year, and that whoever wants to do anything trading related, don't upload plans to me with new positions and stuff. Just go back to reflect to see what you've done well, how much you've grown, how much progress you've made. And for all of that, you need some kind of a journal. Like, you can't do it all. I've seen people try to remember things. It's like, do you know how many trades we do in a year? Like, there's no way you're going to remember all of it. I have photographic memory. I can't remember all of that. So, just go back through your trading journals. Go back through the trades that you might have missed. Go back to the trades that you might have messed up, because that's also a thing. Sometimes we're right on direction, but the execution lets us down.
The funny you say about the total number of trades for the year. We're doing an end of the year recap email that comes out, I believe, next week or this week or something. And one of them, I'm like, I want to put in there the number of trades you've had this year at Topstep.
Wow.
Like, that's kind of interesting. But yes, I agree with you. And speaking of Deanna, hold on. What did you say? You said something about journaling?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. So I got tons of these things that just came in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh shit! I literally just ripped this one. Oh no, it's connected together. Okay, cool. I did rip it.
Topstep
It
notebooks.
fell off.
Yay.
All
Yeah.
right. Already. Bunch of these notebooks, tons of them, and I don't know why they send them to me like open like that, but they're all like that.
Nice.
Yeah, I just got boxes and boxes of these. So, needless to say, that mine, which has 2 pages left, this is my 2024 one. But the point of the story is, like, you want to be journaling, and we're getting these. I don't know how we're going to get them to people. We have a logistics issue. I promised people, I didn't promise, but last year, or beginning of TopstepTV, I'm like, we're going to try to get socks to everybody. I have like 1,000 pairs of socks over there. And I'm like, so I've just been giving away if anybody stops by the office, or I keep them in my backpack and I always just hand them out. I don't know, stupid stuff. But here's your 21s. What do you like?
I'm still a little bit old school when it comes to trading plans. So I like to print out my hypotheses and then I scribble on them.
That is, yeah. So I agree with that too. Underneath here is my notes from like when I was a beginner trader. I keep them by my feet on my desk.
Yeah, that's always funny, isn't it? You go back and you see all the stupid things you used to do.
It's just hilarious. And you read your journal and you're like, man, wow, what spin cycle was I in that day?
Right, we're up at those high session highs now.
Mm-hmm.
So you might, if you spot some sellers in the dome or something, you might have your.
I got short 19s, so the 21s came up there and touched it while we were talking. Got short of one lot at 19.
Okay.
If it goes below the 11s, that'll be
that'd be nice.
That would be nice. I'd look to add, but I don't know if market hasn't been too giving.
I wouldn't add today. Because I would add onto a directional trade. Range trades, I usually aim to take profits in the middle. And right now, we have a tight range. So I would just book it all. I wouldn't add today.
See, you know what sucks about that is I agree with you, but like I'm down 1,900, 1,800.
Yeah, but don't trade. Every time every time I try to trade my P&L, it never ends well. I'm like, oh no, just another 100, or just another 200, or just another, and then I get myself into a whole bunch of trouble. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Directional move, you can just add because it's going to go. But for now, we've got a range. So until that's proven wrong, we stay.
We got another poll here in our YouTube chat. Do you use a journal to track your trading? Yes, no, and I used to. Get your vote in and get about 200 votes.
The TopstepTV is supposed to be our way of like, and John and I talked about too when we were trading, was to talk out your trades, so then you're actually like verbally, publicly journaling your thoughts and like stream of consciousness. So when I'm doing this and talking to you, Deanna, or whomever on here, I do stream of consciousness type stuff.
Yeah.
And then
numbers did come out here. We had the index for December coming in at 11 and the shipments at 17. I think that's.
So did they miss? Run. Is it on in line?
They're not. The only miss on the forecast was the index for December. They weren't forecasting -7. I did not get any forecast for the other two.
I mean, I'd say this is going to be a storm in a teacup. Just like a little pop and then back down to the middle.
That was a toughie.
I mean, if this market goes that quiet this early, it's going to do whatever it wants to do, but that's just. What do you think this week or this year was 1 out of 10? Let's put this in a poll. 1 out of 10. I don't know how to read this. Maybe it's not 1 out of 10. How do we do this? Like as far as a trading year, was it a good year to trade? Or was it a really, really tough year to trade? I don't know, Deanna, what would be the question that we would want to ask her? Because I want to understand what people thought about 2023 and the trading year, opportunity-wise. Will says 10. 10 was a great. Well, you must have had a great year, Will. Nice.
Yeah,
Paul?
the only month that I found I was struggling was February. Like the rest of the year was pretty good. Like usually it's not, for me at least, usually it's not that easy, especially in the summer. But this summer we had pretty good liquidity. So I would say this is actually a good year.
I thought the liquidity was good. Yeah, I thought it was good.
A lot of opportunities.
A lot, yeah.
If you knew where to look, yeah. So, I mean, compared to, like, I can understand if somebody comes into this trading game during COVID, that was insanity, man.
Yeah.
I've seen days in crude oil that went like 700 to 1,000 ticks.
Crazy.
Like what?
Well, in the equities world, everybody thought they were God's gift to trading, and from COVID to like the first 2 years, what was it, like COVID, and then a year after.
Yeah, year after, yeah.
The next 18 months after that, every one of my friends talks about how much they were up, quotes.
Yeah, they're up, yeah.
And then nobody's talking at all now. So I remember in the 90s, 1997 and 8, I started doing all that type of equity stuff like a beginner trader, and I was saying the same thing because it was the roaring 90s, the dot-coms.
Yeah.
And then everybody got stuck, myself included, on like the highs, some of these stocks. And then next thing you know, you can't get out of them. And then you're like, well, it's going to come back. And then you make it a part of your portfolio, long-term portfolio, so to speak. And then it's like, well, I never even wanted this shitty stock. And I'm sitting here holding it, waiting for it to come back. And I'm like, 6 months into trading.
Yeah, I'm a little bit impatient with long-term stocks because I do have a portfolio, but like I really don't look at it that often, and I use a very simplistic approach there. I just look at supply and demand areas on the weekly chart, and then I wait for a significant pullback until we hit like a weekly demand, and I just put a position on and I leave it alone. But the problem is every time I look at it, it's so slow. It's like I could have done like 1 million intraday trades and outperformed the market 1 million times over. So for me, it doesn't really make that much sense to have some, crazy multi-million portfolio because it's just the returns are just not that lucrative for me. It's too slow.
I don't get excited off having any money in the markets long term. Everything
property is much better. Property for me is exciting. You get to do up, a house, and then you just sit there and it grows. It's crazy, especially here in London.
It's exciting. Like I closed on a house like 3 months ago, and while I closed on the house, there's a guy right behind me wanting to pay $200,000 more, and I'm sitting there, looked at my wife, I go, we're already in the. It's like being in a trade. We're already in the money, 200, and you're like, okay, there's that one, and then like I just remodeled a condo that like an investment property. And the person below me is a 2-bedroom, and ours is like a couple $300,000 more than that one. And I'm like, and then so you're like seeing all this stuff, and then I'm like, I've always been up in real estate, and because I'm pretty good at picking them, and then because I don't buy them, never lift offers on real estate. My wife and I, we decorate them, remodel them, and they turn out really beautiful, like how she, pretty much her, but then in stocks. Any equities I've ever held. I mean, honestly, like any equities that I've ever held, that I pick on my own, that I'm picking, no, I have done very well at all on them.
Yeah, same. I mean, I just close, like usually you're supposed to leave them for like 10, 15 years, but I always close them after about a year and a half. And then I kind of miss the move. And I'm like, why? Yeah. And my husband is always like, why did you close that? And I'm like, because it wasn't going anywhere for a year and a half. And he's like, but yeah, you should just stay in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
Now, there's also there's fixed incomes right now, which are incredible. Like getting 7%, I'm getting 7% on money now. And I'm telling my guy to hold it longer term, so I'm locking in like these income, interest income. I'll take that. So that's extremely safe. Being an entrepreneur is very risky, so that's my risky bet.
I mean, buying bonds and stuff, that's the safest bet you can have.
Yeah,
it's a sure bet.
Yep, and right now that's good. And then real estate. So other than that, like I don't stock pick. I like to trade, man. Deanna, those 19s were great.
Yeah.
So far, I'm still in them. But
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Equity.
You gonna book profits there, because we're kind of coming into that former demand area.
Yes.
I'm just afraid that it's just gonna ping back up because I've seen Nasdaq do this, just like blink of an eye.
That's how tuned out I was on a one lot. I'm like, damn it, I'm already in the hole, and I just want this thing to run. I got out. Yeah, that was like 400.
Nice.
Thank you, Deanna. That was a great trade. I should have been trading like that earlier, guys. That was a good lesson in staying patient. Remember I was short like 2 or 3 down there in the 04s, and that's when I was like wishy-washy with you, and we started that conversation. I go, I'm just gonna get out. Went all the way up to the 24s. I would have puked those out, and then I would not have been a part of that. And then at least I was a part of it with a one lot. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, well, it was a good trade, Mike.
Good coach. That was good coaching. I'm going to tell John I've got a new starter in my 2020.
Hey, never forget, John is my mentor. So, whatever you say to him, this is going to be like, well, yeah, I told you that.
Yeah, John's the best. When does John come back, Eddie? Do you know?
Is that
Eddie's
not there. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do we know when Hoagland's going to be back?
Hey, JD here. I do believe that Hoag is scheduled to be back on Monday. So we'll see Hoag coming back soon.
First, so next week he's back.
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Tuesday.
I think everybody comes back next week. We got the awesome JD on here. We got Dolby on here. Who's in the chat room that's helping out? Who do we got all helping, JD and Dolby? You guys.
We've got Cameron in the chat. We've got Robert working the Cryon and posting trades.
Oh yeah.
Looks like Eddie's Bong has entered the chat. We always love seeing Eddie's Bong in there.
That's a different Eddie's Bong, I think, though. But I don't know. Yes, because yesterday we're like, "Hey, is that you?" He's like, "No, it's not me."
So there's multiple Eddie's Bongs. Interesting. Has he got a collection?
Bong impersonators. That's kind of funny.
Right.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, good stuff, guys. We really appreciate it. This is we're gonna be fired up and hitting them hard next year in 2024 with everything that we're doing here in Topstep TV. The team's growing, and we're getting everybody that is just like staying focused on what they're really good at and on the team. And we all got to do that to make to make whatever we're working on work. That's kind of what we learned at Topstep, is to stay in your swim lane, leverage your strengths. All right, we're down here at the 17,100s.
Yeah, so that's coming into the session lows. Well, not yet, but we're getting there. We're tagging VWAP, overnight VWAP now again.
Man,
yeah, some of these range-based plays, I used to be so terrible at them. But over the years, I noticed that was my big weakness. So I really tried hard to hold off from directional trading, because I would like you, Michael. I was looking for directional trades all the time because I come from a swing trading background. I did that for the first 5 years of my career, and then when I moved into intraday, I was constantly just looking for breakouts, and I'm like, what am I doing? This is stupid. And I would get caught up in like a range day, and I could see everything that was happening. I just wasn't positioning myself, or by the time that I would see the opportunity, it would be gone.
We see that so much because since starting Topstep, I've seen John and Eddie and Mick, everybody who's been watching traders.
Yeah.
Has so many different styles, but the majority of the styles is breakout traders.
Yeah, because it's the easiest thing. Because when you catch a runner, you make a killing. But all the other days, the problem is that 56% of the time we have range bound days. So you're gonna suck for the other 56%.
Right. Right.
By the way, we're tagging the value high in Nasdaq now. So this was one of my reversal area for long. So if you can spot some buyers there, that would be my choice for a reversal long.
So value high, I have on here value high area 72, but you have also on here 73.
Yeah, so value high from the previous day's trading.
84. It's low of 84 so far.
Oh, no, sorry, this is settlement. I'm blind.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely. I need my reading
It
glasses.
did pop off.
Yeah, so forget about that. That's not a level.
I mean, it did a quick little 10-point pop off the settlement, which I always say is not anything to confirm anything.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. And again, me with my bloody useless eyes. I'm getting to that point, so because I'm 43 now, right? And I've
you are not old. We already did this where I'm like, hey, you're old when you're over 80. And I did it to my my father-in-law and my wife's mom's husband. And they're like 75 and 80. And I told them that, I saw Topstep TV and I'm like, hey, you're not old until you're, 80. You got to put a number somewhere. And
so my mom's got another 4 years then because she's 76. Yeah.
They started laughing at that one and they kind of nodded their head. I'm like,
yeah, it's just I've noticed, I did LASIK like in 2010 or something because I was really blind but short-sighted. And then I had it all lasered and it was great. Like for about, up until recently, I think up until about 2 years ago, my eyesight was just perfect.
Yeah.
But in the last 2 years, like more and more I'm getting things slightly wrong. So I'm like, what's going on there? And the other day when I was playing video games, I definitely know that I need like reading glasses. Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, I just got caught buying 72s right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
it still might ping off from here because we are now at value high. But again, NASDAQ.
What's this coming? What's this?
Nothing. This would be an inventory adjustment, I reckon, as well. Tagging value when we open with a gap, it's always an inventory adjustment.
Tagging value when we open with a gap is an inventory adjustment. Guys, write that down on your notes. Tagging value. It's good. It's good. I mean, there's what's kind of quiet. These quiet markets right now. You get kind of some of these technical plays that play out a little more smoothly and kind of rotate a little more slowly too. Kind of like last week because you're watching the markets like respect certain areas or play technicals a little bit more.
Yep. Again, I've had a really good day in my XFA already, so I was a bit shocked at how much gold was respecting the levels.
Take a payout, and I think they have your live account ready. I have no.
Oh, yeah, because I'm still just messing around in the XFA, which is like 50K. So yeah. I mean, I'm not going to start a live account now. I'm going to wait until next year because there's no point. It's like, just dig a hole into the live account. Yes.
I got a question here. What's an inventory adjustment?
It's basically when the market goes too long or too short. In the case of NASDAQ, usually it goes too long. And then nobody really wants to buy it anymore at that point. Like nobody's really interested in buying at those prices. And then the market tends to ping back to an area of a previous distribution curve. So wherever the most business took place previously, they typically go back there and then they buy it because that's like a better area. So that's the shortest explanation I can come up with. It's effectively a mean reversion trade back to a more important level.
Okay.
Where there's more value.
Who caught that short? Brett, nice job catching that short, flipping it up over 1,000 today. Now up. I mean, I caught it for a little bit. Deanna called it out. Deanna called it out, guys. That was a perfect. And now it's extending a little bit further than kind of what we were thinking, but.
Yeah, but still, it's NASDAQ. It's or NASCAT, as I want to start calling it. It sort of goes past some of the levels and then pings back. It kind of looks to me every time I look at NASDAQ, it looks like it's not respecting levels, but then you compare it to ES and it is respecting it. It's just in this wildly exaggerated way.
Exactly. That's why I keep the ladder right next to each other. I got the S&P and NASDAQ because I don't really care too much when it gets too whippy on the NASDAQ because I'll keep an eye on also the S&P. And I know it's still kind of in this same little area that I'm like, oh, the NASDAQ's just being a little B, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then it's going to come back and
that's exactly it. Every time I traded NASDAQ, I always have to have ES as my benchmark for the levels that we're looking at. Otherwise, you just get lost in it so quickly.
Yep. Yeah, I watch both of them. I have my levels right here, but the ES level and the NASDAQ levels. And at the very top of your guys' screen, if you want to click those guys, are the levels. These are levels that we talk about. You can add your own. You can cross out ours. It doesn't matter. We discuss levels quite a bit just to kind of get a gauge.
Well, levels is what it's at. You know, if you don't have any orientation points, then how are you going to trade? Like I don't, you know, I have a lot of respect for you, Michael, because you trade in a discretionary way.
Wow.
And honestly, if I try doing that, I just get lost like really quickly.
I do, but I don't. And I say this because like I have levels written on here that we'll talk about outside of what's on that link that's on the very top of everybody's chat. That link on the very top of everybody's chat was always what I would talk to John about each morning. And then I'm like, hey guys, create a landing page and put the levels on there and update them every day. Let's do this. And then with you on here, then you'll talk about it. And then I like ask the chat room levels in here. In the trading pits, we used to share levels. We used to have it. Eddie, you knew about this. We used to have it like folded up in our pocket, you know, top pocket. It'd be like right here. And then you'd be like, oh yeah, 4282. And you'd hand them back to the guy. Right. And it's just,
I mean, we used to do that on a prop desk, but obviously it wasn't a pit. It was just all of us sitting at our screens. And then it's like, hey, what have you got? Hey, what have you got? And then whoever is around you, we would all sort of be looking at similar things. And then people would ask you questions. I mean, that's actually how my market stalkers began, because I started teaching people around me because they were noticing that I was doing these like supply and demand trades. And they're like, how the hell did you know? And I'm like, well, I didn't know. It's just, you know, there's previous inventory there.
Yeah.
And they're like, how can you see that? Can you teach us? And then at one point I had like 12 people around me, around my desk, and I was like yapping about my method, which was, you know, it wasn't as systematic as it is now, but it was definitely, you know, it still had a lot of systematic components to it. But obviously it's been many, many years since then. So I've kind of really tidied it up, and now I know exactly what I should expect, what the probabilities of the setup are. So it just kind of looks like I have like some kind of a crystal ball, but I don't. It's just literally probabilities, letting the probabilities play out. You know, we're not always right, but I kind of work on the assumption of we do this until proven otherwise.
Yeah, and having you around, there's other folks that come on here that I'm. Look, the whole goal of also me wanting to be on here, I didn't have to be on here because we already had enough kick-ass people. I'm like, I want to learn with other people, especially like with talented traders that we're either funding or that we're working with or both. So when I work with you and I'm like, got to work with Deanna more regularly. This is me too. I'm like, I want to work with her regularly. There's a couple other ones that Trace by Matt's on here working with him regularly. There's been other people I asked them, I'm like, I don't want to do it. I'm like,
I've actually watched Trades by Matt develop a lot because we did a panel with him. I think it was about 2 years ago. It was John, Dan, Tim Brissett, and me. And Tim was an okay Matt was an okay trader at that point, but I think he was still learning himself. And then I saw him just like literally like a few months back before you guys started it. I went onto his channel and I'm like, damn, he's come along. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very happy to see that, because anytime you see that development of skill happen in front of your eyes, it's bloody impressive. I love that.
Yeah, I love it. And then I love the respect for the markets, and then to discuss the markets and the patience. There's others that do it, and I'm like, okay, if I can get them on here regularly, not only for me but for everybody here, because I always look at it as like, if I enjoy this as a trader, then I think other people would. So that's why, you know, working with you in the very beginning, we're like, we got to lock in Deanna, we got to lock in Anne Marie, we got to lock in Trades by Matt, we've asked some others where I don't really want to do that. Okay, fine. So but this is growing, so we're going to keep in these spots. These segments are going to get less and less available. So that's kind of what next year's about, is accelerating this. We got a big ad spend we're going to put behind it. So TopstepTV becomes, you know, a trading network, literally one that you go for futures traders only. We're not going to be equities and penny stocks.
It's amazing. I can't wait. I mean, the fact that I get to hang with you and John in particular, I mean, John is my mentor. He's the one who taught me a lot of this stuff. Without him, I wouldn't know enough about profile. And yes, there are books and stuff, but, you know, just the ability that I had to ask him questions during the market profile lab, that was invaluable to me, man. And I'm sure that, you know, he probably had like nightmares about D asking yet another question. I mean, he says he enjoyed it and that I sort of challenged him, but I don't know. Sometimes I was like, am I being too much? Like, am I just torturing the man with all these questions? But, you know, over the years, then we just became more kind of trading buddies and buddies. And, you know, we have a common background in music and we're both traders. And, you know, over the years, we just started chatting over email and it's amazing. And I get to hang with him all the time. It's just
Hoag went to bat. He wanted to trade with you. So some like there. I mean, I've asked a lot of these other guys too, and you guys are talking about Rips. Rips is another one I really enjoyed my time. He's great. We're gonna lock. He's look. Rips, if you're listening, I'm gonna lock you in because you're gonna get picked up by some network because your voice sounds like you belong on some radio or TV network. And you know about those, you know,
hello. It's so cool. But the it's not just his voice; it's what he says as well. Because you know, somebody can have an awesome voice, but they just talk absolute nonsense. But no, it's just his knowledge with the voice. It's just like amazing. I'm actually subscribed to his channel now. So whenever I'm free, I actually pop into his streams as well to see what's going on. And it's always really enjoyable. You learn a lot. There's no ego. You know, there's nothing. It's just it's really good. There's some really good people out there, but all of our futures channels were so small. Most of us, you know, whoever's got a big channel, they usually started either in options or in stocks or in crypto, and then they moved into futures. But those of us who have been like core futures, there's not that many of us, you know.
Yeah.
And usually it's really good quality people as well.
So everybody thinks I have a bromance on Rips right now, but when Rips comment, Deanna, when I'm with you now, like today, like honestly, like I could have been down. I mean, I'm down 2,000 right now just because I got smoked and put myself in this hole. But your calming of my trades down and calming me of my emotions down, and wait till the 20s and trade it all the way up to 24s, push a little higher, and then so that right there was a good coach. And I knew that just working with you a little bit, and then with Hoag would say, talk about you like all the time. And I'm like, this is awesome. Yeah, I want to work with her too. And this isn't about me, but for me, I'm like, if I'm going to wake up every morning and do this, I don't have to do any of this. But like, I've always wanted to be I've always wanted to go back to trading full time rather than being a CEO of Topstep and things like that, which I can do both now because I have such a good, talented team that's out there. But like, now I'm able to do this. So long story short, I'm able to work with you. Then like Trades by Mats comes on here, and then they have other ones on here. These are good guys and girls that are coming on here, and we're just getting them. And I get to like jump in and trade with them, and I get to talk to them and all that kind of stuff. So Rips was a big one that people thought I had a bromance on, but I just loved how he explained the market. He was a very mature, like his well-roundedness and how he looked at the markets and auction process and theory. I mean, to me, he's you and John. Like he was like you and John in a different being. So that was one. Danny's trades. It's fun to see him get on here. He reads the markets really well. He's a crazy big size trader. I've seen these guys in the pits, but then they read the markets really well too. So that type of stuff. You know, I like everybody who's been on here, and it's just getting them to be able to trade with me or with the community here or any of these segments in the after power hour or in the morning. That's kind of what next year's about. So I'm glad I get to work with you. That's kind of my role back.
Me too. It's such a pleasure. Such a pleasure. I mean, even when I'm not on here, I'm constantly watching Topstep.
Yeah.
Constantly. I'm just like, oh, what's happening now? And I mean, you guys see me in the chat, right? I'm always there. I'm always like, you know, putting things in, comments, chatting with people. And it's cool. I mean, I can't glue myself away from Topstep TV.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people will be like, yeah, but, you know, you're part of the team. Yeah, but that's beside the point. Like, I've been a huge fan of Topstep from the beginning. You guys were my first remote prop trading firm. And, you know, the fact that I get to work with my mentor, with you, Michael, I'll be honest, you challenged me to do more kind of scalpy type trades because I'm not very good at them. Okay.
Well, I always feel myself. I'm not here to be like the great trader here on the show. You know how hard it would be to be a great trader, try to run the show, build up the company, build up top. I'm responsible for Topstep TV, and like they're like, okay, Michael, you know, like we're gonna build up the trading combine. We're gonna work with the trading platform and build that up. Blah blah blah. You build Topstep TV. I'm like, hell yeah, okay, cool. So that's what I chose to do, and then the team's gonna do this other stuff. So like, to put all the pressure on me of like, hey, the CEO's not making money. I mean, do you know how hard like every day to come on here? But I am trading well because I get to trade with well and bounce things off everybody here, which is great. And I learn and I laugh and I have fun. and all that kind of great stuff. So that's kind of the my big like payback to myself is like I'm gonna be a part of all this, and like it's
great. I mean, I don't think it would be the same show without you here, because you bring you're quite an intense person. I can see that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I am. You feel my emotions. And
yeah, absolutely. But I can see that you're very passionate about everything you do. And when you go in, you're like completely in. You're like, yes, let's do this. And, that's very hard to do, because, I've got a couple of other companies, and I've got to be honest, like some of my software development stuff, I don't run that actively. I have a team who does that for me. And I think if I tried to do that, I would also get lost. But being here on Topstep, obviously we are trading during the initial balance, during the first part of the market open. And I usually sit that out because, I haven't been very good with my trying to catch those very big moves right at the open, but then seeing, so because you have some really good days, you sell yourself short, and yes, the things to work on, we all always have things to work on. But me personally, I hold trades too long, and I've actually taken on board whilst you're looking at the ladder and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, actually I used to look at the ladder. It's like, why did I stop? Like I can't even remember, and I know my levels really well now. But I started looking at the ladder, and that's one of the reasons why I was able to do some more scalpy trades recently, because I effectively do what you and Eddie do. It's like, let's look at the ladder, let's see whether the buyers are coming in, and that's helped me. So I'm evolving as well. Like, never mind all the skills that I already have, but that's pushed me into a brand new challenge.
But that's the goal then of working with other traders in general, or the byproduct of working with other good traders is you're going to get that. You're going to evolve, and you're going to be evolving the right way. So if you don't pick the right community, that's another big thing in trading. If you're not with the right community, and you got YOLOers, and you got extrapolation, 20 different account type of folks, and I don't think that's the community that's going to build the foundation of people
there's not much educational value. So Topstep has always been big on educational value.
Yeah, because I mean, if you don't have that, then you're like, it's not really. This isn't really an industry where you give a man a fish. You gotta kind of teach a person to fish. Yeah. And we teach each other because we're all going out there casting, and the fish could be biting differently. And just because you're teaching me and I'm teaching you, or vice versa, we should all be learning and evolving in a good direction. And if you're around good people, community, then you can evolve.
The community of experienced traders as well, not just like anyone who's sort of just there, whatever, shouting at you and going, go in live now. Like, who's gonna, I would never learn anything from that. Just the ability to ask questions, you have the interactive chat. It's invaluable, guys. I mean, seriously, this is very, very special. So I'm really excited for next year.
Yeah, if you can build that community, Deanna, as you know, if you can have a good community around you, and then you can have all the support you need, then it's like you do have everything you need. Now it's on you to just keep getting better each and every day, which to me is going to, at least I think it will help your learning curve or shorten it a bit with a good community around you. So that's my community rant.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, being able to ask the questions and to people who might have the right answer and might shorten the learning curve, that's great. I mean, so instead of spending 10 years of your life just wasting time.
Oh, my, yeah, I know.
Speaking of community, we've got almost 3,000 people watching. If you like what's going on here, you like the conversation, you like the trade levels, by all means, hit that thumbs up button, get the likes in, and don't forget to subscribe.
And the trade levels, Eddie just said, and Deanna, when we're talking levels, we explain the levels. That's another thing I didn't want to come on here and be like, we don't want to show where, like, this is where you buy, this is where you sell. This has never been the business that I've ever wanted to be in, because that's like, I mean, if I die, if that person, your guru, dies, then you're not a trader. Sorry. You don't have any abilities except you've been following them, telling you this, buy here, sell here. So it's just that ever evolution of working together, understanding levels, talking about the market, understanding what the market's telling you, and managing risk, managing your emotions, controlling your behaviors, adjusting your trading plan, evolving as a trader every day in whatever direction you're trying to move yourself towards. All these things are consistently working on it, and that's what I am enjoying the last 90 days of doing this or more. I've had more fun in the last 4 months than I have in, I don't know, 10 years. I mean, Topstep's been an incredible ride. It's been growing ever since the day I started it. And it just...
I was really sad when you guys discontinued this Quark radio.
Oh, do you want to know why? I'll tell you.
Why?
Okay. Eddie laughs. I know. We learn things, and I hope they're listening. I hope they are. And I blame myself for trusting the wrong people that shouldn't be in the business, that they didn't know the business. And I'll never name the names, and you won't know who you are, but I know who you are. I trusted the wrong people, and they were saying, you shouldn't do this. It's costing you 200, 300 grand a year. And I'm like, who cares? It's like, it's giving people a community. Well, it's a waste of money. And I'm like, and I put the wrong people in the wrong spot at Topstep so I could step away and be a little bit more still engaged with the trader. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be chief visionary officer. This is what I did. I started the company, bootstrapped it all myself. Then I brought it up. We broke our first $1 million in 2014. It took me 4 years to break $1 million in a year. And we had traders that we were backing, and we had the education platform. So we had both of them. They all roll up in what's called Topstep. So I was doing that, and it was growing. And then in like 2015, it started growing. And in 2016, things were on cruise control. I'm like, man, I like this industry is like that I created, and it was like really exciting. That not I, Eddie's a part of the founding team. Hoag, you got other people that are at Topstep that help make this work. So that starts working. Then I put a whole new let me put this leadership team in and a different C-level folks and all that kind of stuff and different heads of that made this whole like kind of corporate. I didn't do it, but I was like very like, let's do it to the people I trusted to do it. So long story short, I should not have trusted these people that didn't have the experience in the industry and weren't about the backing of traders. They were actually more about how do we squeeze stuff out. More than we were actually, how can we help? Because every time I say, how do we help? They're like, how does that make us money? I'm like, I don't care how it makes us money because like you can do this and it helps them become a better trader. And then they stick around here for a long time and they think Topstep's the greatest thing since bee's knees because they're getting help. Because all the traders need is help. They're like, that's not going to make us money. So they're like, we should shut it down. And I got to such a point, I'm like, fine, shut it down. And I was like, because I was getting beat up so much. And I remember talking to Eddie and he's like, what? I'm like, man, I don't like, and Eddie, I think, is that the part of the story? I don't think we've had this conversation since kind of that happened, but like, I was not happy that it shut down because Squawk Radio is something I love. I'm like, I'm going to build this up.
I remember going on there and it was like always similar to this. Obviously, it was just like radio, but we were talking levels. We were talking about why we took the trades. Then we were getting to know the people in the community. It was amazing. And then suddenly it just went away. And I was like, oh no. And I actually remember saying to my husband, I was like, oh, Squawk Radio is gone. I was like, really sad.
Well, it's like if you went to Disney and there were no characters in the park.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a value add. And I think we talked about that but Michael, I tell you, we always talked about it's going to come back. It's
going to come back. Kept telling you, stay patient. It's going to come back. I go, and then I took over as CEO, got kind of flushed everything out that should not have been here at Topstep. And I hope you guys those folks are listening because they held the company back for way too long. And never used a name. So good luck on that one. Held the company back for way too long. Buck stopped with me anyway, so I should have never let it happen. And Ocean, you just said the market's moving, and we should get back to it. The market's not moving; it's sitting right here where it is right now.
It's still at value high. Nasdaq is still at value high. Crude oil is flat completely.
So they told me pick one. You gotta we can't do all things. Michael, you want to do so much. I'm like, yeah, you gotta have education. You gotta have no. We gotta focus on the trading combine, and then we need to do these things that are monetizing this and that. And that's when I just I didn't know any difference because these people had been there, done that, and I hired smart people with pedigrees and all that kind of stuff. So that's another big rant that I have. That one bugs the hell out of me because I wasted 4 or 5 years. The whole industry Topstep started getting behind in the industry. We started getting looked at as just
yet another prop firm. Yeah.
I know.
Really
pissed me off, and then I got rid of all of them, got a whole new team, leadership team, and we absolutely hit the skyrocket limit. We keep going, and we're able to reinvest in all this stuff that technically doesn't make us money. We don't mind. Did you guys have to pay anything to log in here? No, but this is kind of the passion that I have behind it. And Eddie has been a part of this. So kudos to Eddie for for helping the Squawk Radio get off the ground, for staying patient. Eddie went, and then after we shut down Squawk Radio, when one-on-one talked to traders for the next however many years, Eddie, and he just, and then you could call it polishing or honing or just being trusting. Thank you, Eddie, on that one. And then we started Topstep TV, and Hoag and Eddie are like, thank you. This is what we've been wanting to do. And yeah, I mean, and they all know
because you increase the reach, right? You there's only so much time that you can dedicate yourself to a one-on-one. And this way, we're going out to thousands of people. Yeah. And that's always this is the reason why I started my channel as well, because I spend a lot of time explaining one person at a time what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and then it started to mess with my life. At one point I was spending 8-9 hours a day on Skype just like explaining people how to do a level, and I'm like, this is stupid. My husband started getting annoyed with me. We would go for dinner, and I'm like on my phone, like still answering Skype messages, and he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, but I just need to do the setup. And he was like, I don't care. Like, can you just stop? And then I was like, well, it's not fair on him for me to bring that into our private time. So I was like, how can I make this work? So I literally started putting one lecture at a time on a small website. And then at one point I decided to put that on YouTube. And that's my very first YouTube video where I have that big purple hair because I was still a rock musician then. And it hit like 35,000 views in like a week. I didn't even check it because I thought it was just going to be checked by the 12 people that I had around at the same time. I was shocked. I was like, who are these people? And that's how it started.
Purple hair.
Yeah. And they're like, where do I learn this? Do you have a course? Do you have a book? Do you have this? And I'm like, no, I don't. And that's how it started. And then 3 or 4 years later, I was able to kind of put it into a lecture that's structured. We're now CPD certified, like a whole bunch of stuff. And it's been the best because I can provide more value to more people. You can't do one-on-one.
That's how coaching sort of started here. It was, in support, and there would be calls where people would call in and, I'm stuck. I don't know what I need to do. And we weren't, just hanging up. They would transfer those calls to me.
Yep.
And it sort of built from there. I mean, somebody, check back with me in a week, call back here in a week, and let's look at your trade report. And then it just grew from there as far as our coaching. And look what we're doing right now.
Eddie went from one to many with the Squawk Radio. And I'll get done with this so you guys know. But Squawk Radio was something we did in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever, 15. I got bad advice. I took it. Look, I took it. No different than any trade I took is my bad trade. I took it. Wish I didn't take it. And it took 4 years away from like what Eddie and I and Hoag could have been doing if we would have stuck on that path. And I remember, like, we don't have the technology and we're trying to do too many things at once. We just need to narrow our focus. Let's cut Squawk Radio. I'm like, God damn, fine, cut it. Like, so then we did go narrow and deep, and it helped us focus a little bit, but we missed the forest through the trees at the same time, because now we're missing a community and education and all that kind of stuff that Eddie was passionately and I were passionately trying to build at Squawk Radio. So long story short, that was it. And now we're back, came back as Topstep TV, same crew that we have as like the headliners as far as in fast markets with Eddie and Hoag. Now we got Deanna and Deanna. We already talked about what you bring to the table and how you and Hoag bounce off each other. Eddie's always been just the color guy. He's come in here and bring awesome color to the show, and that makes people
not just color. I remember because when Squawk Radio was going, he was like, "Be careful of the head fake in crude oil. We've just opened," and I'm like, "What's a head fake?"
Yes.
And then I actually asked Hoag. I said, "What is that?" And he said, "Well, crude oil likes to do this like fake out move for the beginning of the first 15 minutes," and then I literally sat there day by day and observed, and I'm like, holy crap,
I think when I say this, I'm saying it because I look at Hoag as like the professor of the markets, and I look at Eddie as somebody that's going to keep me positive about the markets, positive about myself, positive about wanting to keep moving forward. And Eddie's always had that, and he just makes me laugh. And Eddie, your humor, when people start to get your humor, it's like
when they get it. When they get it, see, that's the problem.
Day one, yeah. Kid comedy is.
You're pretty dry, so it's like, is he joking or not? But yeah, he's joking.
It's my stand up in my Second City days.
He used to be a comedian. Second City
comedian.
guy.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
a comedian. Is a Second City's out of Chicago. It's a comedian
Improv
thing.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Farley and some of the big name actors, Dan Aykroyd, and all that. They all came out of there.
All right, so just looking at gold, guys. So speaking of Eddie, is your market. It's moving. It's popped up, and it actually reached. I think this is Hoag's weekly kickoff high, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think 2090. Yep.
What are you thinking down here on the NASDAQ? I mean, nothing's showing on tilt.
Well, for the only thing I'm seeing is that the value high did not manage to get a TPO close below it. So technically, we did not accept value. So until one of the 30-minute candlestick closes inside it, we still have an opportunity for a bounce. So to me, this is still a range trade.
That range trade from the 20s down here, and it's kind of at the extreme on the lower side, but
yeah, but value high as well. And it tried to go to point of control from yesterday. It didn't quite make it. So if we get some buyers here, this would be another range play. So again, long up until the middle of the range, and that would be the second trade.
Yeah.
If we can hold this level. So we don't want to see a close below 170.68.
170.68, hold below. We don't want to. And then you had 52s though. It hasn't.
Yeah, that's the 52s is the point of control from yesterday. For now, we're not successful in reaching that. So that tells again what doesn't happen. To quote John, we miss John.
Yeah.
What doesn't happen can be equally important as what does happen.
There you go. Taking notes. That was on my notes. The 52s and the 68s and the 73s.
Yep. So we have a little bit of a pullback in gold from around. Well, it was actually a little bit higher. So it went up to 2093.8, so almost 2094, which I believe is a daily supply, edge of the daily supply. Yep. So if you can, you're on my charts. So this is where the sellers came from a few weeks back. So if we can hold below this 2094 level. That's John's weekly kickoff high. So 2090 was his weekly kickoff high. So supply at 2094. So if the market starts spending a little bit of time here, we could have an intraday short in gold. For now, it's a really strong auction, so I wouldn't really mess with it right away.
Yeah, so we did hit those 93s, weekly kickoff 90, all-time high 2152, so long way from there, but a little pullback here right now.
So monkey trades, you go monkey trade futures when pre-market prep MP pre-market opening call guys starts 30 minutes before the market opens. Mm-hmm. Now I am in my car at that point trying to get here. So it's like 6 a.m. when I wake up here, and
oh man, that's early.
I know.
Are you an early?
No, not at all. I would love to be just waking up right now.
See, that's one of the only reasons why I remain in the UK, because I can sleep however long, even though I still wake up around like 8:30. But I was a night owl. I was a musician for most of my life. And then, the morning, even if I'm going to trade, I need to like have a coffee. I need to have a boatload of stimulants to wake myself up. And then I'm
boatload.
Like, yes, boatload. Like literally, we're talking nicotine patches. We're talking one of these, which have like 350 milligrams of caffeine in them. And then, 2 hours later, I'm like, okay, let's try and trade. Yeah. So it's if I had to wake up at 6, I would be totally non-functional. Like I would come on here and just go, hello.
Is that caffeine pills?
They're not caffeine pills. They're like an energy drink, but it's like compressed because I don't like a lot of liquids.
Yeah.
I find it very difficult. So I just basically smash this down, and it's kind of like having a Red Bull. It's got like B vitamins. It's got like ginseng and a whole bunch of other things in it, but mainly caffeine. Yeah.
I know Patrick Wheeland, we had him on here, and he was talking about, I'm like, what time? Like, you've been up for like 6 hours? Because I was joking about he has high energy, and it was open. He's like, he's already been up for like 3 hours, but he takes caffeine pills or some type of, I don't know if they're he said caffeine pills, just straight caffeine pills seems Seems
Yeah, those caffeine pills, caffeine on its own, I think I metabolize caffeine really well, which is why I can have so much of it.
Is that why? Okay.
Yeah. So it's like ridiculous amount. One time I was Googling what is the lethal dose of caffeine, because I think I had like 3 venti lattes and nothing. I was still like, well, I suppose I'm awake.
Didn't they say? Isn't there something I read out there about nicotine is actually good? Something is like.
Yeah, I've got a nicotine patch on me. Yeah, I don't smoke. I haven't smoked since 2008.
But it's good. It's okay for you. It's good for you as long as it's not burned.
Yeah, so I do like half patch. So I basically tape over half of it, and I do the step 3 because I don't smoke, and it actually affects me more than caffeine. So I just basically stick it on my arm, and about 20 minutes later, I literally get this like kick of awakeness, I suppose. And everything is more focused. You can think clearly. Caffeine gets a bad rap because of the smoking. So, when you're smoking it, there's tar and there's a whole bunch of other shit that goes into your body. But when it's an actual, just a pure substance, nicotine is actually better and not much more harmful than caffeine. It actually has beneficial effects. It's neuroprotective as well. So if somebody has a history of, their parents having dementia and stuff, nicotine can actually stop that.
Yeah.
Andrew Huberman actually has a pretty good podcast on that. He's a neuroscientist. Wow. So he talks about it, and he said he's got some guy that he works with. He's a scientist, and he said I went into his office, and he was like chewing one new nicotine gum every like 5 minutes. Yeah. And he went through like 7 of them.
I used to chew the gum too, and I tell you, if you chew it too much, it's going to really affect you.
Really, because we have I didn't. Justin's, I forgot, I didn't see your last name in here, doesn't even smoke, and he says he chews nicotine gum when he trades. Nicotine, lots of very informative stuff that people are sharing about nicotine in here. Eddie, you've been on that as well. I think Hoag got off cigarettes, I think, a bit. You guys have always been talking about that since I've met you guys.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for many people who used to smoke like for decades, it's a difficult thing to get off. I only smoked for like maybe about 7-8 years, like through when I was like 19 to about 28, and then I stopped. So, and that was, like I said, 2008. So it's been a long time.
Wild Bill, chew tobacco while you're trading?
I find a lot of guys on the trading floor that would chew tobacco.
I chew. I'll have one in here in a little bit, just because it's like, I don't know. It's what's it called? The mouse asphyxiation or something. I don't know. I enjoy it.
It's definitely a nootropic. Makes you sharper. I'm gonna go into this short gold tradertainment.
Hey, so right now we pinned up some questions for group coaching. There's the link up on top of our chat. Click on the form, and if you got questions for Coach Robert, by all means, send them out. Let's get some questions for Coach Robert.
So, Eddie, on the tilt, we got 50-50 on S&P and NASDAQ. On the 5-minute chart, last 8 candlesticks have been sideways. Right about down here, this would be around the low, guys, that we've got to. It's a low on the S&P right now. So Deanna's talking about, is the range bound still in play? This could be an extension down. That for all you shorts that were up there in the 20s, there's a lot of you that got short up there. Good stuff. But now we're down here in the 50s and 60s. So are you looking for it to sell off all day? You got a lot. You got 40, 60 handles in the money if you got the 20s. That's incredible. I'm just kind of like helping you guys process if you're still short. But Deanna talks about the range still in play. And I think about the week. It's Wednesday, New Year's Eve weekend, and all that stuff is coming up upon us. The markets, I don't even know if big money's even in New York or London pushing anything around. So be careful looking for huge moves today. If you already got 60 handles into something, then that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Just be cautious. I'm just spinning my wheels here right now. So I was trading the micros for a little bit, and it was just a lot of work, and so I shut that down. I'm hands off here for the rest of the day, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, gold did pop, so like I said, I'm going to try the short. I'm not going to grasshopper in and out, so I'm just going to give it some time.
Yeah.
Grasshopper in and out. I love how you say that.
Yeah. Hopping in and out of trades. Boing, boing, boing.
Surprised you didn't use a bunny.
Bonnie. I don't know. Bunnies are a bit skittish, aren't they? So,
Not our Bonnie from Top Quiz.
Oh, no, she's awesome. Yeah. She's
Not
awesome.
Bonnie the bunny.
Bonnie, I saw you in here. Are you in here, Bonnie? Talk about
who is in here.
You know how I said I was able to readjust our leadership team and put kick-ass people in place that I could step away and do TopstepTV. It is because of like literally everybody on Topstep's team right now that we have. We have over 100 employees now, Deanna.
Cool.
And their help from engineers to support team to finance to marketing to TopstepTV, like 15.
And Bonnie is finance. I saw that yesterday.
Bonnie's finance. There she is. Hey, Bonnie. She's kick-ass. Like, incredible.
I love Bonnie. Everybody loves Bonnie. She's awesome. She's such a cool girl.
She's going to be on, for those in the Bonnie fan club, she's going to be on with Danielle today for Top Quiz.
Nice. Yeah, she was on yesterday too. I like the women takeover of Top Quiz. Now, Jack, I don't know if he's taking time off, which is probably much needed. Hopefully he is. Yes, good. You do a hell of a job, and it's been your Top Quiz since the start. But I gotta say, ladies did pretty well yesterday. Pretty well.
Danielle even did like sort of like a poll.
Oh,
what do you like best out of this? I love that.
They're like, okay, that's a twist.
Yeah.
Well, we're forever trying to make it better for the listener, for the viewer, and we want to know this. So it's, I was mentioning that this Topstep TV is still in its infancy stage.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so many ideas that and then like Michael says, 2024, you just wait.
Yes. No, you're right. You just wait. Go ahead, Eddie.
No. I
need to wait. I was gonna give Bonnie a props here real quick because guys, we do over $100,000 easily a day that we pay out and traders that request payouts, whether they're in the live funded account or express funded account. Guess who's a part of that? Bonnie is like the mastermind behind the process that we're putting together and all that kind of stuff. She's working to get Wise. We're going to have announced that we have Wise now in place. That should be really, really fast. We've gotten some other banking type stuff set up that's going to make it much, much easier for our team. Because once you get your payout request in before 10 a.m., we can process those same day, but then they got to hit like whatever payout you choose that you want it to be paid out through, and we're going to bring more options of those to you all. So Bonnie is a part of that. So when you guys see her on Top Quiz, make sure you give her some extra kudos, not only for being right on those answers in the Top Quiz, but also on all that she's doing with her team on the financial side of building great processes. Like a good trading process. Byproduct of a good trading process, Eddie, is making money. So she's a byproduct of good at trade processing is you getting your money.
So I'm just going to clip this so I can get a better entry because I didn't get the reversal that I was expecting. So I'm going to get a better entry here.
Okay. Do we got a picture of Bonnie working that heavy construction vehicle when you guys were out in Vegas? I saw that picture and I was like, that is too cool.
Right?
Okay, we got to put that out front. I mean, sweet little Bonnie in this like big like earth moving crane.
Deanna, we rented. It was when we had like 60 or 70 employees last year, something like that. We rented 60 rooms at the MGM. It was like $60 a room. So I'm like, all right, everybody, we'll work from anywhere. So we don't have an office, a big office, because nobody even comes in anymore. So all that money is saved. I'm like, okay, each year we're going to go to Vegas and we're going to go to Lake Geneva, Lake Lawn up there in Wisconsin. 2 times a year we're going to do events and everybody flies up there. So Vegas, we had one, and it was we all flew down there. Bonnie's down there too, of course, because the story leads to her. And then we're working big, heavy machinery equipment as a team building exercise outside in the deserts of Las Vegas. So we all took a bus and went out there, and we had these big like backhoe excavators and all that kind of stuff. So she, I think she won the award on building the largest skyscraper in the shortest amount of time. I think.
I thought she found Hoffa.
Yeah, she found Hoffa.
She won. You win. You found Jimmy Hoffa. Congratulations.
So, guys, we did bounce off those lows when we were talking about coming back to into could it still be a range trade? And I was talking about watch out for all you shorts that already 60 handles or so in the money. So,
let's have a look at that.
Yeah, it could be one of these range bound days.
Yeah, range bound until proven otherwise, especially this time of the year. Right, let's see if this GC trade can bring something.
So that's my Bonnie rant. Bonnie, sorry I'm off ranting about you. I go on rants.
Well deserved, though.
Yeah, that was a well-deserved one. And yours was a well-deserved one, Eddie. The squawk radio.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I still have your we got to get a picture. Do we have the picture of your setup back in the trading floor? The motorcycle, which you used to call the motorcycle?
Oh no, that was like folks. Topstep was at the beginnings was a laptop and an earbud. that was it.
Right behind me, Eddie would stand there doing squawk radio. I was still trading the pit, and I was also backing traders, evaluating traders and backing traders, and that's kind of where the whole transition started to happen from working ourselves out of the pit into like being full-time Topstep. And
full-time, baby, full-time. Oh, who give us a good heads up here? You see Russell?
Yeah.
Russell's heading for some new lows here.
Do you trade the Russell, Deanna, or watch the Russell?
I don't. No, I did trade the Dow a little bit. But again, it's always towards the end of the day. I don't really trade equities at this time of the day. My edge is usually for the last hour and a half of the session in equities.
Nick Dolby, thank you. Great place to meet traders. Nick Dolby put it. There's a link to our Discord. Russell and the Dow. Those are two ones that I think we should start talking about a little bit more, but we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, I mean, they're available to trade here on X.
That behaves really well. I find it very technical.
I don't know.
It's $5 a tick, like Nasdaq, just slightly less crazy.
Yeah, less like, and you'll still get the Nasdaq movement because it will whip.
Yep.
And I don't know why I don't trade it because I get member rates on that, Deanna. Member rates. So right now, every time I buy one, it's like $1.20 a side. This right here, this badge item, I own a badge. I own a seat that lets me trade the Dow.
Yeah.
And it'd be like 15 cents. I should probably just start trading it.
So you're still a member then?
I'm still a member, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
you were a Dow trader, weren't you?
I was a Dow trader.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know whether people know that. Look.
Can you see young Michael?
Oh, yeah, it's very fresh-faced.
Very, very fresh-faced. Yes. Oh, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Did not know at all what the next path in my life was, except I wanted to be better each day. And I was around good people. Remember that, Eddie? Cedar, Gleason.
Oh, yeah. And
how hard was it for you guys to go from floor traders, pit traders to on screen?
Piece of cake for me, Deanna, because I went from electronic. I was one of the first electronic. There was 300, 400 people in the pit. There's probably 7 or 10 of them trading on electronic screen when I first showed up, and I was one of them. And I already knew how to trade on electronic screen, and I'd be looking at the Dow and be like, it's 80 bid. Why did that guy just offer 78s? Right? He's offering them again. He's offering, I'll buy one. I'm like, shit, I can sell 80s. Oh, wow. Okay. So then now I started looking up more and looking down at my screen and be like, and you get that little 5-tick, 3-tick, or 3-point in the Dow, 3 points, 5 tick, and you get these people, whether they're puking trades because nobody laid off anything in the screens in the early days. So that was a big help in getting you a little edge in the morning on your P&L cushion.
Oh.
GB62. Do you guys miss the trading in the pit?
Yes.
I sort of miss the trading floor atmosphere.
Yes.
You know,
this is the closest thing we've ever come to it, right, Eddie?
Pretty much. I mean, if this, we're actually markets in front of us. We're conversing. Market's dead. Hey, how's the family? Market picks up. It was like when it was time to work, it's time to work. There, no questions asked. When it's time to sort of relax, at ease. Let's pull out the crossword until something kicks in again. But that was one of the things, though. If you're on the trading floor, you had to have that. You had to have your blood flowing. You had to have your brain sharp any second, because it could take off, and right away you'll be busy.
Yep.
So interestingly, Russell has accepted value and extended the seed period into a sustained auction as it's doing this. And we have some single prints left to the downside. So this is now a value acceptance in the Russell.
Okay, the Russell traders out there, there you go. Sideways action.
What's the tick value in Russell?
I do not know.
I think it's 5.
5. Yeah, okay.
So since that sell-off, we've had 10 5-minute bars that are still sitting between the price of 83s or 85s and 60s.
Mm-hmm.
20 handle range.
Yep.
Oh, there's some old pictures of Eddie. Guys, we're going to get them. I'm looking at them. Can you get the one of him on the trading floor with the 3 screens in front of him with the trading screens or with the wall boards behind him?
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-huh.
One of them was on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
One of them was. That might be the picture.
Wasn't it always cool, Eddie, when we'd be in the trading floor and it would be crazy and like 2 or 3 days of craziness or however many days of craziness. And then next thing you know, you'd see the reporters start to come down with their cameras and start taking pictures of the pits because they were going to write a big article about the markets, something. And you'd always, everybody kind of put their hands up a little bit more. So then you try to get in the camera.
You posers.
Yeah,
We're all guilty. Here comes camera. Pose like you're doing something. Scream at somebody. Scream at somebody. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Let's see.
My goodness.
Oh yeah, look at him hard at work right there. There's Bernanke. Look at that Bernanke's in there.
Bernanke. Yeah, that was. I think that was the one that was used for the San Francisco Chronicle. Bernanke too. Yeah. And I think I got the Squawk Radio on one of those screens. I think.
Yeah. So guys, just so you know, right in front of him, Squawk Radio. Then he'd have like a news board. All those wall boards in front of him, he would look at. And take information off of. They had breaking news on there too, like as fast as Bloomberg would do it. And then we'd have a mic right up there that picked up, the guy's head that's kind of like right over that one top screen, the very top screen to the left of it. That guy, that's the S&P pit, which right in front of that guy was hundreds of traders that were lower than him, below the step. And right behind Eddie right now where he's sitting was the Dow pit where I was standing about 5 yards away from him.
Right.
So I turn around, I come out of the pit and be like, hey, Eddie, how we doing? And he'd have all these people in the chat, Dolby time, Dolby who just brought
Fred Decker, Hoop.
Fred Decker, Hoop, exactly. These guys are badass. Dante, I think, was a part of the back
Dante. Yeah.
Well,
if you notice where the Bernanke screen is, it's on another desk, and we had to pay for those. We had to lease those desks. And we sort of took that desk over without leasing it, and we spread out pretty well there. So it
was $110 only, Deanna, to rent a desk on the trading floor.
No. It was $3.5 grand for a desk fee when I worked at a prop firm.
Okay, that's a prop firm. On the trading floor, they were literally just a desk, and it was just like a countertop and a seat, and then it
was just a desk. Yeah, no platform, no nothing. No?
You still had to become a member. You still had to have access and all that kind of stuff. And so, but
I see some people are asking why I'm short on gold. Well, I did mention the daily supply and Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, so that's where we're at. And then I saw a reversal. There's also an average daily range high right at this top. So 2093.9 is the average daily range high. So we've effectively extended all the way up to the average daily range and then reversed. So I saw some sellers coming in. My first trade, I had to clip it because my entry wasn't that good. So I clipped it at 0.5. And now I'm in with a better position and it seems to be doing okay for now. So we'll see. This is now an auction fade setup, technically. I'm seeing 3 TPOs per row as well. So that usually means that the auction is slowing down. That's one of the ways that you can tell whether the directional move is still going or not. And as soon as it starts to build that structure, if you can combine that with your levels and with the price action, it means you can try the trade opposite to whatever was going on up until then. So we'll see.
So I'm going to get, Dobie, I'm going to get another picture for you to get in here because I want to explain a couple things on how the pit transitioned from the pit leading to the electronic screens leading the markets, and how that is a pretty good example. I just shared you the picture. If you can bring that one in there, Dobie. We got, yeah, no rush, no rush.
Somebody's asking how I use Renko candles. Just to slightly time the entry a little bit better. I don't really rely on them that much. It's just so that I might not be entering exactly when, like for example, my focus was a little bit off when I was talking. So for the first trade, I got in a little bit earlier, and then I also saw that there was a reversal on Renko against my position. It's part of the reason why I killed it. So yeah, it's just a little supportive factor. It's not necessary. You can see a very similar type of information in regular candles. But sometimes I feel that it gets rid of the noise.
Okay. It's a good chip.
Okay, guys, when he shares this picture, and I want to see if you guys can even see it, in the top right corner. So here's all the traders in the pit, okay? Everybody's looking at each other. And see those little white screens that are in front of people's chest?
Yeah.
You can see this, like the screen of it. It's white. Those are tablets. So you could have a tablet. The guy in the bottom left is on a tablet. Okay, so before I don't know, like I came down to the pits in like 04 or 05. I was like one of the few people. This is after the pits have been going on for a while, and those tablets started to show up. Before, it was just person to person. Okay, now in the top right corner, you're going to see one little screen or a TV screen up in the top right corner with a chart. That was the only chart in the trading pit. All these traders in here on their tablets did not typically have charts. They would have their ladder or dome, and they would get in and out. So that was like the evolution. Went from like traders that were just like looking at each other and trading open outcry, and then would look up at that screen in the top right corner on a TV screen and see the chart there. But also it probably show the bid and offer of the electronic markets, the ES. This is the big Dow, the big S&P pit. And then you see up on the screen the ES and see the bid offers of the ES. So then people would always look at the bid offers of the ES, which you're like, what's the same markets? Well, no, it's not. ES was different than the S&P big contract, just like the ES is different than the micros. So you're like, well, they're the same. Well, they're two different markets. You will have market makers that will keep those markets very close to each other, because they're the same product.
They're a derivative of something else.
Yeah, of something else. So, but in general, the pit would get off whack, and the pit would be like the price of 80, and then the S&P would be the price of 81. And you'd have all these screen traders in here with the tablets that would then sell and buy and scalp and arbitrage in between there. So that's what they're doing in between there. And then they have that one chart that everybody would see in the top right corner of the picture, that chart up there. So that's their charting package. And then, for the Dow, one of those screens at the very top above the charts would be like Boeing and all the stocks that made up the Dow index. You would see which each one of those were up or down. That's really all they gave you to trade, and that was it as far as information on the trading floor.
Somebody's asking, what's that on the floor? Garbage?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Hamburger wrappers, newspaper, Kleenex, whatever you can think of.
So the transition from pit to screen was a very, very cool experience. Eddie saw it more than I did. I got it when I showed up when there was like a small amount of people having tablet screens, and that's where you do your touch screen to get in and out electronically. But Eddie saw it before there was any screens.
Yeah, it was just open outcry when Hoag and myself were on the trading floor. Yeah, it was a different world. It was a different world, and I can't. I mean, it's really hard to describe. It was like each pit was its own little town. Everybody knew everybody in the pit, and everybody knew everybody's business in the pit. But you go to a different pit, and it'd be like, of course we all knew everybody. I mean, you knew people by their acronyms or their nicknames, or some of the people that you got closer with. You knew, the first and last name. But it's like, passing ships. A lot of people were doing it. It was like, hey, I know that guy. Hey, what's up? It was a trip, man.
Different world.
Completely.
That was a blast from the past. It was such a cool experience. So do we miss it, Eddie? I miss it, but I think I love electronic trading. I love electronic trading, but the floor is just kind of fun doing that, writing it down.
Yeah, and the fight and the sport of it, The only thing I didn't like was you had to stand all day long, Yeah.
See, I do miss the prop firms because we had a similar camaraderie and stuff and joking around in the office and all of that. But again, long days, like you'd have to be in there for like 12 hours, and we weren't standing up, we were sitting down. But the characters that were in prop firms where I worked, they were all just uniquely interesting individuals. It was crazy. And then some of the stories that you would hear would be so funny. So I do miss that. And, going out for a lunch or something like that. But in a way, I have that now with you guys. So that's the one part that I really, really missed.
So there's some questions in here I'm going to fire away real quick. Why do we choose the colors of the jackets? Well, green is better than red on the trading floor. As far as that was something. And then we went to black and white in like 2020 as colors because we want to be black and white. Randy Eagle, Ben Lichtenstein, he was right behind our desk. He called the flash crash. It's still probably one of the greatest. Somebody dropped the link in here for the flash crash. Ben Lichtenstein from what was his name?
Ben Lichtenstein.
Lichtenstein. What was the name of his company? Trade Squawk something? No,
I forget. Well, here's the thing. I got a surprise for you. I talked to him about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
And we're going to get him on TopstepTV.
Oh, wow!
Like as just an interview because he's with
TD Ameritrade.
Yeah, right. He's with the TD network. Yeah. No, he's definitely. I want to get him on 100%.
He's a longtime friend. Yeah. And what was funny is, when we were doing Squawk, he was way up in the bleachers on the other side of the S&P pit, and we were on the opposite side, and we'd always we'd always shoot information back and forth to each other.
Yep.
Who's buying, who's selling, who's size up, what's going on.
Yeah, so, I remember he was Goldman comes in, selling 1,000, and he'd get like so excited. You're like, holy shit! I mean, he would make you want to trade. That was kind of the thing about it too. So
that's what we were. I mean, we were phone clerks. We had to make sure that the trading desks knew what was going on. And they wanted to hear that, but he captured it on that flash crash video.
Do you need? I'll keep going. Do you need qualifications to work in the pits? Yeah, you need to pass the. You need to get your member, fill out an application, and then once you complete the member test, it's you're able to come on the trading floor. And the member test is the same as passing your Series 3, but it's not even close as hard. So technically, if you pass that test, you're like you have a Series 3. You have to get registered with the NFA. So I did all that. Everybody kind of how to do that if you remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, do I ever move stops the break even? Never.
Russell, there's a 232 lot in Russell here.
Mm.
And it's very close. 2079 even, 234 contracts sitting there on a double-digit day.
Uh-huh. How did they manage insider trading or manipulation in the pit? They didn't. You would see if I'm sitting here in the pit and I looked up there and it's so far away and I knew that was Goldman's desk and they go sell 500. And they said they just flagged it in sell 500 like that. I can get in front of that order. Why? Because I'm just looking up and I'm just doing whatever. Nobody told me information. I saw information that just got public. It was publicly like shared, sell 500. So I could get short right in front of that. That is what you would see people sometimes do. And you could say that's front running orders. Well, the order got flagged in, you're on the trading floor. So you're going to see all this information. And then It doesn't mean it's going to be correct. It could easily just rally. But there's no like insider, like, hey, Boeing is going to get charged with blah, 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 and no, you didn't hear anything about equity. There wasn't really any of that insider information.
Being in the pit, and if you saw that Morgan shoot that 500 lot, right away, you'd be like, give me a bid. You'd contact your guys on the desk. Give me a bid, get a bid, get a bid, get a bid. And they'd throw a bid out there. If it was, I don't know, 25, 28 market, 25, 27, maybe they might say, hey, 23 bid on 300, 24 bid on 200. And you'd have that there. And, like Michael said, Morgan's selling 500 at the market, more or less you're going to get filled. And they would love that. Those trade desks, hey, man, I got a couple tick, I got a couple ticks out of that one. And they'd love that. They do that. They do that basically all day. Morgan and Goldman would do that all day long. All day long. They had those phone clerks, like, those guys were, totally focused machines. I'm going to say that, totally focused machines. Mm-hmm. Because, 25, 28, 25, 208, all day long.
Yeah, Hoop, you said it right. Hate to say it, but that's the edge you pay $4K for. That's 100% correct, because we wanted to put a camera on the trading floor, and they're like, no, that gives other people an edge that members only should be getting the edge for. So Hoop, yes, you're correct. And that's one of the reasons why in Squawk Radio we're like, we want a camera on the trading floor, and you couldn't do that. No.
Yeah, but we snuck a mic on there.
Yeah, you snuck me on there. No.
Yeah, Michael, we snuck there.
We had a mic, yeah, and it would just play the floor noise all the time, so you'd always hear the ambiance of the trading floor, which was actually
all we wanted. Yeah, that's all we wanted. I mean, I thought that was cool.
So when are you getting Ben, Eddie?
Well, I sort of contacted him, and he was like, "Yeah, for sure, let's do it."
100%. Sweet. Nice.
So it's just a matter of we'll see if when Anthony gets off. I don't know if he's on vacation. See if we can get a book maybe first of the year, somewhere around there.
Somebody share the link. Just link to Ben. Those that don't know what we're talking about.
Nick did. Okay. Maybe we could post it again.
Post it again. You guys get the flash crash where he calls it out. His voice is scratchy and screaming, and it was one of the biggest sell-offs ever.
I think it was. I don't know if it was the biggest, but it was captured. Let's just put it that way. It was an exciting capture of phone clerk audio. It was a lot. I'm not. Don't kid me there.
There it is. Flash crash call. There you guys go.
Someone's asking how to buy in the pit. How to buy.
Hands in.
Yeah, it was like hands in. We can see that was like gimme. I want to buy, and then the hands out was like push away. I want to sell. I want to sell. And that would be an indicator if you were a buyer, you were a seller.
Right here. Trading hand signals.
There you go.
Somebody sent me this book. I'm like, I already know how to do trading hand signals. But it gives you a whole little rundown on what you do, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember my sister and we would take old dupes from the trading floor, and she had a pile of them, and she'd read them out. 25 on 10. 17 at 38, and it was like just a flash cards. And she helped me learn a lot.
You remember this guy, Eddie?
Trading, is that Rami?
That's Dow Pitt.
Who wrote that book?
This is the trading floor book. It's just
okay.
Or the trading hand signal book.
That was, I think we didn't have that, but there was a guy on the trading floor, Rami, who would have classes to teach you how to do the arbitrage. You needed to know. And one of the good things is, like, if you were like 100 yards away and your buddy, you had visual on your buddy, you can actually tell him, oh, look at that. Okay. You can actually book a time for lunch, where you're going to eat, what you're going to eat, just with hand signs.
Eddie, remember you talked about Refco? Can you see that guy smoking a joint in this thing?
I don't know if I'm familiar with that book, though, but that was
it's all about hand signals. It's the hand signals of the trading pit. This guy right here is doing Refco. That's Refco. Can you even see it or no?
I can't.
Okay, the image right there.
This is Refco.
Yep, he's
looking. Refco is puffing on a Dubstein.
This is a book. So it just goes to show you how funny the pit was like that.
Well, that would be the hand sign. Goldman was the ring on the finger. Morgan was the M.
Mm-hmm.
Shearson Lehman was the scissors with the fingers. Smith Brothers was the beard because of the cough drops. What other ones were there?
Yeah,
this way you would know who's buying and who's selling. If you're 100 yards away, hey, who's buying?
That section's called
bought 100.
It's called participants, and it goes into it goes into everything. It goes into everything that you just talked about. So yeah,
a book that is no longer needed. That's sad. It was fun. It was fun, but I'm going to tell you, it was the biggest stress I've had in my life ever.
Was Deutsche Bank the one underneath the nose?
Underneath the what? The what?
Underneath your nose. They call it the origination of it's Hitler's mustache. That's what they call it.
Yes. That was Deutsche Bank.
The Deutsche Bank.
Was. Yeah. Just a finger under the nose.
And then right next to that one is the Goldman ring. This one here.
Finger.
So you're correct, Eddie.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
I know. That's funny.
Yeah, that was before, but somebody actually made a book. That's pretty cool.
I know. My lawyer sent it to us, who's been our lawyer since 2010. I'm like, why are you sending it to this? It's like a year ago. Like, we've been 12 years we've been doing this, and you just send me a trading book on hand signals. I thought you'd like it.
A little late for that one, huh?
I know. I thought you'd like it. I'm like, okay, well, I do.
What's that guy's badge? He looks familiar. A lot of focus.
Pony, PNOY.
Okay. All right. Hey, real quick here, want to veer off the path a bit. We're going to have group coaching coming up here very shortly. Not right now, but it's coming up here. And we have pinned the form for questions. Group coaching today with Coach Robert. A lot of good positive feedback yesterday. So remember, please, too, these are questions for coaching. All right. If you've got questions for support, you can go to support, go to topstep.com and contact Wendy. And if you got that, but yeah, use that form pinned on the top of the YouTube chat. But yes, I'm trying to think of some other ones that were pretty funny.
I can't even read these. Like, I can't even read. I swear to God. Like, I'm not going to read these, but like in the book, it's stereotype of, and they'll name like a certain something. That's how the Goldberg came out. And then Conti was a bad one. Oh man.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I did not know. It's in the book, and they're literally saying.
But those were very minor companies that really didn't do much.
Yeah.
You know.
I can't believe they shared those. I can't believe they shared. This does not make the board of or the floor traders, because it's like you're doing signals that are like. That's in the book.
I mean, but you had to, and I mean, the thing is too, and it's such as military. There's a lot of call signs and abbreviations, and
yeah, it's like a whole meta language, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, my friends, it is just about time. We've got about half past the monkey's ass, so. Dee, we're gonna get you back. No, we're not, because we had a Monday holiday.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man,
That's a week from today.
Oh
right?
man,
I know. Shut it down. Let's just shut the whole thing down.
Man, the sunshine of our fast market is now coming to an end.
Well, I can pop in for power hour at some point.
You know what?
I'm going anywhere. Yeah.
That would. You know what? By all means. Let us know if you can. I know that you follow us in the chat, which is cool, and we communicate.
I'm not going anywhere. So yeah, you guys are my New Year's Eve party. So if you need me, just give me a ding.
Wow.
I feel special. I got no plans for New Year's Eve.
I feel special too. My God. All right, so we're gonna take a break here. Michael, you're done for the day. Go hit the slopes. Put the book down.
I'm gonna go hit the mountains right now. I don't like being down 2,000 on the day, but Deanna, I need to listen to you a little bit more. I got a little bit of kid in the candy store right out of the gate because I saw some things moving.
Mm-hmm.
Gets you, it bites you, and it just goes to show it to anybody. And this is my stream of consciousness journaling. Write this down in your journal. If you have during this week, learn these dead weeks like this. If you're here, at least learn what the market does these weeks. So then next year you don't get the FOMO. Let's just say you're like, well, I mean, I was there all last year for the whole week and it sucked. Like, why don't I take a vacation? Honey, let's go on a vacation, blah, blah, or so however you do. So that's the whole goal of tuning into these type of markets. So don't lose thousands on a day like this that doesn't present itself with new opportunities. So all these are the lessons that, of course, I learned, but I'm sharing with you as we do Topstep TV on the do's and don'ts of the trading world through each of our lenses. So Deanna, thank you for helping me on that one best trade of the day. My best trade of the day was a Deanna trade. So thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, we're still finding our our rhythm. Yeah, so
yes,
we've got plenty of time. So
yes.
I'm sure by the end of next year,
by the end
we'll be like, yeah, sure, yeah.
It's one more year. No, Deanna, awesome stuff. And great trading with you in 2023. Very, very excited to trade with you in 2024. Actually, very, very excited because I learn more from you all the time. And then we'll have our buddy and mentor and Obi-Wan Kenobi back with us, John Hoagland, which is going to be great next week.
Obi-Wan. All right.
Cool.
All right. We're going to take Deanna. Have a great week. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll catch you. Join us whenever you want. Let's put it that way.
Cool.
Michael,
awesome.
Don't hurt yourself on the slopes. Get a hot chocolate on me. And we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right. See you guys.
Shoulder tap, shoulder tap. Yes, it is. It's time for shoulder tap with our good friend, the mustachio master, Mick. Hello, Mick.
Good morning, Eddie. How's it going?
Good. Boy, we had a nice little fast market conversation trade. We had Robert doing the opening call, some good charting there. And now we're up to see how our traders are doing.
Yeah. I was listening to that conversation for the 30 or so minutes before this segment. And, I always miss out on the conversations. I hear what you guys are talking about. I'm like, oh, I wish I was on with you guys.
Oh, man.
You were talking about the hand signals and the Trading Pit Hand Signals book, which I have at home. I keep that as kind of an end table book. It's nice when guests come over, they can, look at it and go through the stuff and starts a little conversation and whatnot. And I heard you guys talking about the, the Refco signs, like for reefer, Rosenthal, that kind of stuff. Rosenthal being the rose on the chest.
The rose on the chest, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of them.
Bear
So that's
stern
fun.
was the bear claw.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Did you have a chance about talking about, the hand signals for sellers with their palms out, buyers with their hands in, how the bulls and the bears gore?
Yes. And
all right.
The months, we didn't tag the months though. There was a lot going on with hand signal in the month.
Yeah.
And when we did options, 35 call, that would be another thing too. There was a lot. You had to know a lot too, and
you had to know a lot. And if you didn't pick up on that stuff quickly, you got kind of left in the dust and pushed aside. Fortunately, no one trader needed to know all of those hand signals. Not a lot of them applied to everybody, but the core basic ones and whatnot, no doubt. But enough of that. That was last segment. Let's do shoulder tap today. But I want to first show off one of the new additions for the trophy room here in the Board of Trade building. We got our Inc. 5000 wall candy.
No way. Oh.
Yeah, so this will go up along with the other ones that are right above my shoulder over here. We've got, but this is the recent 2023 one. So yeah, it's beautiful.
Real quick. What is that award about?
This is for the fastest growing companies, the top 5,000 fastest growing companies. So we have gotten this and then 4 others since we've been applying for it. So we've been on a bit of a streak. The Blizzard King, I see, give Michael Patak a shoulder tap. Shout out to you. Yeah, he's well within his limits today. Down money on the day. I know he's going off to the slopes a little disgruntled, but having losing days is all part of it.
You got it. Cool.
Let's dive in. I got a ton of fun stuff to share with you guys. It is, again, the holiday week in between Christmas and New Year's, so a little quiet on the live accounts. We have, I talk about maturity and whatnot from our traders. We've got a lot of great people in XFAs. We've got a lot of great people in the live accounts. The people that get called up to the live accounts are people that we see, something special in their trading. And I will say that a lot of those live traders are taking this week off. We've got lower volume, lower participation, people being people and humans and, just hanging out with family, doing that kind of thing, gearing up and getting ready for the 2024 year, no doubt. Yeah, so I've got a shout out for Kyle K, one of our power players, someone in a live account. He's a big swinger. He's up 10 grand today, and happy to share it because usually he's either hitting that $3,000 daily loss limit on his days because he's trading big size. He's always 15 contracts, but he's up 10K today, so it's a really good week for him so far through Wednesday. I think he's done for the day. I think he saw his opportunity, took it, and is running with the money. We've got Piranavan, a name that you're familiar with hearing. He's up 1,000. Hughes from France up 2,300. Rames, top of the board today, up 3,400. And then Jack is up 1,800 last I looked. So good stuff from our live traders. Speaking of live traders, I've got 3 individuals I want to talk about, all of which got called up from their express funded accounts to live accounts yesterday. We had 5 call-ups yesterday. I picked 3 people that I wanted to talk about. The first one, if we could cue it up for Ronald S.
Okay.
Let's get Ronald S.'s card up here if we could, please. All right. So what I'm excited most about this Ronald S. card is, first of all, sharing with you all our viewers and you, Eddie. We got a new guy in the 100K club. We're going to have to be sending him the 100K club hat. We got a few of those sitting around. And Ronald S. hit the cap in 2 express funded accounts yesterday, $50,000 cap. Between those 2 accounts also, he's taken $34,000 in payouts. So $34,000 in payouts from his express funded accounts means we're moving $66,000 over to a live account for him to start with as his starting balance. In addition to, oh, no, Scott E is not in the 100K club. It is Ronald who we're talking. Well, that's a nice little badge to throw on there in addition to the Topstep Funded Trader seal. Hopefully Scott E will also get to the 100K club, but if we could cue back up Ronald S, because I want to talk about him. You can't stop this guy. He has been knocking it out of the park in his XFA. All right, back to Ronald. So knocking it out of the park, 100K club, one of our few traders that has hit that 6-figure number there, and I'm really excited for him to keep this momentum going forward. If you remember me talking about Hughes, one of our funded live traders from France, he had actually started his XFA with started his live account with $23,000 and then made all of that money to put him in the 100K club just in his live account alone. So this was not trading in the XFA. This was taking money out of the live markets. I hope Ronald can do the same, and we'll be talking about a 200K club pretty soon here, hopefully with this trajectory he's on. So average daily P&L here, $4,470. Multiply that by 2 because he was trading in 2 XFAs, leveraging our trade copier that we offer our traders. He's a new member to Topstep here, so really excited we get this fresh blood in. Seeing a lot of good traders that are new to our program. So very, very exciting stuff here. Average daily P&L, just about $9,000 if you combine those 2. 67% winning days and 64% winning trades.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. So these have certainly been, there's certainly been some large winning days for this trader to have that average daily P&L, because risk reward ratio is not really there. I actually have some fantastic risk reward ratios in the 2 traders that we'll be featuring after Ronald, but like I said, can't stop this guy. He's crushing it. A lot of big winning days, and then you multiply those by 2 via the trade copier. So I'm really liking what I see here. If you are, keeping the losses limited to 3,000. So he's in the 150K. So at most he can lose is 3,000 in each of those accounts, 6,000. If you combine those 2, he's had a few of those days. I saw him for in a losing streak, $3,000 a day, 3 days in a row. So that's a $17,000, $18,000 losing streak. However, putting up really big numbers. So all in all, in the end, it's working out for him, and that's how it pans out for a lot of traders. We talk a lot about consistency and mature trading. We talk about big swingers. I talk about those guys, always a little, concerned with the big swings and whatnot. But all in all, we got big numbers here, 100K club. I think Ronald, when he moves into the live account, can work on over trading a little bit. I think we can see improvements in these winning day metrics and winning trade metrics if he slows down just a little bit and is more selective with his trading. He takes, I don't have the average number of trades. I didn't write that one down, but I know he's not on the lower side of how many trades he's taking per day. So work on the over trading. And then work on limiting losses during the day. What do I mean when I say work on limiting the losses? Because I did just say he only loses up to 3,000 on those losing days. That's because the daily loss limit's in place. Who knows if there was no daily loss limit, it could be larger. However, I see some of our best traders that are putting up the best statistics are the ones that, even though they can lose 3,000, they don't risk that. And I'm going to be talking about one of those traders up next, as a matter of fact. So with that, Ronald, congrats. Looking forward to having you on the prop firm with us, and think about that over trading and maybe limiting those losses during the day. Just, you know, I see a lot of traders hit those daily loss limits just because that's a parameter we have in place. We basically say you can risk up to this much of it. It doesn't mean that you have to. So with that,
you know, real quick, Mick,
Yep.
One thing I like what I'm seeing here is Ronald knows how to gear down. And what I mean by that is if he's trading a NASDAQ, he's got his most likely his primary. Secondary is the ES, which maybe if that NASDAQ's too fast or he's not getting it, he's trading the ES, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah, I agree. And I would also say that going with the S&Ps versus the NASDAQ is a great idea because there's more liquidity in that market. The bids and offers are tighter. There's more size. You know, pull up a dome of the NASDAQ and put it next to the ES. A lot of traders gravitate towards that NASDAQ because they see the market flying around on their screen. But for those of you that are trading size, I'd encourage you to consider trading the S&Ps where, you know, if you're trading size, the bids and offers can absorb that size and you'll see less slippage. You won't see yourself going past the daily loss limit thresholds with slippage, you know, in a fast moving market when you got 15 contracts on.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, good stuff. So Scott E is our next trader. Another guy that got called up from XFA to live. Got called up from XFA to live in 8 short days. Yeah, and you know, this is kind of a unique trading card because it's an interesting set of products traded. We've got the hogs, we've got the wheat, we've got bean oil, 30-year bonds, S&Ps, something obviously we commonly see, crude oil, nat gas, so energy's in there. Another one, the RBOB, gasoline futures, RB, and then copper. So meats, grains, financials, metals, equity indices, energies. They're trading multiple asset classes, and they're doing a great freaking job in all of them. So I like seeing that. I originally saw like the hogs and the bonds and the grains, and I was like, oh, this trader must be out of Chicago, you know, with the CME products and the Board of Trade products that we normally don't see from one of our traders. But they're out of Farmington, New York. Maybe they've got a history here in Chicago. But Scott's getting called up from XFA to live. Very selective trading. Scott's averaging less than 3 trades per day, trading 5 contracts. And on actually most of those trading days, I'm seeing that they're making 1 trade or 2 trades per day, which I love to see because usually you see the higher win rates. I don't have them posted on this card, but
I mean, that's some real good patience.
It's really good. It's really good patience. And then to, you know, go along with what your comment was, Eddie, on the patience side of thing, I have never featured a better risk reward ratio on one of these trading cards, for whether it be someone who's in an XFA, be it someone who's XFA getting called up to live, or even someone in a live account. 5-to-1 risk reward ratio. And that risk reward ratio breaks down as so. $1,100 on their winning trades, and then they're only risking $200 on their losing trades.
Wow.
That's where you want to be. That's definitely where you want to be. If you can. It's hard to find 5-to-1 risk reward ratio on trade setups if you're not looking at a little bit of a higher time frame, which Scott is, because he's got fantastic hold times. He's holding his winning trades on average for 50 minutes. He's cutting his losing trades after only 6 minutes on average. This is someone who, these metrics alone tell me that they're going to kick ass in the live account. You need to be impatient with your losers. This guy is cutting his losing trades after 6 minutes on average, and he's being very patient with his winning trades, holding them for almost an hour. So that tells me they're not looking at 1 minute charts or 5 minute charts for their trades. They're probably executing a top-down approach to the markets, looking at what's the daily market structure, breaking it down to a 4 hour or a 2 hour, then an hourly, then a 30-minute, might be making execution off of a 15-minute chart. But yes, this is really good. And Moon, I see your comment in there, no NQ on the list. Yeah, they're trading different products where they see opportunities, and they're selective. You know, most of our traders are trading NASDAQ, but I really like seeing people that actually stay away from that product because I think it flies around too quickly.
Do you have a target on what he's trading most?
It's definitely the S&P products. I think when you see people kind of stray away from the core equity indices, which most of our traders are doing, there's less trading in those other products. So when I was glancing over the trade report for Scott, I noticed, you know, there were only a few days in the hogs, only a few days in the wheat, only a few days in the oil. And we actually featured someone yesterday who was kind of similar. Who was it that I was talking about yesterday that was trading the currencies? Cameron E. Cameron E had like flawless trading on the currency products. They were predominantly trading equity indices. But if for any of you remembering, I was talking about Cameron and a trading card yesterday. He was our second trading card of the day. He came in, and like I said yesterday, he does the little Michael jab where sees a setup, executes it. And I can't recall how many trading days they spent in their XFA before they got called up to live, but every single trade that they made in those different currencies, and they were trading the Swiss franc, the yen, the Australian dollar, the British pound, and the Japanese yen. They only had 1 or 2 trades or 1 or 2 trading days in each one of those products, but they had 100% win rate in those products. Goes back again to what I talk about, you know, being selective. So the selectivity in these products trading, and I like it because I know I'm one person where you hear me always talk about being selective with your trades. I personally think, you know, if you're a day trader, you might only find 1 or 2 trade setups. Now, our traders definitely feel differently. Some of them do, some of them don't. But I know there's a lot of people taking a lot of trades during the day, intraday. Myself, who I come from a top-down approach, I've learned, you know, over the years and in my experience, that's the way to go. You want to see bigger picture first, and then only then do you start looking at the market and through a microscope. And, you know, hitting that, you know, expansion on the lens of the microscope. But yeah, really, really good trading in all these products, but predominantly the equity indices. I see no areas for improvement on this guy. Like I was talking about with Ronald in the previous card, you know, hitting that $3,000 daily loss limit, basically risking what we allow them to risk. Scott is not doing that. He's in 150K, so he can lose up to $3,000 in a day. He had a few losing days over the course of this XFA, but his biggest losing day was $467.
Not bad.
That is better than not bad, Eddie. That tells me Scott is trading what he sees in the market. He's not trading his account balance. He's not trading his P&L. He's calling a bad day. And when you can put up big winning days on average, $400 winning days, and you're cutting your biggest losing day off at, you know, less than a $500 loss, that's better than good. That's someone who, you know, is, you know, I use the word mature. There's maturity in that because they can walk away and say, hey, you know, that trade didn't work, or this trade didn't work, these trades didn't work, but I'm not going to try and get back to zero. I'm not going to try and get positive on the day. I'm just going to end it there because I don't see any more trading opportunities in the market, or I've got to, you know, run out to lunch and go have a margarita with lunch or something and don't want to come back and trade, whatever it may be.
Yeah. Real quick here, while we're talking, get a little break here. Surat was asking, how can we schedule a call with Mick? Well, the best thing to do if you're having issues trading and you need somebody to talk to, we got the coaches in Discord. Okay, we've got Coach Roberts coming up here in just a few. There's a form that we've pinned in YouTube chat. put your question in there. Mick and Brett are pretty booked, and I know I can speak for you guys all day long, and we're lucky that we have Mick and Brett on for Shoulder Tap.
Yeah, so we have the performance coaching in Discord. I appreciate the conversation. Everybody who moves to a live account gets access to our risk line. So they can speak with the risk team. They can call in anytime they want to talk about their accounts. We do limit it to the live accounts. However, the Shoulder Tap segment is a great place to ask any questions. We've expanded the time for the segment from 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So we're going 10:30 to 11:15 every day. If you have specific questions, drop them in. We've got a team of people that are monitoring the chat, that are posting questions and, wanting to, see if they can, improve their trading. I don't have the answer for everything. I don't know everything. I'd be skeptical of, listening to someone that does think they know everything, but we on the risk team know money management pretty well, and we're happy to learn about your strategy, talk to you about areas for improvement, and calling out things we see. So do we have any questions that we want to go into right now by chance?
Hey, this is JD chiming in real quick. I just want to give you a heads up. We are working on a new process for gathering questions for Mick and Brett during the Shoulder Tap segment. We might test it out tomorrow. We might test it out next week. We're going to have a little talk about that later this afternoon. But we'll be dropping a form in the chat similar to what we do for group coaching, so you can ask your risk manager anything you want.
Yes, Eddie and I did the Ask a Risk Manager Anything segment last Friday in the afternoon. I know I want to do more of those because that hour is probably the quickest hour of my day, fielding questions from you traders. So do load up on the questions. I know someone I saw in the chat earlier today was asking about the 150K account compared to $150,000. There's not $150,000 in the account. And, to that person, and there might be other people asking that question. So we came up with names for our trading combine sizes. We got the 50K, the 100K, and the 150K. No, there are not $150,000 in that 150K account, but we needed to name them something as opposed to small, medium, and large. And where that really comes from is the purchasing power that you have available to you based off that account size and that account name. So if you take the 150K, for example, you can trade up to 15 contracts in that account. Now, let's just say, for example, margin is $10,000 on an S&P contract. And margin is going to vary based off of where you might be trading from in your own personal brokerage account, the firm you're with. But the two things that influence what margin is on any product is the underlying value of that product. As the price of that product goes up, margin's going to go up. And then it's going to be volatility in that market. In quieter times, you're going to see lower margin in these products. So margin on these equity indices that people are, so widely trading. Let's just say, you need 10 grand to trade a contract of S&Ps. 10 grand times 15 contract puts you at $150,000, the 150K, so or $150,000. So that's where we come up with those names. And sometimes margin might be less than 10,000. Other times it might be more. I know when we were, in our recent sell-off, if you're looking at a weekly or a monthly or a daily chart and going back on the continuous contract, there was a period of time there where to put a one lot on in the NASDAQ, you had to have $20,000 in your account. So I know that there were a lot of retail traders out there during that time that were only trading micros because they couldn't even put the smallest mini contract on. So that's where we get those account names for. And just as a reminder to all the traders, maybe you didn't know this, maybe you knew this, but if you're in a live account and you are someone like Ronald who, hits this 100K club, gets that seal, depending on a couple factors, you can request expanded risk parameters, and if it makes sense and it's a reasonable request, we'll cater to that. We don't want to tie anybody's hands behind their back, meaning I, on occasion, have opened people up to more than 15 contracts in their account. I've also taken other live traders and opened their $3,000 daily loss limit up to a larger value. if it makes sense. Our job on the risk team is to keep people in their accounts as long as possible, keep them in their live accounts as long as possible, and to protect you. We don't want people taking unnecessary risks, but we also want you to spread your wings a little bit. And if you're showing us that you can manage your money well, we will open you up if it's within reason and a reasonable request. I've turned down a lot of those requests too. I had someone the other week, it was actually about a month ago, they had $6,000 in their account and they asked me for a $5,000 daily loss limit. My answer to them was much nicer than this, but no way. We're not going to set up anybody to hang themselves in a day or blow out an account in a single day, because the name of the game is to protect your capital, and risking $5,000 on a $6,000 account is not protecting anything. Those people don't last very long. We want people to last long in their live accounts.
You got that. All right.
As I've gotten long-winded, do we have any questions we want to pepper in before we go to the next card? I see someone really quickly. I've got the YouTube up. What's my preferred product to trade, Pearly Baker? I found myself, I don't have a preferred product. My background is in the grains, so wheat, corn, beans, that kind of thing, be it outright trading or doing calendar spreads or spreading, selling corn and buying beans or something like that. In recent years, I've found myself gravitating mostly to the energies, the crude oil and the natural gas. And then I even, did a little bit of Russell in December. So I don't have a preferred product. Anywhere there's an opportunity on the higher time frame charts, it's got my attention.
I got a question here for you, Mick. Sean's asking, when you start a 50K XFA, okay, it's an express funded account. Can your position size change based on risk parameters to trade more once you are in a live account?
Well, we're talking about, the question was originally starting with the XFA. So we have the scaling plan in place. It applies to all accounts, trading combine, not trading combine, express funded account and live account. So based off of what your account balance is, you fall into a tier of how many contracts you can trade. In a live account, I haven't really had anybody ask. I have had people asking for more contract sizing when they don't have the account balance to do it, and that's an easy answer. No, we're not going to give you more leverage if you don't have a good account balance in there. I mean, heck, our scaling plan, if you're in 150K, and I know the question was about a 50K, but if you have over $4,500 in profit in the 150K account, you can trade 15 contracts. You wouldn't catch me with 15 contracts on trading a $100,000 trading account. I promise you that, unless we were super directional and I was adding to a winner slowly as I was getting proving right. The amount of leverage that we let our traders trade is very, very generous for what we ask for in an account balance to acquire that leverage.
Right. Here's one from Kamal. Any fees to pay each month when we go to live account?
Yeah, live account, there is a fee. When you get called up to our prop firm, because you are trading proprietary funds, in the eyes of the exchange, you're considered a professional. So you go from a non-professional to professional. So you're paying professional data fees for the month. It's a non-prorated cost. We make no money on that. The exchange charges us that for each one of our live accounts. We pass that cost along to the trader. And it's a little over $100 per exchange per month. So for those of you trading just NASDAQ or S&Ps, you're looking at one data feed per month. If you want to trade, board of trade products, CME products, NYMEX products, and COMEX products, which very few people do, but some do, you'd be looking at 4 data feeds for that on a monthly basis.
Okay. Let's see here. There's another question here. Mick, how not to trade your P&L? How not to focus on P&L while trading?
Good question. There's a couple things you can do to overcome that. I know traders that will close their P&L on their trading platform on the front end, and they won't look at it. I know for myself, I kept it up, knowing that I was focusing, my trading on only 1 or 2 products. It's pretty good to, do the math in your head and know where you're at. But for not trading your P&L, like, you could close that up, you could cover it up, but trading your P&L is something that a lot of newer traders do. It's an emotional thing that people do. Oh, I'm down money, I got to trade to make it back. I'm taking trades that I wouldn't be taking if I just had that P&L off to the side somewhere else. I'm not looking at it, and I'm looking at the market. I talk about framing out your trades all the time. Before you put a trade on, know where you're getting out if you're wrong, know where you're getting out if you're right, or have a good idea of where you might start peeling contracts off if you are right and it gets to that level. If you're framing out these trades ahead of time, forget what your P&L is, because you've already, on the day, you've already predetermined, the 2 outcomes. What it's going to be, what the damage is going to be if I'm wrong, whether it's based off of what you're willing to risk on that trade, or if it goes to a certain level on the charts. And then if it goes in your favor, you've already got a predetermined outcome there. You thought it would go to this. You already measured your risk reward, so you know your risk reward ratio. I'm risking, $400 to make $1,600. You've already done that. So for people that are trading their P&L, those are a couple things to think about. And then, the rookie mistake is finding yourself down money on the day, not feeling good about it, being emotional about it, and saying, shit, I got to get this back to 0, or, I want to turn this into a positive. Like, that is a slippery slope. And usually, if you're down 1,000 and you try and make 1,000 back to get back to 0, in my experience with me personally, because I did trade my P&L when I started trading, I found it hard not to. That's a maturity thing that develops over time. I would try and make that $1,000 back, and all I would do is lose another $1,000. 8 times out of 10 probably. So again, I mentioned that trying to make it back to 0, it's an emotional, psychological thing. If you're framing out your trades, you're getting in front of the emotions. So I would recommend using that to address that issue, because it is an issue.
All right, Mick, I appreciate it, my friend, my brother. Get you back here again tomorrow. And hey, if you ever want to jump in any conversation, I mean, you've got a lot of experience on the floor, and you were in the grain room, correct?
Yeah, I was in the wheat pit, bopped into the corn and beans every once in a while.
See, we need a little conversation from that from that part of the trading floor. We don't have enough of that. I know you and Danny were in there, but if you got time, got time, let us know, and hopefully we can bring you on and talk about it, because that's another different world. That was a complete another different world than what we were doing.
I miss those days, certainly. I feel very fortunate to have gotten to see that side of the business.
Yeah,
and it's a little sad. I've snuck a couple Topstep employees into the old grains room on the 4th floor over the last several months, and there's no pits there anymore. It's just a big open room, and looks like it'd be a great ice skating arena. And they still do have one of the boards before the open outcry was completely removed from there. But yeah, lucky. And it's fun, and nostalgic looking through that Pit Trading Hand Signals book that you can find on Amazon.
Right. It was like taking fastballs from Nolan Ryan. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was extremely fast-paced and very chaotic, but organized chaos,
Organized chaos, exactly.
The most primal form of buying and selling you'll ever see.
Right. A lot of the questions were, well, how did you know who to talk to? I mean, you flash a sign, everybody sees it. Well, we broke that down. We'll break that down another day, and then we'll explain it. But
there's a lot of shouting involved.
A lot of shouting. And the thing is, who you're working with. If the guy's 100 yards away, he's looking at you and you're looking at him. So, but all right, Mick, my friend, tell Oh, is Brett's off today, right?
Brett's off all week. It's
Just you and there.
Ben and I carrying the team.
All right. Okay. Tell Ben I said hi, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow, bro.
Will do. All right. Thanks, Eddie. Take it easy.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye. Welcome back to Power Players. And we've got John from Beginner Trading. John, how are you? You know, I tell you, it's low liquidity but big moves, and that's usually the formula. When the liquidity is light, you're going to see a lot of sliding of markets, and we're seeing a lot of that. But how are you, and how was your holiday?
Christmas, but not as bad as some of the years past, so doing all right, not lucky to not be sick on Christmas Day.
John, we're not getting any sound from you.
Oh no.
Be good
Okay,
now?
so can you hear me now? I should be good, I think.
Okay, here we go. All right.
Okay,
so-
there we go. Sorry about that. No, all good. So yeah, so like I said, I was feeling a little bit under the weather in the week preceding Christmas, but luckily I think I just narrowly missed being sick on Christmas, so that's always good.
Yeah, I tell you, something's going around, my friend. There's
That's
a
right, man.
bug, and it's not from Santa Claus.
That's right.
So,
Oh yeah,
but
stuffy
very
nose,
nice to
sore
have.
throat.
Yeah, same here. Coughing.
man.
Very nice to have you here, John from Beginner Trader. And John, before we start, we got a lot of new people here today. Tell us about yourself and what's Beginner Trader.
So beginner trading is just a free resource and trading community. We kind of do everything and encompass everything. My whole kind of, gimmicky thing, if you want to call it that, is I don't claim to be an expert or a guru or anything like that. I know Topstep has some really, talented traders on their team, but I'm just kind of somebody that doesn't claim to be an expert. I don't charge for any content whatsoever. We mostly cover economic reports and economic data, and kind of try to cover all the market news we can for free is kind of what we do. So we live stream every day. We cover a lot of stuff like CPI inflation reports and Jerome Powell and economic data mostly. But we also day trade every day at the open on Topstep. I'm funded in a couple different accounts, and so yeah, we have fun in all the different aspects of trading, I guess.
That's awesome, and it's free. I mean, I tell you, you're a trader's saint when you can say something like that, and I mean it too. I mean, there's a lot of us out there that need help,
That's right.
and our pockets are empty, and this is why we're trying to make some money. One of your followers, Fred, says I'm in John's room first thing at 7 a.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah,
So,
we
I
start.
mean,
We start really early in the morning. So a lot of people call me like the really, really early show because I'll start in Texas. It starts at 5 a.m., but I think market time at 6 a.m. So we start early.
that's cool. That's cool. Now give us a little bio about you.
So I've been trading since I think 2016. I started day trading back almost 8 years ago now. It's kind of flown by. But originally I started trading penny stocks, I think. So I started day trading penny stocks, kind of got, my butt kicked in penny stocks, and eventually evolved to bumping my mic, eventually evolved to where I'm trading futures now. And I love futures. I also invest in stocks. I'm assuming you mean outside of trading though. So I like strategy games, poker. I'm a big poker player. That was kind of like my first love, if you will, in investing or risking things was poker. Eventually I kind of graduated to stock market and futures trading. But yeah, I love, I think last time we spoke about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was a new hobby of mine at the time. I am
Yes.
getting better at that. I am getting better. I'm tapping a lot of white belts at my gym, so that feels good. But yeah, slowly growing.
That's cool. And let's break that down a bit. I tell you, that's a lot of discipline, a lot of patience,
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
for the right moves. It's very similar to trading because you don't know what's going to happen next, and you have to have yourself prepared for at least a defensive move and turning into an offensive move.
Sure, 100%. And I think there's also like in the beginning of jujitsu, you go into it and you just get your butt kicked. Like that's really what you do. And if you try to compete or act like you're better than you are in it, you'll get beat even worse. And so I think it's something in which you have to humble yourself like deeply when you first start it because you're gonna lose. You're going to get your butt kicked, and you kind of got to get through that. And a lot of people start it and fail. Like a lot of people start jujitsu and they never make it to like blue belt or even get any stripes on their belt because it's so difficult in the beginning. And I think there's a lot of correlations with trading in that regard, where a lot of people start trading, they lose. I know personally when I started, I put up like $4,000, and I told this story last time, but $4,000 is a lot of money to me at the time. I'm not saying it's not a lot now, like I always tell people, but I just lost so much in the beginning. And I think you have to have a really resilient mindset if you want to succeed at both.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to open up questions in the chat. If you got questions, by all means, John is here. We can get that going. But let me ask you. We'll start this out here also. What markets you trading? And I know that you mentioned you put some on today. Can you tell us about what you were looking at today?
Sure, sure. So usually, I have the same system that I follow every day with my trading, and it's the same thing today. In my funded account, I am up about $120, I think. Let me find. I have too many monitors over here, so let me find my chart. So yeah, in my funded account, I'm up about $120 on that one. I don't think I've traded my other funded account today. I mostly trade the Nasdaq. I also kind of dabble in like the E-mini S&P, or the Dow is something I've been trading lately. I kind of stay away from oil because I mostly started watching the SPY years ago, and that's what gravitated me towards futures, was the fact that I didn't need $100,000 in buying power to trade the Nasdaq or the S&P. There was also no PDT rule in futures, and so you can kind of transition from trading the SPY or the QQQ. Is the same price action as the Nasdaq and stocks, so you can kind of gravitate from trading that in stocks to futures in a much more free and much less red tape way.
Right. I tell you, once you find your groove, and that takes a lot of work. And we're just mentioning jujitsu. It's like once you find your groove there, then you know what works, and
right.
you apply it to the next meet or the next trade that you have. And I mean, it's a good way to move forward too, even if it's baby steps. You're still moving
right.
forward.
That's right. You got to celebrate your wins when you get them, and just kind of not get too emotionally defeated.
Right. You got some fellow jujitsu fighters here also that also train with that. So I think they can relate to that.
Sure.
Getting a lot of compliments here about how people are tuning into your morning program with you. Fast
Sure.
Market News reports. JS says you're down there. It's a good family man. Keep
you.
up the good work. Tell us about the family. What family man?
So I have a 14-year-old daughter who's driving, all of us crazy here as a teenager. She's a good kid. She really is a good kid. I've got a 9-year-old son who's also driving us crazy in different ways, but I love them both, and they're both good kids for the most part. But yeah, they had a really good Christmas this year, better Christmas than I ever had. I almost feel bad about how good their Christmas was this year. So, I hope they enjoy it and continue to, act good, or Santa's not going to be so nice next year.
See, that's a good parent. That's a good family man. Always making it better for our kids, for us, and whatever we need to do to make it better for them. And
right.
it's nice to hear that you can do that.
Sure.
Vizini's asking, how many years did it take you to become consistently profitable?
I would say probably at least 2. I started my channel, like I said, back in like 2016. And it's actually funny if you look back at my channel and the time frame of it. I started it, and I called it beginner trading because at the time I was a beginner. And I posted content on it for maybe like a month, and then I stopped for like a year. And the reason I stopped, I kind of laugh about it now, is that I put up $4,000, and my wife was like, "No, John, don't do it. You're gonna lose this money. Don't do it." And I was like, "No, I'm gonna be rich soon. I don't need to worry about that." And so I put up the money, and I lost it very, very quickly. Within like 2 or 3 weeks, I was day trading penny stocks with like super high leverage, and I lost it all. And then I got so frustrated, I stopped posting anything on my channel for like a year straight. And then I finally came back after like a year, and I just remember thinking, "Hey, I can't do it like I did before." But when I came back, I had much better risk management skills. I think to be profitable, it's all about risk management. And if you don't have that fear of markets like you need, you can't be too scared. But if you have no fear of markets like you should, that's where you really start to get in trouble and roll up, huge losses. So I would say it took me 2 years, maybe at least like a year and a half to 2 years, I would say.
And it's a lot of heartache. It's a lot of highest of highs, lowest of lows, and you're just trying to get a grasp to keep your head above water. And a lot of people don't understand how much work that is, how much dedication to not only learning how to trade, but dedicating a lot to yourself also. And I mean, it's something that when you do see success from somebody, there is a lot of work that has been done, and still, I mean, I've been doing this. I've been in this business since 1985, and I'm learning from our educators. I'm learning from our traders. learning from people like you. And I mean, there's a never ending education road that we're on.
That's right. You're always learning. It's something in which you got to keep growing. And the market changes too. You know, I know the market 20 years ago was just so much different than it is now. I think part of that is due to like technology evolution. Technology evolves, makes trading more efficient. So more people trade, and then the volume and liquidity is different. And so there's a lot of differences now. And so I think it's a game in which you just kind of have to keep evolving, like any kind of business, I guess. If you don't evolve in business, your business is going to fail. And so I think trading, you have to treat it like a business in that regard, and just kind of keep learning what's working in any moment, and not or at any moment in time. I think I always try to describe it as getting into like a flow state, especially with day trading. You know, if you day trade and you watch, you know, like the S&P or the NASDAQ daily, you start to get into kind of like an understanding of how it's moving at any point in time, to correlate it with the current market. Like right now, we're getting the Santa rally. We've had like almost 9 green weeks in a row. So the market's just been a really fun market, but I think you have to watch it if you want to have a lot of success with it.
You know, John, you hit the nail on the head. Trading is a business. And, you know, I've told many traders, consider it your storefront, your business. It's one thing I hate to see is when you're driving past one of those quick malls, those strip malls, and you see, you know, 75% off, going out of business. I mean, that was somebody's dream that failed. And the thing is, too, is you've got to, as you're trading, it can't always be what's good for you. You got to sort of put you behind the company. All right. What's best for the company? And, you know, sometimes you're going to want to trade, you know, you're down on the day and, you know, hey, one more trade. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get back in the game here. And sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does. But the thing is, you're risking the company. And if you can keep that into perspective, you're going to be less reckless. You're going to be making many more better choices and decisions, because what you got to say is, hey, I'm the CEO. I'm the guy behind the register. I'm the guy sweeping the floor. I'm the guy flipping burgers. It's all about me. And you got to commit to that.
100% agree. It's something in which it's a different thing whenever you run it yourself. And I think you have to just really reel in those emotions. You know, when I trade every day, I have the same system, which is I start the day, I need to build up a cushion of $100 to $200 on every account, whether I'm funded or whether I'm in a combine account trying to get another one funded or whatever it is. I always try to build up a cushion of a couple $100. And then once I do that, I know no matter what happens after that point, unless I'm just kind of going super hard, taking, you know, 3, 4, 5 contracts of the NASDAQ or something like that, regardless, no matter what I'm doing, I have a cushion on the day, and I can be more flexible with my trades. I can be maybe a little bit more loose as long as I can reel it back in if I start to lose. And I think doing something like that in the beginning is super necessary for emotions and for managing your trading overall for the day.
Management is so important, you know, and we stress the fact, you know, manage your account and manage yourself. You gotta have both if you want to see success. So tell me about this now. I know there are a lot of people with their ears and eyes glued to the broadcast here, John. If you could share with us, how do you enter a market, and what do you look for to exit a trade?
Okay, so usually I look for there's a lot of nuance behind it, but most of the time I'm analyzing the long-term trend, like what the long-term trend is, and I'm usually looking back at maybe a 5-minute or a 10-minute chart to see what the longer term trend is over the last few hours. That means long term for day trading, so the last couple hours. Then I'm looking at what the short-term trend is. I'm looking at what the highs and lows of the current range are, and then I'm attacking that depending on what time of the day it is. If it's closer to the opening bell, a lot of the time I'll be a lot more momentum heavy with my trading, because there's going to be more momentum and liquidity around the market open, you know, around the stock market open, with the S&P and the NASDAQ starting to move. And so I'll try to trade momentum, you know, towards the open. But at the beginning of the day, usually I'm focused on kind of longer term trend trading almost. So like, looking for maybe a longer term trend with small size so that I can build up that cushion that I want, that $100 to $200 cushion. So a lot of the time I'm looking for ranges and attacking that range. So if we move towards the top of a range, I don't really like high of the day breakouts or low of the day breakouts targeting that range break, but I do like buying the pullback after testing a range or buying the bounce after testing the bottom, low of the day range, if that makes sense. And so it's kind of really nuanced and technical, but yeah, I look for retests, pullbacks of different ranges, I guess is the easiest way to put it.
Now, and I think we got you set up to share your chart.
Sure.
You want to maybe put that up there and let us see, share with
Sure,
us
of course.
indicators, your process.
Sure, of course. So usually I'm looking at the volume weighted average price. So if I want to throw this on the chart really quick, I can. I'm using the 1 day volume weighted average price just to kind of get a gauge of the trend. It also shows me the top and bottom direction. You can also see that we're kind of in the middle range around this. The volume weighted average price is really useful because it allows you to see when we're neutral and middle range. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so let me see if, well, I don't know if it's going to let me share that here. So anyways, so you can see the volume weighted average prices right here. It's really useful because you can see we're kind of going up and down, over and under this level. That's the VWAP basically telling us that we're choppy or neutral, that we're in the middle range, which is always the riskiest part to get involved with something. Most of the time, I'm looking to kind of piggyback off of larger moves with momentum closer to the opening bell. And so you can see here, this is right after the opening bell today. We get a big pullback here. And instead of kind of shorting it after this big weakness, I kind of look to piggyback off of it. And so I look for a small bounce afterwards, and then I'll short into that and then cover around the low of the day. Let me see. I usually have like a little drawer that will allow me to draw this. But for whatever reason, if I click on it, it's lighting my screen up. So, but yeah, so if it makes sense, so here's the bottom of the range here. I am looking for a test of this bottom of the range here. And then I'm looking for a small bounce back because I think the logic of the trade is that you have so much weakness here. So these big red candles show so much weakness that once we establish that bottom and bounce back a little bit, it's highly likely that we're going to try to retest that bottom because all these traders here saw this weakness. And so when we bounce this little small bounce back, it's just highly probable, in my opinion, that we're going to retest that range. And so a lot of the time I'll look for big candles, like big drawn out candles like this, look for a small bounce back and then short into that small little bounce back and look to cover it around the bottom of the range down here to kind of attack it, and then if we bounce back again, maybe I can do it again. But the more we bounce and don't break, the less likely I think we are to break. You can kind of see it in a similar thing here as well. You get a big upward move, you get a pullback to the volume weighted average price, and then this high of the day level up here can kind of act like a magnet sometimes, where you kind of look for a pullback, you enter the short around this level here, or the long in this case around this level here, and plan to cover it around the previous high of that range. And so the same thing with this bottom one, where we form this low right here. Once we form this low and identify how weak this looks, this big break under the volume weighted average price, we look for that small bounce back and enter the short. I mean, it's hindsight trading, but enter the short here and then look to cover it again, at least a partial cover around that range's low. So around this level in the future, we look to cover it around here, if that makes sense.
Okay. A question from Omar. Are those standard deviation bands?
So these are the volume weighted average price. So this is it's kind of like a moving average with volume taken into consideration. Most people use it as a trend indicator. A lot of people love using moving averages, but with me, I like using the volume weighted average price because it's such a well-known indicator that everybody, not everybody, but a large group of the trading community knows and understands this indicator. It's better than something like all these different variations of moving averages where you have, again, the 9 and the 12 and the 20 and the 25 and the 30 and the 200 and the EMAs and SMAs. I think it kind of dilutes the amount of traders that are looking at each individual one. And the good thing about the volume weighted average price is that a lot of traders are watching it, and there's different variations of this one, of course, but I think as a trend indicator, you get a lot of consolidated volume of traders that are watching it, and so it makes it a little bit more valid, I think, if that makes sense.
Roy wanted to know what's your average hold time.
So it depends on what phase of the day I'm in. You know, if I'm in the period of time where I'm trying to build up that cushion and I'm trend trading, maybe I'll take small size but a longer term trade in order to build up that cushion on the day. If I'm in a period of time where it's momentum heavy closer to the opening bell, sometimes I'll scalp a lot more heavily there, and I'll take very quick short term, 20-30 second scalps if I have a cushion on the day already. And so it really depends on what part of the day I'm in, what time of the day it is. If it's closer to the open, I'm more likely to be trading momentum scalping. If it's super early in the morning, like when I first, start the stream up, a lot of the time I'm mostly trading like ranges and trends and ranges.
Right. Now, I got a question. You got some cool stuff behind you.
Oh.
You've got that sort of fake, is that fake fire thing going on?
So it's a
that
heater.
Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Where'd you get
so it's
that?
a heater. So my kids got me this a couple months ago. They got me this. It was really my wife. My wife
It's a real
is
heater?
yeah. So it's a little portable heater. My wife is very cold blooded, and so when she freezes out my room in the morning, and so when I wake up in the morning, I am freezing cold. And now I'm from Louisiana originally. So I'm used to the heat more so than the cold. And so when I get up in the morning, I'm just trying to warm up a little bit, I think,
Okay, and then I see you've got your YouTube award there. That's nice to have.
Yeah.
And the question, are those books or Xbox, PlayStation games?
Oh, these are books. This is my library in my office. I actually used to run a
Whoa.
yeah, so it's my
Whoa.
library here. I would love to say I read them all, but 10 years ago or so, I had a used book business, and it was a really genius business idea. It became saturated over time, but I would scan the barcodes of these books, and at thrift stores like Goodwill or Salvation Army, I would scan them and buy books for like 50 cents and then sell them again on Amazon for like $20 or $30. And so over time, I had that business and
Entrepreneur.
it worked really well too. I made a lot of money doing it. The problem is that once it caught on social media, everybody started selling a course on how to do it. And when I first went there would be like nobody there doing it. Towards the end of it, and this was like, a decade ago, there was 30 people doing it every store. And then the Goodwills and the thrift stores started to catch on. So they started pricing them more appropriately to what they were actually worth. And so eventually now I just have a library of books,
I tell you, when the floor was shutting down, CME trading floor, Board of Trade, they had a library, a plethora of information. And we had a connection with one of the people that was in charge there. And the thing was that they told everybody, hey, you know what? If you want to come up to the library, grab some books, take what you can find, first come, first serve. And I tell you, we were busy ants, very, very busy. And we got some really nice books. I know we've got them in storage somewhere. But we pulled out a lot of nice trading books from the Board of Trade library. You can never have enough, though.
Sure. Especially like I'm sure y'all had like Mark Douglas Trading in the Zone, or a lot of good trading books, I'm sure there, books are almost obsolete nowadays. My daughter's a huge fiction reader, and she's kind of a purist. She doesn't want to read an ebook or anything like that. But I wonder how much longer books are going to be around. I think there's still a big market for them, but it's an interesting thing moving forward, whether they're going to be obsolete or not in 20 years,
Yeah. Michael Patak chimed in. I was able to get over 100 books from the library. We had a lot. They're all in your. Michael says they're all in his library, so they're not in storage. Okay, well,
nice.
good. I'm glad they are somewhere where people can see them. But that was we had a good inside venue to grab those, so we did. But
Nice.
let me ask you too. I know we've got about another 5 minutes here. Us as traders, all right, like I mentioned before, the road to knowledge is a never-ending path. And when someone's looking, let's just say you're looking to continue to grow. What are you hoping to continue to work on most right now?
I think it's all about scale. I think, a lot of the time, in order to make money, you have to have money. And I think something like Topstep makes it really useful to scale it for less, if that makes sense. With trading, it's mostly about that kind of scaling nature of it as well. I think in the beginning, if you're a brand new trader, you should not be worrying about making big riches or getting rich in markets. You mostly just want to slow down and try to show any profit whatsoever. But as you progress and you get better and better, that's when you want to start thinking about kind of scaling it up a little bit. Again, in my opinion, the golden rule of that is always have a cushion to do so. Only risk money you're okay with losing. But with that, slowly grow your account over time, slowly grow your profits over time, and kind of scale it larger and larger. And it's a tough process, especially mentally with trading, where if you have a bad day or a bad week, you can really get yourself in trouble if you don't hone in that discipline and selectivity. But yeah, just scaling, I think, is the most important part.
So well said. Very, very well said. And I hope that we are all taking notes on this.
Thanks so much.
But we're just about out of time. And John, if we can, when we want to post your YouTube channel again, what are other ways that we can hook up with you? YouTube.
Sure.
You've got.
So we have a Discord. We have a Twitter. Twitter is at Beginner Trades. Beginner Trading was taken. I wasn't able to get it, but it's at Beginner Trades on Twitter. YouTube is youtube.com/beginner trading. And I can put that link up in the.
I think we got the YouTube link. I think we've been posting that.
Gotcha.
We want to make sure that, we can share the knowledge, share the free knowledge with all these good people. All right,
That's right.
We'll do that now. Before you go, I think we might have did this before. Fun question. Are you ready for a fun question?
I'm ready.
All right. I've got 20 questions here, and you pick a number from 1 to 20, and I'm going to read that question.
Okay, I'm going to go with number 7.
7. Well, it's been picked a lot. Okay, what's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
That's a tough one. I'm going to go with a very cliched one in trading. Fearful when others are greedy, greedy when others are fearful. I really do believe in that advice, not just in trading, but in investing. I think a
Can
lot
you
of the
repeat
time,
that again? Repeat
Sure,
that.
I'm sorry. So I'm going to go with Warren Buffett's better to be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful.
I love it.
I know it's kind of a cliched one that's said a lot in trading and especially like investing circles, but it really has helped me form my strategies in trading a lot. An example of this is like a lot of people love high of the day breakouts. They trade high of the day breakouts. I never liked them because I would just get rejected on at the top and bottom of the range with low of the day breakouts at the bottom and high of the day breakouts on the top. And so what I started doing was I started buying pullbacks from those breakouts, and I just had a lot more success. And so I think thinking about the way you're doing it and thinking about the psychology of things better, fearful when others are greedy, greedy when others are fearful, makes a lot of sense. And for me, it's helped me a ton with business and trading and everything. So
Fantastic. Well, John, I appreciate you being here with us here. And real quick, we had a poll before you go. We had a poll about do you train in any style of martial arts? And 13% said yes, 17% said used to, and I'm wondering what's going on with the 70% that said no. Get your ass in there and start training. Discipline, management,
do jujitsu.
basic.
No, sorry to yell
Jiu-jitsu.
over you, but do jujitsu. Jujitsu is the best cardio exercise you can do, in my opinion. Really good cardio exercise, really fun to test yourself, and it really is just a really fun activity. So I'm biased in jiu-jitsu's favor, but Muay Thai is great. Karate is I'm a little torn, but yeah, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, those are the two ones. Boxing as well is pretty solid too. So
Awesome. All right, well, it's a pleasure to have you on here, and I hope we're gonna get you back here again, my friend.
Oh, I'd love to be back for sure. Love to be back. Anytime y'all want, I'm down to come back for sure.
All right, brother. Hey, happy New Year, you and the family. All the best. 2024. We're gonna kick some ass and have a great time.
You as well. Thank you guys for having me on. Have a great day, guys.
All right, peace. All right, we're gonna take a
Hello, hello. Bonnie, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Nice to see you
good.
today.
It's great to see you today. How's your day been?
It's been good. I actually enjoy working holidays. It's very quiet.
Right? We can get a lot done.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, I love it. I'm not seeing Kahoot on the screen yet, or maybe I have a delay. I don't want to give. Okay. Okay, cool. Everyone can see Kahoot on the chat. All right. Well, great to see you all. Glad we're here today. Glad to be here with you. And I have another easy top quiz for you. You know, I'm not a trader, so I don't have trading questions. I have more questions about Topstep and the broadcast. If you're listening to the broadcast, listening to things Michael, Hoag, Eddie, others say, probably do pretty good on today's quiz. So yeah, with that, we'll take it away. Bonnie, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let me just see how many people. We've got 400 people in. Should we give it just another minute here? Let's take a look at the names coming in. Sunny, Taurus, Van Boy. Live in a van down by the river. Seen that one before, Bonnie? Are you too young for that? Francis. Give everyone just another minute because I do see people coming in here still.
Team Donnie.
Bonnie, what's on the agenda for New Year's?
I'm not doing much for this New Year's. Just want to clean the whole place and be in my pajamas.
Yes, yes.
Maybe play some games, watch some movies.
Love that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be up to, some similar stuff. Hey, but I've heard that it's good luck to clean before New Year's Day, not after on New Year's Day. You want to?
Yeah, that's actually my tradition. I do it every year.
Love that.
I make sure I scrub my body too. I just need to be super clean going into the new year. Good luck.
Good details. I'm sure your fan base will love that, Bonnie. All right, let's see. People are still flowing in, so I'm going to give it just another second here. I think we're still good on time because this will be a fast quiz. Super clean, speaking of. Gap IG Farmer. Deb. Hi, Deb. Kenty Jr., good to see you. Love the names. Zach would be proud. I don't see any like 2-letter names. CJ, but that's a real name. Ligma Tick, good to see you. Is that Matt? Trades by Matt, maybe? All right. Bonnie, I think it's time to get started. If folks aren't in just yet, there's always tomorrow. Me? Oh, I didn't change anything. Are you able to turn me up? I didn't touch anything. Okay.
Oh, I'm reading the chat. I'm from Taiwan, so sort of Chinese origins.
How about now? How about now? All right. I'm going to try to talk a bit loud. Let me know if this is annoying, though. All right. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I'm on my laptop here. Not much of a techie. We're getting some better technology in the new year, though. Appreciate your patience. Let's do this. You ready, Bonnie? I'm going to hit start here. All right. Oh, I love doing top quiz with you guys. This is a lot of fun. Appreciate that you guys are a little kinder to me than Jack. He probably deserves it, though. Who knows? I'm just kidding. All right, let's do this. How many dogs does Deanna have? We've talked about this before. Is it 6,
no, I missed
7,
this.
8, or 9? I won't tell Deanna, Bonnie, but I do think she is watching. So
No, Deanna, I was listening to you, but I missed this part. 6? 8?
2. We're going to find out in a second. Yep.
Oh.
The answer is 8. Seen a picture of them. We'll have to show a picture of them tomorrow.
It's a lot of
Very
dogs.
cute. I know they're Pomeranian mixes. I forget what their mix is with. D, if you're in the chat, definitely chime in here. All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Tap my profit. That's good. Wicket to me, baby. All right, people are getting creative, and we appreciate that. Bonnie's boy toy is here as always. Nasdaq, love that, and fly the W. Go Cubs, love it. All right, Bonnie, you ready for the next one?
Yes.
All right, let's do this. Number 2, what is the famous article of clothing that Hoag wears on TopstepTV? Is it a rally sweater, a rally hat, rally pants, or that really scary Halloween mask that he wears sometimes?
Man, I feel like I should know this. Is it the hat?
No.
No.
I've had a hat before.
Pants?
but it is the rally sweater.
Oh no.
It's all good. We won't tell Hoag, Bonnie.
Yeah, don't tell him.
Sorry, I thought these would be easy for you, but I think Jack's quizzes might be better for you.
No, I like your quiz.
I appreciate it. All right. Is everyone ready for the next one? Get your rally sweater out. Let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Cornholio. Shout out to my Beavis and Butthead fans. Absolutely love it. Tap my profits still up there. Don't hit my stop. Zero sum. Doing my best. Me too, brother.
Same here.
Oh, I feel that one. All right. Question number 3. Topstep's office is at a Portillo's on Clark and Ontario, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, or the Chicago Board of Trade. Bonnie, you
I know this one.
Viewers, tap in. Wouldn't mind a dog and some fries from Portillo's right now. What about you? What's your order there?
That sounds good. I always get the chicken sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
They used to have these muffins, the lemon muffins.
Yes, I remember that.
But they don't have it anymore.
Those
I don't know what happened to it.
We are at the Chicago Board of Trade, the CBOT. I think in the new year, we're going to have some footage of the CBOT and some history for y'all too. Working on a new little mini segment. Chicago Mercantile Exchange, down the street from us. We could walk to it. And I think we've shown some pictures of it. Actually, later in the week in the broadcast, I have a good picture of us, Michael and Danny, this summer on a boat. We took a little boat tour. You remember that, Bonnie? You were there. And
yeah.
We went right past the CME. I'm going to send that to James and the guys for tomorrow. All right, anyways, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Cornholio staying on top. Love it. Wicket to me, baby. Don't hit my stop. What about Bob? Love that movie. Good one. Zero sum. These are great names. All right, Bonnie, you ready for this last one?
Yes, I'm ready.
I think you know this one too. What is Topstep named after? Nothing. It just sounded cool. The street that Michael, Eddie, and Hoag met on. Like Top Gun, but Topstep, but all one word, and only the T is capitalized. The S is not capitalized, folks. No space between the word either. Or is it the top step of the trading pit reserved for the best traders?
I think it's where it's reserved for the best traders.
You know it, Bonnie. You know it. All right, that was a lot of fun. Let's see who came out on top today. In third place, Don't Hit My Stop. Second place, Cornholio. And in first place, dun, 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 Wicket to Me, Baby. Great song for all my early 2000s babies. Great job to those who won. Thank you all for your patience on the winners. I'm going to pick another 50 winners for resets today. Thank you for your patience, though. We will announce all those winners tomorrow. As soon as I get off the quiz right now, I'm going to go pull all of those from yesterday and today. I'll get that ready for the guys so they can share all of those. We'll get the email out later this week. A little short staff this week, but we're doing our best, and we appreciate your guys' patience. And then my last thing I want to say before I turn it over to you, Bonnie, for any final thoughts is don't forget January 3rd. Everyone who's asking about a fire drill, a free reset, it's coming January 3rd. So be here. Pack the crowd with your friends, your buddies, your enemies. We don't care. Just get anyone who needs a reset. Get them in here. This is what we're doing on TopstepTV. We're trying to help you guys. So help your friends out. If you're in trading communities, tell people that this is going on. Help your buddies out. We'll all help each other. And we're here for each other bell to bell throughout the trading day. But with that, Bonnie, anything else you want to add before we close things?
I'm glad to be here with you today. And thank you, everyone. Enjoy your New Year's if I don't see everyone again.
Yes, everyone enjoy their new year. Good idea, Bonnie. Yes, I don't think we'll see everyone again until the new year. Love doing the ladies takeover with you. We will probably do this again.
We should.
Yeah. So, and I'd like to get you and Alyssa on here one day too. That would be a lot of fun.
That would be fun.
Yeah. So with that, traders, great to see you. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and then coming up here at 12 is group coaching with Robert and JD. If you haven't gotten your questions in, I think Cameron will drop a form in the chat again on the break here. So look out for that. Send Robert a question. Let's try to stump him. Yeah. All right. Talk to y'all later. Have a good day.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. JD here with Coach Robert for some group coaching. We've had that link marinating in the chat all morning long, so I hope you got a chance to throw a few questions in. We got quite a few good ones, and we're going to start running through them right away. First, how you doing, Robert? How's your trading day been going? Everything?
I'm doing, yeah, thanks, JD. Good to be here. Good to have you back. Not that
thank you.
anybody else is doing any worse, but just, just haven't talked to you in a while. So.
Yeah, I was out of town. Wife and I went to visit the in-laws in Tucson for the holidays, for Christmas. Just got back last night, back into the office early this morning. It was a nice little break. We definitely brought the weather with us. Left Chicago hoping for sunnier days, but it was 50s and raining in Tucson the entire week we were there. It was kind of brutal. I tried to play a round of golf. I only got 9 holes in, and it rained the whole time.
Oh no! I went golfing. What's your handicap?
I don't have a handicap. I've only been
What's your
golfing
best-
for I would say 6 months now. Beginning of summer, I just started.
And real quick, your best game.
Low 120s maybe.
Okay, I was gonna say I have this running joke. I'm like, I played golf once, and I actually got a 63 out of it. Of
Oh,
course,
on
the
front
blows
nine?
it blows everybody's mind. I said, then it rained, and we couldn't play the back nine. So
Sounds like an Eddie joke.
anyway, yeah, that's
But,
about right.
Beauty.
Well, hope your holidays were good. Great to have you back. My full name is Robert Cooney. I am been with Topstep for a couple years now. This is my quick little bio. I'll pull it up. I'm not going to talk too much about it. Just filling in for Hoag right now while he's taking some time off, getting all of his rally sweaters in. I don't know if I'm going to use the rally sweaters at the beginning of the year after this Santa rally, but my goodness. But getting some well-needed rest, and he will be back full swing after the first of the year. But right now, I'm sorry you have to deal with my squeaky little voice. But I did shave. There were some comments in the chat that had a little face thing on there, and I didn't look at my picture. So I did a nice little clean shave for everybody today. Anyway, trading since 2002. It's investments, but I took full-time trading when Bitcoin went crazy in 2017. Remember, it went like $19,000 in a year. That got me into the trading bug. And I'm from IT in the background. I run a small business. And a lot of my clients at the time, they were traders, and I would go to their office, and they were always buying the biggest monitors and the fastest computers, and talk to me about the vacation that they just came back from, pictures of their boat. And I got bit into that trading bug. So like a lot of traders, jumped into the penny stock, low float, low cap, trying to catch 1,000 shares at the market open, and I got destroyed for about 8 months. Fortunately, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, a gentleman in a group, really kind gentleman, I don't even know his real name, didn't cost $1, said, look, I think you're sharp. I know you know trading, you know what's going on in the markets. I just think you're trading the wrong stuff, and you should probably take a look at futures. Well, that was 2018. It took a few months to learn it, a few months to make my money back, and it's been gravy ever since. I absolutely love futures, and we know the reasons. It's 23 hours a day. There's no PDT rule. You can get in and out. Liquidity's better. We can go on and on about that, but anyway, that's my story. And then my approach to trading is just taking a really simple approach. Don't have a lot of indicators. I use pretty much zero fundamentals. For no other reason that I've seen fundamentals work and not work. We have a great we have great earnings on a company. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes down, sometimes it doesn't move. We have news comes out in economic. Sometimes up, sometimes down, doesn't move. So I really just play price action and play the charts. Occam's razor, usually the simplest approach is the best one. Now I'm going to switch over real quick and go into our obligatory CFTC risk disclosure. Well, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it basically says that trading is risky. As we know, you can lose money. Don't use money that you can't afford to lose. These testimonials here are of my own opinion. They are not to be taken as any type of trading advice. No legalities there. We all know this. We need to put this up on the screen. And there you have it. And we are back to the charts. See, these things just pushed up. Looks like some bond numbers came out. But JD, let's take a look at some of the questions from our very generous traders. We've been pulling them in all day long. So the show is yours, my friend.
You got it. Actually, first question coming from chat. Yuri Bone here. Yo, JD, why we never see you? Are you an AI bot? I am most definitely not an AI bot. Flesh and blood, skin and bones, just like, well, I'm guessing most people here. Anyway, let's dive into it. First question comes from Bazad. Robert, which EMAs, SMAs are you using and on what time frames? I know that trading is a game of probability, but if you could please tell us that based on your experience, which EMAs and SMAs have given you more of an edge?
Great question. Thank you for that. And we're going to answer that. Also, we're all getting over something this past week. Both the ES and the NQ just tapped off the all-time highs. They shot up with that release. Bing, bang, boom. Here we are again. This markets are, boy, are they resilient and always giving us something to talk about. While we're looking at the charts here, I'm going to pull up NQ to have that question answered right here. I'm going to take the other things off of the chart momentarily and just look at the SMA stack. I want to have full disclosure. These are the ones we are using in TopstepTV, where a lot of the traders use. They're common. It's standard that we're all using here on here. I personally do not trade with SMAs or EMAs or any type of moving average. I just want to be clear on that. That does not mean it's good nor bad nor different. It's just a style. To answer the question, thank you very much. 50 EMA, SMA, excuse me, these are all simple moving averages. 50 SMA, calculated on the close. 100, calculated on the close. And 200, calculated on the close. The 50 is pretty good if that's the one that, obviously is really close, so it's going to give that first response. And if we look at these, it reacts quickest. So let me zoom in here a little bit. We can see just by visually looking at this, see the blue one right here? That's your 50 moving average. The reason it's going to take the average of the closing price of the last 50 candles, the last 50 periods. So if we're looking at a 5-minute chart, which we are now, it's 50 times 5 minutes or 250 minutes. So let me do the math on that for me for how many hours that is. That's how far it's looking back. The white one, we can see it reacted right around the same time frame, but it took a little while to catch up because that's looking back 100 period. And then of course the red one is slower reaction because it needs to take the 200 period into consideration. So that's your answer. Those are the the three that we are using commonly on TopstepTV. Now, second half of that question is for the different time frames, which one is best? The answer is there is no best. It's best for you, for your style, your instrument, your risk tolerance, your time of day, and your personal preference. There is no best when it comes to it. Okay? You just need to match it with what your style is. I said earlier that I don't have a particular preference on any moving averages, not right or wrong, nor different. So my best is 0. Your best can be different. If you're a trend trader, you may want to hold on to them a little bit longer. And if you are a short-term trader, you may want to use a quick one and get all those. What do we see all the time in the chat is, buy the dip, pulls back, buy the dip, pulls back, buy the dip, that type of thing. Man, these things, hopefully I answered all of your question, but we're really looking at these markets. They're just pushing up and up, including gold is going up. Oil is staying kind of flat. CL, it's not doing too much after that drop off this morning when Deanna was on. But yep, we're picking up all-time highs and again, on both markets. Wow. Hopefully that answered the question. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's move on.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Bazan, for the question. Next comes from Wretched. Excellent name, right? If I have access to level 2 data on the Dome, will that help me see where everybody else is trading at? And more importantly, why the market seems to be against me?
The second half of the market's against everybody, and it's against nobody. It is. Let's clarify that a little bit more. It is not against you. It is not against me. You are the only thing that's against you, and you are the only, and market's the only thing that's against it. Every winner is a loser. I would try to wipe that right out of the psyche. The market is not against you. Yeah, that's a really good whole entire hour talk. Jared Tenler can really speak to that, and a lot of the coaches in Discord can speak to that also. Clarify, wipe that off. It is not against you. First half, the dumb or dome. I call it dumb. I don't know the railroad. There's no E on the end of it. I'm from Massachusetts. I like to play by the rules, except ours. We don't pronounce those. The dumb. Yes, it can help you see where the traders are at. Reason is we're not just looking at the last price. If you look on the chart right now, if you're looking at my ES on the left-hand side, we can see it's trading around 48.30 quarter, 48.30, right in that area. That's just the last price it was traded at. Level 1 gives you the price above and below, the bid and the offer, bid and ask above and below. Level 2 is going to give you minimum 10. There's some data connections that will give you more. I believe CTS and T4 gives you more of a depth. I believe Bookmap has more of a depth also. Quote me on that, but there are different structures. I know that using here on TradingView, when I turn the DOM on, you only get 10 up and 10 down. Yes, it does tell you how many traders are there waiting at different levels with pending orders. It's not going to include market orders. Those are orders that are sitting there waiting. Sellers on the top, buyers on the bottom. And where they're stacking up. You get a lot of them at the top and the market is pushing up. You can speculate that there's all the sellers, when the market keeps pushing up like that, that those buyers that are driving the market up, they're going to get absorbed from all those sellers. Yep, we're going to take it. Those may have been buyers from earlier that are willing to sell at that level. It's a personal preference and it's a style preference. I could see the DOM not making that big of a difference on longer term trades unless you're looking for specific levels, like getting your daily chart and narrowing down to 4 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes and laying on those levels. But here's the tricky part with the DOM and those orders hanging out there. They may not be there by the time the market gets there. So let's just give a quick example. Let's just take 10 levels up. In level 1, there's 20 sellers at. Then level 2, there's 30. Level 3, there's 50. And then on level 7, there's 3,000. Well, that's a really thick area with like, wow, everybody's selling there. This could be buyers coming in. So buyers putting their sell orders on. It could be shorts waiting up there, getting that high and driving it all the way back down again. However, now we're at that level 7. These are fictitious now, and there's thousands of traders up there. All of a sudden, we hit up on level 6, and those level 7 orders disappear, most of them. They were just sitting there waiting, and that could mean anything. It doesn't necessarily mean spoofing, but that could mean anything. It could just mean that the sellers that were sitting up there waiting for the market to come up to get and shorted at the top, for example, or whatever that level is to ride it back down again, they may have changed their mind and said, wow, this market is pushing up too far, too fast. I am not getting in the way of this train, and just took their order off. And that may have just reciprocated across a whole bunch of other traders, saw the same thing. Maybe it was a whole bunch of shorts. Nah, people closing for the day. Something happened. We have no idea. All we know is that they were there. The market was getting close, and now they're not. So to answer your question, yeah, they can give you some insight. I just wouldn't bet the farm on it, unless we have those like big Bloomberg terminals, and you're on the floor, and you can kind of see who actually owns those orders. Getting those icebergs and staggering out if they all belong to the same hedge fund, or JP Morgan's got 1 million orders in there, and they're all staggered around. You can kind of see that. We can't see that. We only have level 1, last bid and ask, and then level 2 is minimum of 10 or above. Beyond that, we don't get to see it. But it's a good question. For the style of trading, I believe, yes, it can give you an edge, or at least assist you with your trades and seeing what's going on in the market. Great question.
Excellent. Yeah, and if you are here and you attend the fast market segment early on, you see MP basically just trades off the ladder all day long. He's a big tape reader.
Absolutely.
So you'll learn a lot just watching him trade also. All right, next we have a question from Yan. When are we supposed to use Topstep X? I'm going to assume that this question means when are we going to get access to Topstep X? Does that sound right to you, Robert?
That's how when I briefly saw the question, that's how I interpret it. I am afraid I'm not going to put a date on there. What I can say is that it is still open for sign up. You can form, maybe one of the mods can put the form in there for the sign up for use of Topstep X. I know it's slowly being rolled out. It is still not on full release. For full disclosure, it is not on full release. I personally do not want to specify a date. I really don't know it. I don't even want to guess at it. Then I'll leave it at that. But it's not going to be far out from the internal things. I'm not going to put a date on it. But stay tuned. You can still use it. Sign up. Take a look at it.
Yeah, we're adding more people to the user list every day. and that, yeah, it'll just continue to grow. So if you're on the list right now, you will be in shortly, and we're going to start rolling out to the masses in not too long. So stay tuned. All right, next question comes from Michael. What trading strategy do you guys use, and how has your strategy evolved since you started trading?
What strategy have we used and how has it evolved? I can only answer for myself, I think, on this one. I really can't speak to others of what they've used or how they've changed their strategy. So I'll make it brief because I'm not here to talk about me. I want to make sure we do group coaching here. I started off with lower term, fast movement, trying to buy the open or sell the open depending. And I couldn't get it. So my strategy evolved over time to say, give me a little bit more time in the market so I can actually see what's going on. And then it's really hard to pick a high of day when the market just opens. So it's really tough. So mine evolved by just giving it a little bit more time. I also evolved it by both taking larger trades and holding them a little bit longer, but also not holding them too long and not too far. So I'm right in that sweet spot in the middle. I just found that it works for me. And the style that I like is I like to look at where the pivots are and look at the direction of the market and look at the momentum of the market and say, well, man, it was up here, it came down, now it's going back up again. I think it's going to go to this area. It's a guess, right? We speculate. That's all we can do is assume. Think about that, manage our risk on it. I also switched from time bars to range bars. And what else is there? Oh, and I pulled volume off my chart. Candle volume, only because it's a range bar. So the candle volume isn't really doing any justice when you're dealing with range bars. So if anybody else, that's great to find out more about the other coaches, and even on Topstep TV in the morning and when Fast Markets or the Power Hour, feel free to ask them. There's always several traders trading live on multiple segments, including our guests that come on, that then I'm sure they're glad and would be happy to share how they started their journey, which most of them do, and then where they came to, how they got there, and what they're looking forward to.
Yeah, excellent point. Actually, right after this, in our Back to the Future segment, we're going to have Andrew A. and Martin on, who are a couple of Topstep traders, and maybe they'd be happy to expand on that answer for everybody.
That would be great.
Next question coming from Momillions. What is the futures version of the EU? I could get started on this one. What I think you're looking for is the Euro FX futures contract, which if you go to the CME Group website, you can find under the 6E symbol. 6, the number 6, Echo. 6E is the Euro FX futures contract. Anything to add on that one, Robert?
No, that was great. I'm glad I didn't answer because I would have given the wrong answer on that. I thought they were talking about what's Topstep going to do in the EU, like the European Union. And I was like, oh, we're there now. If you're in the trader listening to us from the EU, you're listening to it. We are there now. We are global. We are worldwide, bell to bell. So I would have totally answered that wrong question. So JD, we hit that from both angles. Thanks for the chime in there.
Nice. Yes, you definitely got both sides of that answer. Excellent. All right, here's another one. This is a good one for Robert, coming from your experience with our support team. Why do practice accounts blow out? You should be able to reset them anytime. What do you think about that?
Well, why they blow out is because we had bad trades going on, including everybody has bad trades. And if you lose your practice account, you can reset it right then and there as many times as you want, as often as you want, for zero cost.
There is your answer. Reset your practice account anytime you want. All right, next. Camille. Hi, Coach Robert. If Michael is Permabear, who is Permabull in Topstep?
Hi, Camille. I don't know. I didn't know Michael was a perma bear until Topstep TV. I've just seen when we talk internally, there's a little trading group that we like to talk to, like it's called like Band of Traders, that we talk about the ones that do trade consistently, pretty much day to day. I didn't even know it at that point, so I only found out Michael being a perma bear during Topstep TV broadcast. I was like, oh, that's interesting, because what in that group what I see is we talk about everything. I haven't really seen a bias from many traders internally or even the coaches. So I don't have the correct answer or the accurate answer for that. Yeah, maybe that's another one for the group. Throw in Discord and see if there's a whole section on coaches there. Maybe somebody has a better answer than I do. Maybe someone in support knows, but I do not have that answer for you as to who is actually the perma bull.
Well, Hoag's come out and said quite a few times, not quite a few, but I've heard it said that from Hoag that the markets have a natural tendency to gravitate towards higher prices. So based on that, maybe we could call Hoag our perma bull, at least for now. All right, next up, Gustavo. To reduce losses, I use a break even. Example in NQ, TP is 10 points. I put break even at half a point when 475 is reached. Do you think this is okay, or maybe I have fear of losing? Sounds like his risk might be a little tight in the NQ. What do you think, Robert?
I 100% agree that the risk does sound like to be a little tight, especially for NQ. It just moves so far, so fast in such a short amount of time. I personally would not use anything less than 10 points for a stop. And he's asking about moving it to break even. I'm literally only giving you my approach and my philosophy based on NQ is if you're in profit to an X amount, whatever that is, and you're getting close to your target, and you bring your stop to break even and it hits it, why wouldn't you just take what you have for profit at that time? I have a really, really hard time giving back all that money that was in there. I don't have a hard time losing. Nobody likes to lose, but it's part of the game. It's part of the trading. You're going to lose. I don't have a problem with that. What I don't like seeing, and I'm going to take me out of the picture. What I don't like seeing when I'm working with other traders in coaching and here and seeing the trade reports is seeing a trade where they've entered, they're at $1,200 profit, their target was $1,500 profit, and they closed for minus 200. I really don't like seeing that. It bothers me to no end. If you're at $1,200 profit and you're looking for 15, you have an option. You can close it and take the 12 and not be greedy for the last 3. 2, if it comes back down and you recover half of that, why not stop? Just admit it. Just like, okay, it's not going my way. At least I'm walking out with 600 of my 12. Could it come down to that 600 and shoot right back up to 1,500? Absolutely. But here's something we know. We know our entry because we put it on. We know our risk, our loss, because we determined it and put it on our chart. We do not know our target. We know where we think it's going to be. We know where we want it to be, where we speculate, where we assume. We know all that, and we have it all mapped out. But we don't know it's going to hit there. We only know our entry. We only know our risk that we are willing to accept as a maximum. You don't even have to let it hit that. If it's going against you and the market flips, and based on your trading experience, you look and say, oh, man, I got into this right at the wrong time. It's totally going to hit it. That's okay. That's okay. Get close to your target. If you're up there, remember, if you're having let's just say a 4-to-1 ratio, and you have your stop here and your target is way up here, and the market, the closer it gets to your target, the worse your R&R becomes. Because now if you're chasing, in that example, $1,200, and now you're looking for that last 300, but you're willing to give back 1,200, that's the opposite 4-to-1 ratio, because you're risking the 1,200 you made to get the 300 you didn't. Again, I am just speaking from myself, but that is a strong recommendation I would have. If you're that close to your profit and you just want to move to break even, that's a tough pill to swallow. I guess the caveat and the exception to that would be if you're taking these really small trades. If you're looking for a few points here and there, and it goes up, and as soon as it gets close, you're jumping up in case you get wicked out of it. I guess that might be the exception, but a lot of us aren't doing that. NQ, half a point, moving break even, really tough. If you see those profits you're looking for, my suggestion is to take it and then take the next trade.
Trade the market, not your P&L.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Thanks, JD.
Yep. Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. Take what the market gives you. All right. Next up from Bashir. Maybe this has been answered in the past, but it's such a frustrating thing. What can I change in order to hold my winners longer the same way I do in my practice account?
Ooh, well, you can carry over the second half of that last little rant there I went on the last question of just holding your winners longer. I know it's really tough. It's really tough. Well, JD, do you recall the average trade? Was it 22 minutes? The winning trader, so 21 minutes. I heard Mick mention it, that our most profitable traders and our most ones that are winning, the most winningest traders, I want to say it was a 21-minute trade.
That sounds about right. Actually, Mick's
yeah.
sitting right here. Maybe I can ask him real quick.
Okay, so we don't know when that trend or when that target is going to be. How are you going to hold that longer when we don't know? Okay, that's just what I was talking about earlier. We know our entry. We know where we're willing to stop out. We don't know the end of it. It's the long trend traders. We do not know when the end of the trend is going to be. We could literally look at that and it pulls back. It's just a little pullback, and then it comes down a little further and it goes, it's just a further retracement. And then it comes down and hits a moving average, a tight moving average. It just hit the 50 moving average. And then it goes a little further down. It goes, it's just a VWAP play. It bounced off VWAP. But then in hindsight, you look back and say, wow, that market really rolled over on me. I guess I should have got out at the top of the trend. We don't know it was the top of the trend. We don't know it was the maximum profit. We don't know that until it happens. So it's a really extremely difficult way to look at it. Saying, well, how do I know? We don't. Just trade your plan, take what the market gives you, do the best you can with it, and manage your risk.
We'll get back to you with those trader success metrics too. I'm going to look into it real quick.
Okay.
Maybe we'll circle back to this question in a little bit.
Yeah, I would almost hang my hat that it was 21 minutes where the most successful and highest profitable traders were holding on to those trades. So if that's any consolation, what do we not know? We don't know what time frame. We don't know what utilities they were using. Were they a trend trader? Were they reading the DOM? Maybe they're doing book map plays. Maybe they're just looking at a TPO chart and doing those 30 minutes. Were they holding overnight? That's why they were getting so long. That's what we don't know. I can't answer that. But I'm going to hang my hat on. I think it's 21 minutes.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert. All right. Next question comes from Jack. All right, Jack. What is the best way to backtest in an automated way? Specific time-based ideas over a 1 to 5 year time frame. For example, looking at continuation in the first 5 minutes after open compared to the pre-market.
Loaded question. Before that, we're getting confirmation. It was 26 minutes. So I can't hang my hat on it. I'll hang my brim on it. I was thinking 21, but it was absolutely. Yeah, it came from right there. I see it in there. 26 minutes. There we go. So there we are. There's a real answer. Okay, back testing. This is right up my alley. I do a lot of coding. I do a lot of automation stuff. So back testing is it's kind of funny. I'm going to completely contradict myself right here. Back testing is key and makes no difference whatsoever, in my opinion. Why is that? Well, I think they said a year and a half. Was that what it was? A year and a half? The market was different back then. It was entirely different back then. So what worked then may not work now. What works now may not work next month. I'm going to give you a real personal example of this, and this is over the COVID time frame, 2020. I was doing pretty well at the beginning of the year, even though this is 2019. It really hit, and then January, February, we had some weirdness going on there, and then when it came March, the bottom fell out, right, of COVID, of 2020 due to COVID. Well, I was doing okay at the beginning of the year with the strategy that I was using, and when all of that mess happened, it did not work at all whatsoever, no time. So I had to adjust and adapt it. Now this is where the back testing comes in, because you say, "Ooh, this is how the market's going now. Let me take this and let me look over the last few days, the way the market is right now, see if it's going to apply." Made the adjustments, moved on with it. But guess what happened 5 or 6 months later? Things lightened up a little bit with COVID. The strategy stopped working again. So I decided I'm going to try and go back to how it was. Still didn't work. So I had to modify it to make a third variation. Now, I told you all that to tell you this. Let's look at December 31st of that year, 2020. And if I take my strategy that I use at the beginning of the year and I say backtest this thing for the whole year, I did good for about 3 or 4 months, and it was horrible the rest of the year. But then I take the strategy that was adapted through those strong COVID times and I run it for the entire year. Same thing. Did good for 3 or 4 months, and it was terrible at the beginning of the end. And the same story at the end. Use that last bit. It was horrible until the end of the year. So this is why I say backtesting is really good if you're working out a strategy to see how the market is and what it's looking at this time without going way too far back. But if you take that same thing and you play it back a year, it's going to give you a hard time. And I do this for computer automation all the time. I'll have somebody ask me about it and say, this is my strategy. What do you think? I go, wow, that looks beautiful. I wish I could use this every single day. And I'll go back, and from January to June, it was absolutely horrible. Not due to them. It's just the way the market was. So back testing, unless you have something that is extremely adaptable, it's really tough. Back to the beginning, it is great and necessary, and also doesn't work. One step further is think of all the Wall Street and the big players. I'm just a guy that likes doing this stuff, individual retail trader that knows some coding, knows some language. Those guys, those companies have traders and developers with multiple PhDs in economics and computer science and statistics, and they have a hard time. What makes me think that I'm going to do any better than them? Nothing. I'm just going to play what I know, adapt and overcome, and do the best that I can with what I have. Great question. I love this stuff about the backtesting and analysis of the market and see what's going on. I'm purely technical. And JD, before you hit next question, gold just dropped off, and I'm really interested. I see my chart up. I'm going to pull it up on the big screen because I want to make a note of something here. And the note is this. Thank you. The note is this: is right at Hoag's weekly kickoff high. Now, what does he look for? If it comes up over the weekly kickoff high and stays there, that may just be a nice little point of zone area of support. How much the resistance of support? Is it going to stay and hold? We don't know. The not the irony, the confluence on this is right here, that blue line. That's the 50 moving average. So just as I was mentioning to someone before about the way the trades is going to curl around, what do we look at? If I were to look at this right here, right now, live with everybody on here, I'm seeing some volume. We had a bunch of volume come in on the low side, on the sell side. There we are. It was enough to push it down below and break out of that point of control area. Now this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this section right here. Okay, see, this is where the volume profile is saying, well, we had a lot of trading here, a lot of trading here, a little bit of a gap, and we hit right here again. Those are the 3 high points of the volume profile today. So we have our point of control, which is the area, the level where the most contracts were traded. If I'm looking at this trade, I'm saying, we just rolled down a little bit. We're still in that area right here where the levels are at for the volume profile. We are right at our weekly kickoff high. We are touching the 50 moving average. We can still qualify this at this point in time. Just look at this chart. It's just a pullback, tapping these levels and moving on. But is it? So this would be great reflection back to the trader that says, how do we know when to get out of our trades? Well, what if you were a trend trader? What if you were a trend trader and you caught this thing at the bottom down here? You say, well, I'm going to play this opening range breakout. I'm going to risk down here below the 100 average, the 200 moving average. You did really well. Here it is. Suffered a little pullback, came up, little pullback, still going, still going. So do you get out here because your trend is now broke? Do you just close it when it comes back down in this area? Do you wait and hold on and maybe, or do you exit and say, well, no, this trend line broke, I think is going down from here on in, and you switch to your short position? Those are all questions you need to ask yourself. I cannot give those answers because I don't know. It's going to be based on what you do, what your strategy is like, what your risk tolerance is like, how you feel about it. If you're already into the market, already into your money over in this area, and you see this volume down here starting to dry up and things going sideways, making the same levels over and over and over again, this may have been a good time to get out of the trend and say, you know what, I was in this thing for 4 hours now. Looks good to me. I don't know if it's going to go up anymore, but we don't know. So going back to that, your entry, your stop. We don't know where your target is actually going to be. We can speculate, but we don't know. So we'll keep an eye on this. I just want to show that gold kind of fell out of bed here with some volume. The down volume is slowing down. We are right at the moving average. We haven't broken below this entire low volume area right here. So if we extend this over, just kind of rudimentary drawing a line. Once we get below this and we start dropping, as it looks like it just rolled over on us. So that's a great thing. Somebody called it out in the chat that it was dumping, so I appreciate that.
Excellent. Thanks for that update, Robert. And yeah, as Hoagland likes to teach us, he uses these weekly kickoff levels as more of inflection points where he likes to see longer term traders starting to adjust inventory around. So you'll likely see some jockeying around this 2090 level in gold for a little bit. before maybe filling some of these single TPOs down here below and maybe testing the lower end of today's value area, which I am showing right now to be right around 2084.20. So keep an eye on that also. We also had, after a minor range extension in the NASDAQ, came back and tested the high of the opening range. It's just kind of hovering right above there right now. So there's our update on those big movers from a little while ago. All right. Next question comes from Dan. On what time frames do you find to be the most consistent, reliable for entering trades?
Dan, thanks for the question. It's back to every trader is different. It's an individual preference. John, JD here, talking in my ear and everybody's ear, he just referenced a TPO chart. Technically, it's not time-based. Every letter, every block, every TPO is 30 minutes. So I guess you could pseudo qualifies it as a time chart. It's not a candle based, but I suppose they're 30-minute blocks. But what if you don't trade a time chart? What if you trade point and figure, those X's and O's? What if you trade a range bar chart like myself? What if you trade a tick chart? There's no time on that. So it's really hard to answer that question, because if you ask the trader and say, hey, what's the best time? And that trader says, I don't use time. That's for them. And you can ask another trader what the best time is, and they like to trade ultra bonds. And they like trading ultra bonds in a 1-hour chart. So a good entry chart for them might be 15 minutes. Talk to a NQ trader that likes the speed trade in and out. Their best time might be a minute, might be 2, might be 3. So that's a really tough question to answer, because it is so individual. The suggestion is to just give it a try. You have a practice account, and you can go back and do these replays. Give it a try on different time frames, and they definitely will show you something different. And I would also suggest and I'm going to suggest this to everybody, just to throw it out there. Put your strategy on a chart, whatever time frame you use, whatever instrument, doesn't matter. And I would like you to plot out, given your risk-reward ratios in your style, plot out 5 perfect winning trades. Totally look back in historical data and hindsight trade and give yourself 5 perfect trades. And then switch to another time and see what difference it would have made. Throw them right on the chart. Switch to a different time. And then switch to a range, or then switch to a tip chart. Maybe even switch to a TPO chart and see if you get those single print TPOs. See if everything is stacking up. Do that split profile. See how things are lining up for you. That's the best way to do it. Giving yourself the wins over and over and over again consistently. I won every single trade. And then change the criteria for those trades. Change the charts for those trades. Just to see what it looks like. That may be mind-blowing, maybe eye-opening. It may mean nothing to you, but it is absolutely worth a shot. There is so much to trading. Absolutely so much. And then when you do that, plot yourself 5 losing trades. Look at them and say that was a horrible entry. Don't know what was going on. They don't have to be your real trades. Look in hindsight and say, wow, this is a bad trade. It's a good thing I didn't enter here. Plot it anyway. And do the exact same thing. Start clicking around charts, clicking around time frames, maybe an indicator or something on it. See what's going to work out the best for you. You may look at that losing trade and be like, wow, if I took it the way I wanted to on that 15-minute chart, for example, since we're talking about the best time, say this is horrible. This 30-minute chart was terrible. Maybe it looked great on an hourly chart if you were scaled down and you held a little bit longer. Maybe it looked great on a 5-minute chart if you had a little more contracts and just took a little piece of the pie on the way. You never, ever know. There are times that I was trading with others in here, and sometimes this would be before TopstepTV. We were looking at the same chart. Why are you in NQ? Yes. 5-minute chart? Yes. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that. We're looking at these types of things. Looking at levels. And then we both go, I'm in. And I go, I'm long. They go, I'm short. And you both walk away a winner, or you both walk away a loser. It is uncanny the way these markets are, which is why I love it. So to go back, the best time frame to trade, it's going to be the best for you, for your style, for the market you're trading, the time of day you're trading, and your risk tolerance.
Well said. I like what you said about trades that you don't even take, but you're still thinking about. This could be a great topic for a journal entry also. Just jot that down. Even if you don't take the trade, not even in a practice account or your live account, it doesn't matter. If you're just thinking about a trade and you don't take it, jot it down and then come back to it and see how it might have panned out for you.
100%.
Also, I'd recommend, personally, I'd I'm always tracking markets using the top-down approach that we talk about a lot here. Start with the higher time frames, cut down to the lower time frames. You'll see hour to hour, your entry time frame might be a little different depending exactly what Robert said on the time of day, what the volatility is looking at like, whether you're in a trending market or a sideways market. There's a lot of factors that are involved in trade entries. So keep an open mind. Don't get stuck on one thing. How does Michael put it? Oh, it just slipped my mind. I had it.
I think he's listening. Maybe we'll put it in chat.
Strong opinions weekly held. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Next up, we're going to Mark. On a range bound day, is there a standard stop loss percentage of range that should be used to keep from being stopped out by a one player move versus managing risk against a big market move outside the range?
No. Next question. I'm
No.
just kidding. Yeah, I'm like half serious. The answer is no. It's still all going to depend on you, your style, your strategy, the market, the way it is. I get it. It's a range bound, but is it a 15-point range on ES or 15-point on NQ or 15-point on oil? It's different. Well, it wouldn't be 15 points on oil. That's ridiculous. 15 ticks. Is it range bound from the overnight or just from the market open? Is your style taking small pieces? Are you a breakout trader or a fader? Do you hold on to trends longer? Those are just all questions. So it's really hard. These static answers are very, very difficult. I appreciate the questions and we'll help the best we can. But they're super, super hard because they are so individually based. And all we can do is make suggestions and generalize answers. It's kind of tough for me because I'm a pretty A and B, like answer logical, black and white, type A personality type person. So I like to give, yes, this is how you do it. This is direct. But in these types of situations, no, it's not a really good way to give an accurate answer on that. I'm sorry. Ranging, I guess the best solution would be, I shouldn't say solution, but the best option would be if you see it's ranging and you know it's ranging and it's in a tight range, when it gets to the top, put a short on and then put your risk above it. Or let it come up and drop a little bit. And what's going to happen? If it stayed in the range, hey, you did pretty good. If it broke out of the range, you took a loss and moved on to the next trade. Same thing with going down. If you see it ranging, bouncing back and forth, that's really, in my opinion, that's all you can do. Now, if you were in it from earlier in the day and you have a smaller size, you want to hold it all day long and it's stuck in a range, it's just a consolidation area, nothing to worry about. Very, very simple. So it's a little tough. Hopefully I helped you out a little bit, but it's kind of a vague area. That's where you can jump into Discord and work directly with the coaches and each day and say, this is what I'm looking at. What do you think? There's a group area in there and there's individual channels in there too. I know we specify going to Discord a lot, but it's a free resource for you with a bunch of professionals. Definitely use it to your advantage. We're here for you.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. And thank you, MP, for chiming in the chat. That's right. Having a flexible bias. Strong opinions weekly held leaves a lot of room to be wrong and learn to adapt. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, we have Noah. How do you learn to stop over trading? This is a multi-part question, I think.
Okay.
How do you learn to stop over trading? Obviously, your business does better when we overtrade our business, Topstep. But it's clear that something takes hold of a trader after they have a decent run to get them into bad trades with too much leverage. Journaling just points out that something bad happened. Are there risk limits we can put in place?
Wow. Yeah, that is a very loaded question. I would have to very first define overtrading. Okay. Define that because it's different. If you mean the number of trades a day, it's still different. JD, I don't know what you take. I see how many trades Michael takes. I see how many Eddie takes and how many Hoag takes. We're all different. The different styles. If you're short term, taking a few pieces along the way, I'll trade anywhere between 5 and 35 trades a day. Sometimes a little more than that. Sometimes I don't think I've taken maybe less than 5 in a long time. So is 35 overtrading, or is that just part of my plan, the way the market's moving in that strategy? I don't know. Is it qualified overtrading as, hey, I made X amount of dollars. My target was $500 for the day and I made $500 for the day. Yeah, I'm going to continue to take more trades. I could see that being called overtrading. I would just say that's greed. because if you did it and you made your target or discipline, or why are you going after more? You did your plan, you came to it, and it worked out for you that day. Trading itself is wow, it's just different for each person. So over trading, we first need to define what that is and what you call that it is, and what is over trading to you. Let's say my trading plan is I'm going to do 5 to 10 trades. I take 50. Okay, that's over trading. I didn't follow my plan, didn't follow my structure. Maybe one, I was doing better and I felt like I was on a hot streak and I kept trading. I just qualify that as being greedy about it. Okay, maybe you don't agree. That's totally fine. The other side of the coin is, hey, I'm on a hot streak. The market's moving like crazy. I'm going to take what I can. And then we look at all of those reports, thousands and thousands of them, and those are the traders that are up $1,200 when they were typically up $800 and they close the day at minus 200. Take your winnings. In my opinion, that's what you made. Go for it. Walk, enjoy it. Enjoy your day. Spend the time with your family. That's the best part of it. Now, overtrading can mean the opposite way. You took your whatever number of trades, let's say 5 trades, and you down on your loss. Well, you should stop. But nah, I'm going to take a few more trades. Maybe that's being undisciplined, and you just want to make it back. No, I'm not letting the market get the best of me. You start trading again. You go further in the hole. What the hell? I'll just buy a reset. Continue to trade. That one trade instantly went against you. Wow, that was dumb. What a fluke. What bad luck. Reset it again. Take another trade. That I could see as being called and labeled overtrading. Follow your plan, folks. This, whatever it is, it doesn't mean that it's going to work all the time. If you put your plan together and you do that over and over and over and over again, you will absolutely see what is working and what's not. Then, going back to the very first question, you need to adapt it for the market. It's really, really difficult to use the same plan, same day, all the time, all year long, every single day. It is super hard. It does need to be adaptable. And JD, I'm not sure we have for time here. I've shared this story before, so I'll make it super, super quick. That's how I learned with mine. I found out that I was going for trades that were too big, putting a strategy and a plan together, and I found out after plotting 3 months worth on a spreadsheet, I happened to glance at it one day and noticed that of the trades that I was taking where my targets were more than 20 points per trade, this is NQ, I was losing 80% of those trades. However, I was winning most of them when they were 15 points and below. So I stopped taking trades between 15 and 20 points. I just cut it right off. So if I'm losing 80% of my trades that were targeting 20 points, and I stop taking trades that are 20 points, I increase my probability of not losing, not necessarily winning, but not losing by 80% by doing one stupid thing. And that was by doing the same thing over and over and over again, just adapting a little bit for the market. I hope that rings home, because I tell that story a lot, and it just made all the difference in the world. I just love to share it.
That was awesome. Thanks, Robert. And yeah, if you're a 1 and 2 lot trader and you make 3 to 5 trades a day, and all of a sudden you find yourself trading 3 to 5 lots, making 20 trades a day, without scaling up, you just kind of happen to do this. You should know automatically that you're starting to go off the rails, and you need to scale it back a little bit before disaster strikes. Thanks, Noah. Thank you, Robert. All right, I think we got time for
one more.
Maybe one more coming from Shay. All right. What are the best products and timeframes for someone less than a year into futures? I feel like I overtrade when I look for trades on less than a 15-minute chart, but I found it difficult to find success on the higher timeframes as well. Is there a general rule or just trial and error? This kind of ties into the question that you just answered, but maybe just a little more backfill for Shay. What do you think?
Sure. Yeah. Summary. I think it's you hit the nail on the head. That question I think covered the last 3. It was all time frame, newer traders. What's the best way to trade? Best instrument. There isn't any, and they had the. And thank you, Shay. You had the answer in your question, and that was trial and error. You have a practice account. You have the back available. I'm not saying back testing, but you can scroll back and be like, all right, I'm going to start from here and play the market forward, tick by tick or minute by minute, or however you want to trade it, and see what your strategy is like. There is one thing that I could kind of capitalize on there is if you're trading small time frames, fast charts with a fast moving market, you can probably size up a little bit and take smaller pieces. Whereas if you're going onto those larger time frame charts and holding longer, definitely need to scale back a little bit. There's not a lot of room on this, right? There's not a lot of room. You hit those loss limits. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. Not saying you have to be right all the time. You just have to be diligent and manage your risk on those. The biggest thing we talk about all the time is risk management. You'll hear it over and over and over again. Risk management, risk management, risk management. It's step number one. So when you look at those higher time frame charts, if you're not using a different strategy, then you're almost setting yourself up for failure. This is including, from the way back, moving averages. If I'm looking at let's just say 10, so I can multiply it quickly. I'm looking at a 10 moving average on a 5-minute chart. I'm looking at trades back 10 periods, 5-minute chart, 15 minutes, almost an hour ago. But what if I click and I look at a higher time frame chart in an hour? I'm looking at information that was 10 hours ago. That could be through 2 different sessions, especially if I'm looking at the market open and I'm using VWAP, for example, or if I'm using a 20 or 30 moving average. I'm looking at what happened in London 4 hours ago. To me, it's just really hard to identify. I want to know what the market is doing here now, what the certain levels are, some resistance points on there, managing my risk, trying to get a good entry, and then taking the profit when it's there. That's not P&L trading. I'm not talking P&L trading. I'm talking, I'm getting close. Hoag has that rule too, right? It's like 80% rule. This is my target. I think it's going to go here. If it's driving up quickly, I'm going to let it run. But if it's getting up there, starts hovering around, I don't like the way things are going, it's just staying there for a while, just close the trade, take another one.
That's correct.
These are great questions.
Yeah.
Great questions today.
Hoag refers to it as the 10% rule.
10% rule.
He'll start looking at an exit. He'll start looking for an exit strategy when price comes to within 10% of his profit target. So,
yep. Thanks for clarifying. 10% rule. Yep. Thank you.
Yep. And just one more real quick. I'm going to throw this one out for Adam. If I'm offered a live account while I already have a live account, what would happen? You are only allowed to have one open live trading account at a time. You can have a maximum of 4 funded accounts, 3 XFA accounts, 3 express funded accounts, and 1 live account. Maximum 4 funded accounts at a time. I hope that answers your question. And
if he gets a second one, JD, to add to that, I believe, please correct me or somebody jump in, that they take the profits and levels and they merge it into that live account, the second live account. Yes, okay.
And you can dictate how much money or how much of those funds you want to transfer over into the live account before you start trading live. If you need a more in-depth question or answer than that, I'll share a form for the shoulder tap tomorrow, where you can ask your risk manager anything. Throw that question back in there, or maybe I'll just throw it in there manually right now, and Mick can elaborate on it tomorrow also. All right, with that, we are running a little short on time. Coming up next, we have Andrew and Martin are joining Eddie for Back to the Futures. And after that, we have the Power Hour with Eddie, Eric, and Mike E. So stay tuned for some more excellent trader entertainment and education. Let me just line something up here real quick. All right, we're going to get out of here. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. We'll be back again tomorrow at noon. Thanks again, everyone. We will see you tomorrow.
Thanks, JD. Thanks, everyone.
welcome back to the futures. And as you can see, our futures are moving. We got the NASDAQ taking a dippity-do here right now. All the way trading all the way down here to 17,073.60. And the sellers are pretty strong here on this run. You know, I've been watching these markets here, and it's like earlier today, buyers trying to get to the highs, sellers knocking it way down, and then the buyers coming back, inching their way back up. And here comes the sellers again to sort of ruin their day. But anyway, I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And we've got our good friends here with us today. We've got we've got Andrew. Andrew, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Eddie. Good to see that you're back getting healthy again.
Well, yep. A lot of NyQuil. A lot of NyQuil stopped at Walgreens yesterday, and the bad thing about it is, I guess maybe it's a good thing, is as I was taking the cap off, I forgot that they had that little cup on there, and I cut the cup, so I'm just sort of swigging off the bottle right now. It seems like it's working very well, but very nice to have you here. And we've also got Martin. Martin, are you with us?
Yep, I got you, Eddie.
There you
How
are.
you?
There's Martin. There's our old buddy Martin. Martin, how was YouTube channel today?
So I actually was not on chat today.
Oh, you had the day off, huh?
Yeah, so I was on other missions for the day.
There you go. There you go. So, guys, have we put any trades on today?
Yeah, so I took a trade at open on the NASDAQ. I typically don't trade this week, but it looked like a nice clean move, and got in on that first 3-minute candle and got out for $600 and called it a day.
That's a smart move. That's a very smart move. And Andrew, how about you, man?
I took one small trade near the open. It was good for about $170. You know, just keeping my toe dipped in the water, so to speak.
Right. There you go. Now, let me ask you guys. Let's start with Martin. Martin, what indicators and what do you look for? And what are you using for today?
Yeah, so I'm pretty simple. I like to see my shorter time frame, which is typically the 3-minute time frame.
Okay.
I want to see that going in the same direction as a 15-minute and a 1 hour. For me this morning, what I saw, and I'm a big MACD guy. I don't
real quick here. Sorry to interrupt you here, but once again here we've got the NASDAQ getting heavy all the way down to 70, 60, 65. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, the market's moving. But yeah, I use simple things. I like to see the MACD. I use wilder settings on that, so it slows it down a little bit. It's kind of more smooth, and I just look for my longer time frame to be backing up my shorter time frame. And so this morning I saw that the setup on the 3-minute and the 15-minute started to curl up, and got in real quick, in and out super quick for $600 and called it a day.
That's good. That's a good day. Good day. Now, you guys, let me ask you, Martin. Martin, what's your strategy on entries?
Yeah, so when I'm going long, I also want to look at the RSI, and so for RSI, I want that to be over 50 on my short time frame and my long time frame going in. Really, my bread and butter setup is going to be jumping in right before that 3-minute crossover for the MACD. You know, I'm always looking at the longer time frames, and that's what I'm basing my bias off of. I try not to go against the trend, but you know, sometimes you got some good trades that way. But for the most part, I'm really looking at these longer time frames and looking for my entry on the 3-minute.
Good job. Well, you know, we had a lot of opportunity. What's sort of shaking my boat is all the opportunity we have here on this dead week. You know, it's been a week where nobody, you know, we tell everybody, you know, be careful, be careful. We've seen a lot of rallies, Santa rallies, but you know, what's pulling us back down? Is it correction? Is it people that don't believe in Santa Claus? What is it? What do you think this is, Andrew? Why are we moving like we are?
I think most of what we're seeing right now this week is just the retail traders just kind of pushing it around a little bit. For me, I tend to keep it really super simple. I use a 10 tick range bar and just 2 moving averages to really kind of pick out where the trend is. And if you can actually see my screen now, but if you look here, this was a cross of this is the 21 EMA and the 60 EMA. And that's all I'm using typically on most days. Now, some days when it's a little bit slower, I will throw a 200 EMA in there, but probably 95% of the time, this is all I'm really seeing. And all I do is I look for a cross of the 21 and the 60, followed by just a simple pullback. And in this case, if I would have been paying attention, I would have actually taken a trade right along in here, and would actually be up a little bit right now. But the hard part about this week is the volume is just so ridiculously small that since the way that I trade is mostly a momentum style of trade, it really requires having that volume to really be as effective as it needs to be. And there's lots of times, like a good example was this drop just a little while ago. Price came down, you see the 21 cross the 60, and I'm looking for at least one pullback candle after that cross.
Mm-hmm.
My entry would have been right here. And it would have been one of those entries where I doubt you even saw red for a few seconds. And then once that happens and it starts to pull away, then all I'm going to do is I'm going to trail my stop based off of that 60 EMA. And then that way I'm not having to think about where do I place my stop? Where do I actually you have to worry about whether I'm looking at certain levels or whatever. And it just makes for a very simple strategy. Like I said, you would have come in right about here. You would have trailed it down. If you get a really solid move, and if I was trailing it down, I would have come out right here. So it'd have been at 17,071. My entry would have been, about over 30 handles up from where I would have exited. And so same situation, right? We're seeing it reverse again. I'm looking for the cross of the 2 moving averages, looking for a pullback. My stop is typically going to be 10 to 11 handles, somewhere in that range. And since I'm using range bars, that my risk level is pretty well set standard all the time. And that's the whole strategy that I go by. So, and it works quite well. I mean, it's how I qualify for 2 XFAs, and I've been using it for a while now. And like I said, sometimes when market conditions change, I'll change a little bit and add some other EMAs in there as well.
Okay. All right. Martin, Linda wants to know, what are your MACD settings?
Yeah, so I actually use Thinkorswim, and Thinkorswim has a certain MACD called the Wilders MACD, and you can't really get that on any other broker that I found, not on futures brokers at least. But what you can do, Linda, is you basically double the values in the MACD settings. So for me, say that you're on TradingView or you're on Tradeovate, something like that. You're using an exponential MACD. If you change those settings to 20, 52, and 18, you get dangerously close to the same thing you're going to get on Thinkorswim as far as the Wilders MACD is concerned.
Okay. All right. Being traders, let me ask you, Martin, how long have you been trading?
So prior to Topstep, full time for a couple of years, probably about almost 2.5 years, trading overall for about 6 years, I guess.
Okay. And what's your job here at Topstep?
So I work on our support team.
Okay. And Andrew, how long have you been trading?
So I originally started trading back in 2008, back when Forex was really still in its Wild West days. I mean, you could get 400 to 1 leverage on a retail account in Forex at that time. So lots of opportunity to make money and lose it as well. Day one in my trading with Forex, I actually doubled a $2,000 account. And then day 2, I hit margin call. So I've had my experience with, big success and big drops as well. And then joined Topstep as a trader back in 2018. Different life events and different certain things kind of got in the way of being able to complete the combines, over time, and slowly got back into it after some other things happened in my life, and actually finally qualified after 5 years with 2 XFAs back in the first part of November. So that's the primary part of my experience. I did try options like one day and realized, no, that's not for me.
Let's get a poll in there. Speaking of options, we were mentioning that earlier today. Have you ever traded options? Yes or no? Let's get a poll and see how many people have actually attempted or continued to trade options. I know options can be a little tricky, but once you know it, just as anything, it's second nature. So let's get a poll and see what we can get with that. If anybody has traded options, let's take a look here real quick. Any questions? If you've got questions for our traders, Andrew and Martin, by all means, post those here. Okay. Yes, no, still do. Let's see what we get on that. Okay. Oh, I see Anders. Yeah, for a couple of weeks. Yeah, same here.
Yeah, but I tried it a couple times at a recommendation of actually my youngest son, because he was doing quite well with it, and even bought some books on trading options. And I realized, you really, that's something that you have to develop a skill over for a very, very long period of time. And he actually does quite well with options. He used a lot of what he earned off of options for the down payment in his house, and he actually lives out in Seattle now. So,
oh wow,
Good for him.
He's doing very good. So you got a trading family, huh?
Yeah, he does. My oldest son, not so much. He's more on the gaming side of things, but my youngest is definitely into it big time. He's never tried futures. We've talked about it a few times, but he's pretty well set on options. He does a lot of stuff with some of the longer term kind of things. He's trying to build it to where the dividends off of some stocks, pretty well take care of them. But so yeah, he got the bug as well.
He's got the bug. All right, let me ask you, can you take us through your typical trade day from when you get up, when you log on? What's some of the first things you do?
Yeah, so I'm here on Eastern time, so I'm usually up about 6 a.m. We've got a toddler, so once I get him out to daycare and out the door, and I'm back and get ready, I'm at my desk, typically about 7 a.m. And then I kind of start scouring through news. I see what big economic events are going to be going on. One of the things over the past couple of years, anybody that traded, pre-COVID, I suppose, most of these economic events didn't move the markets the way that they do today. And so knowing, when you've got Fed speakers, what's coming out, PPI, CPI, job numbers, things of that nature, you really got to know that, because for the most part, I avoid that stuff. If anything, I'll trade the reaction to it, but I'm certainly not rolling the dice prior to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start, macro to micro. And so I'm going to look at a daily chart. I'm going to work my way through the 4 hour, the 2 hour, the 1 hour, and just really see what was going on, what happened when London opened. How much movement and range did we have during that? That's going to be a pretty good indicator of what the New York Open is going to look like. And so, yeah, I try not to go in, so many people, if you follow traders on Twitter or, whatever your social media preference is, you'll see the doomers every day calling for, today's the day, it's going to crash, so on and so forth. And so many people go in with just an overall bias into the market each day. And I really try not to do that. I just want to trade what the chart shows me at the end of the day.
Okay. And, we were talking earlier, there was a question about how do I avoid looking at my P&L? Now, I remember one time in the office, Michael was trading, and he had a Post-it note over his monitor.
Mhm.
And I'm like, what's with the Post-it note over your screen? And he goes, I'm not watching my P&L. And I'm like, man, that's brilliant. It just take it out of the equation, and be committed not to keep peeking at it. And that's something, look for the wins and don't look for the money. And I've heard that a lot, and that's something new that I'm really trying to work on, is work on the wins and not look at the money. But it's really hard to do. It's really hard to do when money is going in and out of your pocket as fast as it can.
It is, and that's what makes this so difficult. And I've done the Post-it note thing, and times that I kind of get antsy, I'll put a Post-it note over my P&L. That's a great way to just hide it momentarily, at least. But anytime you're dealing with the ability to to make your day's salary in just a few minutes, emotions definitely step in, and it makes this difficult. And so many people take that for granted. That's the hardest part of this. Like clicking a mouse, defining an edge, finding a strategy, that's easy. Keeping your behavior and your emotions in check is a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the business, and setting yourself up for the first of the year. I know a lot of us are sitting on our hands, and a lot of you that are watching the show are just sort of enjoying what heat we're taking and sweating it out, which is fine. This is a time where I probably would not trade, and a lot of us are saying that, but I mean, how could you not be attracted to the movement that we're seeing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just to let everybody know, I am in a trade. Just went long on one contract on my combine, and you can see it here on the screen. The stop's down here. I've got a take profit sitting up here at about 21 handles or so. And all I'm doing right now at this point is I'm just going to sit here and wait and see what the market does. If it comes back and takes me out, it takes me out. That's just part of the game. It's part of the fun, or if you want to call that fun. But so for me, all I'm doing at this point is I'm just waiting for this 60 EMA to work its way past where I entered. And once I do that, then I'll start to trail my stop up.
Mm-hmm. All right. I just got long here at 17. Where did I get long here? 17,076. Yep. And looking for 420 in profits, and I just got it. So just taking a look here. Earlier today, I was very close to passing my combine, and I was suggested, hey, use micros. So I did, and passed another combine, restarted another, and so I'm trying to go for 3 here now. It's taking some time, but time is on my side.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the NASDAQ wants to make that push at least back up to VWAP. It's getting pretty close to it.
Yeah. So I think I've hit my 2% here, and I'm being very careful, very careful.
So right now, because I'm on a 10 tick, you can see right here that price is kind of stalled out. It's actually barcoding, if you will. So at this point, I'll probably just go ahead and just flatten this out, get out of it, not worry about it, especially on this week. And that puts me up, 255 on that particular combine with just 2 very simple trades. And that's exactly how I do things just about every day. So.
Mm-hmm. We got Nick. Yep. Nick, is my chart showing? I should have my chart showing. Hold on. Let me refresh here. I got it. Yeah.
And Ronnie was asking a little while ago in chat about what time frame that I use. I'm only using a 10 tick range bar. And then over here for longer term trades, when, you know, like, especially like when NQ is in a trending mood, I'll use a 40 tick range bar. And that, I have to say, thanks to Coach Robert for actually recommending the 40 tick range bar. It's been a game changer as far as for me and the way that I trade. So high five to Coach Robert for that one.
Well, there you go. There you go. Something that we're learning and using. And if something does come up and something that sort of piques your interest, if you got that practice account, it's highly suggestive that you try and experiment with it in the practice account, because you can always reset that practice account. Andrew, what time frame are you using? Is it a 4 hour?
No, so I use strictly range bars, so that the time is going to vary depending on how much the price is actually moving. So like in a news event, you're going to get, you know, hundreds of candles in a few seconds with a 10 tick range bar. But as you can see, like today, right now, when you look at how it's moving, and now I'm sitting here going, well, you dummy, you should have stayed in that trade. But, you know, it just tracks right along with it really nicely. But somebody was also asking earlier, why did I take that long? So there was a cross of the 21 and the 60. And then there was a pullback, at least one single pullback candle, and my entry point was right here at 76.50. And, you know, would have been up almost, 15 handles at this point, and with a 20 handle target. So it works out quite well most of the time. It also helps the way that I'm actually using it when the markets get really, really choppy. Even on a 10 tick range bar, you can actually find some pretty decent little trades. But you're not going to be looking for the 40 or 50 handle kind of trades. You're going to be looking for the 10 to 15, sometimes 20, especially when you're using a 10 tick range bar. That you're not looking for the 100 handle runs on those, and that's what I saved the 40 tick range bar for. So each candle doesn't really have a set time for each one. It's just whenever it moves. So on a 10 tick range bar, each candle is exactly 10 ticks high. And that helps me to manage, you know, the risk. I can look at it and go, okay, well, you know, I didn't get a good signal after it took a really long move to actually get a good signal on it, and I'll just stay out of that particular trade. But that's really about it. I mean, I've watched things like TPO and volume profile and some of the things that people use these days, and I'm like, my old mind just does not trigger on that kind of stuff. And that I wish I could. I think it would actually improve some of the percentages, but I just prefer, especially when you're dealing with something that moves as fast as NQ does. Yeah, you need as fewer things as possible to give you that signal as far as where do you get in and why are you getting in.
Right. Now, hey, crude traders just taking a bottom right now. Low of the day, 73.92. And I think that's, you know, I'm taking a look at most of these markets, and I think that's as far as the markets we talk about. Dow, not near its lows. You got the S&Ps here, just coming off its lows and making a nice run there. And usually, I mean, if we look at the NASDAQ too, looking at the NASDAQ here, it's almost the same chart, almost the same thing going on in the NASDAQ. So we got to keep an eye definitely on that if you're trading. Anybody have a position on any levels that you can share with us? I'm flat and might just put a trade on here again. Let's see here. Let's see. Nas the Dragon, says Martin, is spot on. This is what's baffling about day trading. On the chart, with most of the right tools, the edge, you can literally win almost every trade as long as the emotions and discipline are right. The thing is, with emotions and discipline, especially with emotions, if you are in question of what you are trading entries, ask yourself that question. Be that second voice. You know, why did I just buy two? Well, why did I move my stop? You know, why am I entering the market here? Why did I cancel that? And make sure that you've got a good answer. Make sure it corresponds to your game plan. That's one way that I catch myself letting emotions try to hijack my account. That's another way of catching yourself with revenge trade. Why am I buying 3 here? Well, it's not in the game plan. I just lost some money trying to get it back real quick. Not a good answer. So use that second voice. It's helped me throughout the years. And one good thing about it, it's like a mindset checklist where you're actually doing a checklist in real time. Should this be something that I am doing? And if it's not, it's then you've got to question yourself. You got to correct yourself. Do you still want to do this? Sometimes it's the right choice, but in my trading days, it's been the wrong choice too many times.
And that's a really good point, Eddie. One of the things I learned from Jared Tendler was, at the end of the day, if you blow up your account, if you are making bad trades and going on tilt, you have nobody but yourself to blame in this. Like the buck really stops with you. And so I always try and look at it as you have to have a really good reason to enter a trade. And if you treat your account as if you are managing someone else's account, if you are a fund manager and you're making these bad trades, at the end of the day, you have to account for that. And so what is your why? Why did you enter this trade? Why did you do these silly things? And if you're always finding yourself doing that, you've really got to just step back and pinpoint why you're doing it and eliminate that.
Right. Because the thing is, I mentioned that second voice. It sounds corny. But how many times in life in general have you told yourself, why am I doing this? Oh my goodness. Or you know what? Hey, good job. You did that really good. It's yourself. There's nothing wrong with it. Correcting yourself or giving yourself a compliment. It helps when the situations are tight, and it helps correct the wrong if you are doing wrong. How many times as a kid? Not too many, I would imagine. You're out with your buddies, and one of your buddies says, "Hey, let's go do this," and you're like, "Yeah," and you're thinking, "Wait a minute, wait, that's not cool." Same thing. It's a decision making that you need to make yourself accountable, and make sure that you're making the right choice. So do that. Let's see. Hoop says closing pit trade 4 minutes. Crude closing pit trade 4 minutes. I see it. So I sort of moved to NASDAQ. Okay.
And here in the chat, Naz the Dragon has a really good point. They said, if it sounds like we're repeating the same stuff over and over again, it's because we are. Trading should be boring and not a mini heart attack every day. That's spot on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Remind yourself. The thing is, I've been working on patience for the last 3 weeks, and that's something that I'm reminding myself when I put my hand on the mouse. It's like, well, do I need to move anything? Is this something I need to do? No, just relax. Let the market come to me. Okay. And another thing too is when you start chasing a market, that's when you get reckless. All right. That's when you lose your positive mindset, and it's going to sabotage your account. Got a question here from let's see, Angie. Andrew, how can I learn more about your trading? Missed the beginning. Andrew's on here. Andrew, you're here like maybe once a week or so.
Yeah, actually, I'm on today and actually tomorrow as well for about a half hour tomorrow. So, or you can visit, Discord. I'm in there quite a bit as well. As Topstep Andrew, you're more than welcome to come there and ask questions. There's a huge, really awesome community that are a bunch of traders that are legitimately trying to help each other out. You get the occasional crazy folks like myself, and that kind of stuff. But everybody there really wants to see you succeed. And as an ambassador in the Discord group, one of my favorite things I get to do is we have roles within Discord that like if you're a funded trader, then you'll have a golden username. If you're a paid out trader, then you get a green one, that kind of stuff. And to be able to actually give that person that role because of that accomplishment that they've done is just, to me, probably my most favorite thing that I use, that I'm able to do within the Discord community. But
oh, that's good. And what's your name in Discord? Topstep Andrew?
Topstep Andrew. Some of you guys may have known me before. Before I actually started working for Topstep, I was Future So Bright was actually my username. But you can find me there as Topstep Andrew. Sometimes I'll put some silly things at the end of my name just to have some fun. But I'm there probably 6 or 7 days a week at different times. Feel free to ask questions there, or hang around here. Every time I take a trade or whatever, we can certainly cover what I'm doing, because it's not like it's something that takes a 30-minute discussion or a 45-minute discussion to explain.
Right. And I had the privilege to meet Andrew at our get-together this past summer, and definitely a stand-up guy, wonderful person. And Martin, I hope to meet you one day here soon.
Yeah, hopefully very soon, Eddie.
Are you going to Vegas?
I'll be there.
I will meet you in Vegas. I will meet you in Vegas. Andrew, you going to Vegas?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But I'm not driving. I'm not going to do like I did Chicago. I drove to Chicago.
No. Yeah, we want you to fly in that time. Mr. Sos is got something maybe we can share. I find stepping behind my chair and looking as if I'm standing behind someone trade helps me make a better decision. I say that all the time. It's like, get up, take a few steps back, reevaluate. And I like that. If that works for you, maybe that works for others too. Just sort of get up out of that chair and look at it at a different angle. Even though it's the same trade working, it might help you make a better decision. Andrew, where do you typically put your stop?
So my stop actually is at a fixed point. It starts out at 44 ticks, which is 11 handles back. Once I see the initial move away, like in this case, we still got mine up. This was where my entry was. Once I see this initial move up out of the way, then I'll snug it up even more, typically, and just kind of give it a good tight stop. And then once the 60 EMA starts to go past my entry point, I'll start to trail it based off of the 60 EMA. And in this case, it actually turned out I got out right in here, but the 60 EMA ended up right about where I got out at. So it would have worked out just fine. In this case, you have, again, the 21 EMA crossed. This would have been a good entry point for me right along in here. But, I'm not going to push it too much more on this market today. I'm real happy with the $255, even on a combine, considering how, thin these markets are right now. So I'm real happy with that.
Well, as somebody very happy today, I'd like to say congratulations to MASH. Finally passed the 150K combine. Good job. And that's awesome, because you'll probably you will. First of the year, start that funded account. And for those that have passed the trading combine and are new to the funded account, do yourself a favor. Please take your time. All right, $50 winner, $100 winner, $150, whatever it is, you're building the foundation of the account. All right, and you can use the same strategy for a trading combine. But what I see too much is once somebody is funded, it's like a Jekyll and Hyde. You're a different person. You're reacting differently. You're trading differently. The greed factor is a number one. You're looking to make the big money right away. Do yourself a favor and avoid disappointment. Take whatever the market gives you when you're trading. Okay, it goes for the trading combine and the funded account. But in the funded account, continue what you were doing, what got you there. Okay, no reason to change anything up. Okay, and like I said, you might want to even take smaller profits than you were before because you've made it. You're at the funded level. Okay, it's just a matter of to keep moving forward. Right? You don't want to move back and you don't want to jump back. You want to keep moving forward, small steps. Every once in a while, you get a nice large step, but continue the best you can to focus on moving forward. That's going to keep the account for you. That's going to add money to build that foundation. You're building a safety net. So if you do have a bad day and sort of freak out, you got something to fall back on. I see too many traders first week, first 3 days, that day. I talked to many traders that have lost their funded account the same day they got it, which is very disheartening. And I know I've talked to Mick, I've talked to Brett, Hoag, Michael, all the guys here, and it's like it's not something that we like to see. I mean, I'll be blunt. It's something nobody likes to see that, obviously, but we feel that we need to sort of at least help you along a little bit better. And that's why we keep, like Naz said, if we're repeating something, it's because we need to. We need to remind you, and for newer people too. Don't want to sound boring, don't want to sound repetitive, but when something works and we share that knowledge, we're going to be repetitive. We're going to continue. I mean, there's no reason to change advice that helps us move forward. We're going to keep on reminding you, and I think that's a definite positive here at Topstep TV.
One of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of traders making is that they keep trying to pass a combine in 2 days. And yes, you can do it. I've seen people do it all the time. But you also see those same people over and over again coming back a few days later. Well, I blew my Express account, those kinds of things. Take the approach especially when you're first starting out, you paid for 30 days. You didn't pay for a lottery ticket. So just take it slow, take it nice and easy, and then carry that forward into your Express account and you'll do just fine.
Right. I like that. Good advice. Very good advice.
Very well said.
Jim Z 91 is saying, I don't think he has his own coach room, but where do you hang out? Where can they find you in Discord?
Me, I'm all over the place. Most of the time in the lobby or in the Topstep TV channel. That's where I spend the majority of my time. Maybe someday when it's a little bit slower, we'll look at doing something where I can share my screen in Discord or something along those lines, and spend a little bit more time explaining exactly what I'm looking for longer term trades and for these shorter term trades. Right.
And there's also, I mean, if you want to, is friend up, buddy up, friend up on Discord. So it's Topstep Andrew and Martin. You're in Discord? Are you in Discord, Martin?
I am. Admittedly, I'm not very active in there though, but from time to time you'll catch me and it's Topstep Martin. And I will certainly try to be more active for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of traders look up to you guys. I mean, I look up to you guys, and got to give you props for stepping in the batter's box and saying, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, let's get on Topstep TV, share my strategy, give any advice that I possibly can give." And I mean, that's something that you're not going to get anywhere else. The community here, just reading some of this stuff, is, I mean, it's gold. It's a very good community that we do have here. Here's a question from Sifu. Eddie, from your pit experience, what are these afternoon pump and dump activities mean before New Year's? Well, as far as this goes, they talk about the Santa rally, but pump and dump right now, I mean, it's just a one direction or a dead day, and then all of a sudden shit hits the fan. Okay. That was the experience on the trading floor. Rarely saw, I mean, if we look at NASDAQ here today, we're back on the bear again. Back on the bear. We were just, now if you're looking at my charts, I got mine are 15-minute candlesticks. So it's like a run one way, a run next way. It's like they're playing tennis. It's what's the score? So it's back and forth, and I really can't put my finger on it why we're doing what we're doing. I just think that throughout the years, markets change, and this is something that we're probably going to see next year and the year after that. And I mean, the markets evolve. Traders evolve, and the more traders that we do have with electronic trading, different characteristics. I mean, the Santa rally, we saw some of that. We saw some of that yesterday. Saw some of that today, but right now it looks like the sellers are saying, later with the clause man, as we see here in the NASDAQ, how many 15-minute candlesticks do you see that the buyers wanted to take over, and eventually the sellers said no and brought them right back down to earth? So, I mean, this is something that is forever changing, and how they say, adapt or die. Well, I think that's something we really need to think about, is adapting to the characteristics of these markets now.
If y'all wanted to see the difference between what a time chart and a tick chart is, I actually have the benefit of seeing both Andrew's and Eddie's charts, but I'm going to show you it real quick. So Eddie, you said you're on the 15-minute chart in TopstepX, right?
That is correct.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it over to Andrew's charts. And Andrew, we're both on the NASDAQ. Now you're doing range bars, 10 ticks. So I'm going to switch over to Andrew's charts, and y'all are going to see just how different the same market looks by just changing up the candlestick. And so, 5 seconds later, now we're going to see Andrew's charts, and the tick chart actually makes the NQ look kind of tradable, right?
It really does. I used to do, believe it or not, all the way down to a 6-second chart when I was trading time based, and between Trades by Matt and Coach Robert, both, they talked about the range bars. And it really kind of gives me almost a X-ray vision level of looking at NQ, and it works out really well. And it even when you go back and you back test, right? As you start to test out a strategy, you start scrolling back and look at it. It's very obvious where the news events are, especially on a 10 tick with NQ. It looks like, some angry kid with a crayon all of a sudden just went all over your charts. But it's very easy at that point too to say, okay, well, I'm just going to step back and I'm going to wait for this price to kind of settle back down. And as the candles start taking longer and longer to form, that's when I start looking at making a trade after a news event, kind of thing. So it's very obvious what's going on in the markets, for me at least.
There you go. Now, after a news event, are you a minute after or is it when you feel the timing is right?
It's when the candles slow down enough to where I feel comfortable placing a trade, because I use buy stops and sell stops to enter my trades. And when the news event comes out and you're seeing literally sometimes 100 candles will just all of a sudden fly across the screen, then that's, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, a computer may be able to keep up with it, but this 57-year-old mind definitely isn't going to keep up with it.
I'm with you on that one. I mean, the older we get, the older we get.
Exactly. And then I just wait for everything to kind of settle down. On certain events, it might just be a couple of minutes, and other ones, like FOMC and those kinds of things, it might be 10 or 15 minutes before I find a spot where I'm comfortable to take a trade again. And that to me is kind of the beauty of the range bars.
Hoop had a comment here, and I thank you, Hoop. Hoop says the biggest thing since TopstepTV has helped with is waiting for trade location. Deanna and Hoag are okay with waiting. I'm working on that too myself. He also says overtrading was something that I had to get out of always having to be in a trade. That's another thing too. You do not trading is a position. All right, you're preserving capital. All right, you buy, sell, or you don't. There's 3 options there, and not trading is a position. It's just a matter of when you see that green light, when you see that opportunity, and that's where you make your move. So, boy, I tell you, we've got Martin. Martin, you look good. You're in the trade there, brother?
I'm not, Eddie. I'm just watching. This doesn't really seem like it's picked a direction just yet.
Okay. All right. So you're still sitting on your 600 positive, right?
I am. I took that money and ran, but I'm playing with my Topstep X combine right now. So if I've got a little trend line, and I think if we kind of break this 70 area on the NASDAQ, I might take a short on it.
Okay. Let me ask you, Topstep X, what do you like about it most?
It's clean. It's very clean.
Yeah.
One of the big issues when I kind of started trading futures was looking at futures brokers. There's a lot going on those platforms. Coming from Thinkorswim being my main platform, I was used to that, and I have a personal TradeAvate account. I think that's almost as clean, but Topstep X, it has a nice layout. Everything is where it makes sense. And frankly, if you've used TradingView, which most people have, it's kind of second nature to you. But one of the other things that I really do like about it that I was happy we implemented was the personal daily loss limit. I see a lot of people struggle with that each day, and that's a question we get nonstop about adjusting, these risk settings for people. And I'm glad to see that we're implementing that in Topstep X.
Right. See here, I mean, if you got it, you can do this. Topstep X, risk, position, reward. If I'm going to risk 100, I want to make 100. If I want to risk 1,000, I'm going to, you can change. Well, look at this. I'm risking. Oh my goodness, way too much there. But that's how you can do it. And I really like this. It's going to automatically apply it to your trade, so you're going to see it in your chart. If you want to have a confirmation, do you want to put this trade on? That's also available. And I mean, I really like this here, what we've got going. So I'm going to change this back to my sets, 420, 420, and I'm going to save again. There you go. So it is clean. It does have some bells and whistles, things that I'm not really too concerned about. But, as you go through this Topstep X, I'm finding more and more things that I like about it. And, we're still adding. It's still on the creative table. So there's a lot more that we've got to do. And, eventually we will release it to everyone. Have that. Yeah, Andrew, a lot of people want to hook up with you, and I would suggest Discord and maybe friend him. All right, reach out, and if that's okay with Andrew, reach out.
Yeah, just the main thing is just reach out to me in the the lobby or in TopstepTV first, and if there's questions that I can answer out there, so that more than one person can get from DMing back and forth, then it's worthwhile, because a lot of people ask a lot of really good questions. But start out in the chat with me, and then if it's something that we need to get one-on-one with, then we can certainly do that as well.
Right. All right. We are getting very close to the top of the hour, and I just want to thank you, gentlemen, for joining us here. And well, before we go, Martin, can you leave us with a nice little gem of advice?
Yeah, the best thing I can share with everyone, going back to what you were talking about earlier, once you're in your XFA, take it slow, take it easy. You have to have consistency before you can scale. Going into a funded account and trading the max lot, that's a recipe for disaster. So most people can't handle that. But get consistent, take base hits like Andrew was talking about earlier. These small little trades add up. And then once you see that consistency, add a little bit each time, and you can scale up to make some serious money for sure. But don't swing for the fences every time.
Right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Andrew, a little wise words of wisdom.
So the one thing that I can really give to the traders that are out there, if you're new in futures or new in trading at all, don't get anything more than one 50K combine and start there, and let the profits from those accounts actually feed into additional accounts if you want. But you get a 50K combine and then trade one or two micros the entire time and work your way through it and figure out how the platform is working and still working towards it. And if you end up hitting your max loss limit, just unless you get a free reset or a discount reset, wait for your rebill. And during that time, trade your practice account and figure out what's going on and what you need to change and what you need to improve on. But don't go in and even when we have sales and those kinds of things, I see people buying 20, 30 combines at a time, and they haven't passed one yet. So work on passing the one,
right,
and then work on growing from that point.
Fantastic. All right, gentlemen. Well, I hope to have you back here very soon and very early in 2024. Well said. And I know Martin is one of our YouTube moderators, so we see Martin a lot. But Andrew, make yourself visual, and if you'd ever like to join us, let us know. See if we got some room, and we'll fit you in for either a Back to the Futures or Power Hour, one of the two.
Absolutely. Thank you, Eddie, for having us.
All right, you guys. We're going to take a break right now. As I mentioned, Power Hour coming up, so stick around. We've got Eric and Mike going to join me for Power Hour. We'll be right back. Time for Power Hour. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. We are back. Last hour of our day. But remember, the knowledge and education does not stop. Just a reminder here, real quick here, 3 o'clock, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They'll be doing it together. They are in the Discord channel. And if we can post that Discord channel one more time, that's going to happen about an hour from now. And right now, we've got we've got Eric. Eric, what's up? Oh, look at that. Eric.
Hey, look at that. I'm here. Good seeing you, Eddie.
Where'd you look? I tell you, you fill that shirt out really good, buddy.
Oh, I appreciate it. Got to put in some hard work for it.
You working out, or what are you doing?
Yeah, work out 4 days a week. Nothing too crazy. I'm not trying to put on any more size. So yeah.
There you go. Well, you know what, Eric, tell us about yourself. I know we got some new people here. Who are you and why are you here?
Yeah, so I am a sport member here at Topstep, but I also trade. I was trading pretty much full time before I started here at Topstep. Just had some really, really good circumstances in life that allowed me to pursue this full time for basically a full year. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here. Once I saw that Topstep was hiring, I figured, man, they have treated me so well just through combines and everything like that why would I not try to come get hired on? And got hired on a couple months back, and man, love it. Love the company. So
yeah, and we love having you, and that's total honesty. I mean, you've stepped up big here at Topstep, and what funny thing about it is it almost comes natural. Here, if you're in Topstep, and the opportunity here is fantastic, and I'm glad to see that a lot of us, I tell you, to be honest with you, so many people are stepping up to higher positions and better positions and new positions. I can't find anybody anymore. I tell you, the old crew is all over the place. But that's a good thing.
Exactly.
It just tells you how we're growing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. It's growth, and like you said, it comes easy, and I think it is. It comes easy to want to work as hard as you can for a company that truly cares about everything that they do. Right. I think that's the biggest thing is everything kind of trickles down from the top, and you can kind of tell that the top really cares about the employees, and which in turn makes us really care about our traders, right? So I think it's an easy company to work hard for.
Right, and that's why we got our new award for 2023. I don't know if you saw it. Mick has it. He's going to put it in the office.
Oh, I did see that. I saw that this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, and this is like year after year after year. So, yeah, I'm very happy. To be a part of Topstep and so forth. But I'd like to say hello to Tyler. Tyler is our moderator here in our YouTube chat. Tyler, how are you? Good to see you here. And he is answering questions, signing autographs, and kissing babies. Nice. Good job. So, but Eric, you have any trades here today?
So this morning I got a little chopped up. I trade for anybody who doesn't know. I trade Smart Mini Concepts, ICT, that kind of stuff. And this morning is just not the environment for my trading style. From my chart, right, I like to rely heavily on the 1 hour to confirm my bias, right? I execute all my trades on 3 minute, but I base it all off my 1 hour bias. Now, when you see the 1 hour right here, right, that's pretty hard to get a bias. When you're barcoding on the 1 hour, that's not good trading for me in particular. So got a little chopped up, nothing too crazy. I think I lost like $200 in one of my accounts. Stop trading that one because I'm calling it a wash on that day. But before I got in here, I decided to mark up all my Topstep X charts and then saw a decent shorting opportunity. So I'm actually in a trade right now. I moved my stop to break even because, look at this, right? We got just whip down, whip right back up, whip down, extreme wicks on the top here, and just crazy consolidation here. So I move my stop to break even because I'm going to just protect the position. So I'm currently short from 48.25.50 on the ES, just a one lot, just to kind of see where we're looking at, right? It's funny because, man, every time I watch these big moves in the morning, this big move up, missed out on it, but I was like, hey, you know what? No big deal. We're going to stay patient. I'm going to get an entry right down here and somewhere, right? Wrong. No, it just decided to whip right back down and just essentially getting no entries, right? So I've been sitting on my hands most of the day. But this is where we're at right now. We're up a little bit in profit, right? I'm really looking for this fair value gap right here to kind of hold price. I don't like how it's already broken up above it, but again, stops to break even. I'm not too worried about the position.
That's a good thing. Good job. Good job. Good job. I know that we've been sort of holding it. D time. We got some news. JD, you got some news for us here? Package, Topstep news package.
We sure do.
What you got for us?
What's up, Eric?
What's up, man?
All right, let's see. I'm going to wait for this picture to pop up. There's a little delay on YouTube here.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. We'll get to the bottom of that tonight. There we go. First headline. The first and only piece of serious news you'll hear this afternoon. Rebels target a Swiss container vessel in the Red Sea. Eddie touched on this just a little bit this morning. Now, the significance of this is that more and more freight shipping companies are starting to avoid those Red Sea shipping routes due to these recent pirate attacks. So analysts are warning that these disruptions could feed through to higher shipping costs due to the extra fuel costs incurred for rerouting shipments, costs which will ultimately get passed down to us as the consumers. Something to keep an eye on as things progress in the Red Sea. All right, moving on.
I would say, can somebody give like Transformers a call or something to help us out? I mean,
hey, we can talk to whales now. I'm sure we can talk to Transformers, right?
If we could talk to whales, I'm sure we have been talking to Transformers. I mean, look at Mark Wahlberg. I mean, he's like buddy. Decepticon alert. All right, what else we got?
Eddie's next existence will be an Autobot.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. What do we got next, Dolby?
Ooh.
Oh, no.
If you're a dog owner, be careful with how you're carrying your dog bags around. That's all I got to say.
Look at this one. A nearby school was put on lockdown while police sent in the drones to investigate. But as it turned out, the explosive projectile in question turned out to be nothing more than a container for holding poop bags. Hopefully the poop bags were for pets.
No way. That's a poop bag?
It's a poop bag holder, apparently.
All right.
I gotta say, though, if you ever walk by a dog park in the summer, it's approximately the same thing. It is basically chemical biological warfare in that garbage bag. It smells so bad, so bad.
Does anybody else have a special pair of shoes that they wear just to walk their dog in the evening? I sure
Crocs.
do.
I don't have. Yeah, Crocs. Crocs is the outdoor shoe for us.
Crocs in the winter.
At least you're walking your dog. Yeah. That's insane. They should outlaw that. That's not right. You see somebody walking around a dog park with a hand grenade?
Yeah, I mean, that's some pretty bad taste.
Yeah.
I'll be leaving that dog park pretty quick.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, what if they're like pulling the blue bags out with their mouth while they hold the grenade? I mean, I could.
Only if they pull it with force, right? They really got to rip it out.
It could act as a deterrent for dog thieves also, if that's the thing in your neighborhood.
That is true.
Hey, you take my dog, I'm going to blow everybody up. I don't know about that one. What else you got? You got anything else?
We do.
What else?
Last one, the banger for the day.
Uh-oh.
It's coming, I promise. It's right. I swear it's coming.
Here we go. Here we go. Las Vegas Airport hosts marriage license bureau pop-up. All right, if you are in the market to hitch your wagon to someone else's star on the last day of the year, the Las Vegas Airport's got you covered. The Marriage License Bureau is hosting a marriage license pop-up at the Las Vegas Airport for anyone eager enough to remind their family and friends at all future New Year's Eve parties that they indeed got hitched on 12/31/23 or 123/123. Another once-a-century event happening this weekend.
Huh. Amazing.
People love numbers.
I got married. The wife made sure that it was a date that I wouldn't forget. 10/10. Don't remember 10/10. Can't forget 10/10.
I was thinking April 20th, Eddie, but
missed out on a big
420?
opportunity there.
yeah, I mean,
maybe we get Eddie Spong to chime in on that one.
Yeah,
maybe there you go, Eddie Spong. I'll be your best man, I guess. Yeah, don't you guys, make sure if you are married, make sure you don't forget that date. It is a special one. Guys, girls, don't forget that date.
There are plenty of digital assets available to you to set reminders, so you should never forget.
Yeah.
And that's
and
what
JD,
we got for news.
I was going to say, JD, you just got married recently, right?
2 years ago. It'll be...
Really?
Yeah, 2 years in March.
I tell you, time flies when you're getting old.
Sure, doesn't it? How old do you think I am? Let's put a poll up.
Without seeing him, how old can we do that? Can we have
how old does he sound? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, increments of 5.
JD, yeah, 5. That'd be a lot then, huh? Well, he's let's just say he's older than 13.
This is true.
I know because he's got a bearded face. There we go.
Yeah,
Sam says you're 120, so he thinks you're a vampire.
All right.
Mitchell Brooks, 36. I'm going to say in the ballpark. EH, 38, 42, 55, 40, 420.
All over the place.
Jackie
How about
Carlos.
that?
Anybody get it right yet?
Well, I'll let the mystery stew for a little bit. Maybe I'll answer at the end of the week.
Come on.
We'll put an over-under. I'll put an over-under out there at 32.
You're going to over and under at 32. All right, we can do that. And we got somebody at the door.
All right, JD's bouncing out.
Who could that be? Who could that be? Now?
I think we got a Mike E.
Mike, come on in and stop ringing the doorbell. The door's open. All right, there he is.
What is happening, guys? How are we today?
Wow, look at this. Topstep shirts across the board.
I'm telling you, across the board.
I'm awake now because your mic is a little bit hot.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was excited.
It's power hour. Wake up, everybody.
Exactly. We're coming in hot.
Coming in hot. Let's see here. All right, Mike. Mike is with us here. Hey, Mike, any chance you sort of just wipe the lens off the camera real quick? I think.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
Just a little blurry.
Absolutely.
That might be the fix.
Might also be my light in the back here. Apologies.
Nah, just a little blurry, but I'm a perfectionist. Shame on me. Shame on me.
Move it around.
So yeah, me and Eric are talking. We're going out for drinks here in a little bit. We're going to paint the town red.
There you
After
go.
the market, a lot of drinks.
Yeah, I went to Home Depot, got a bunch of gallons of red paint and paintbrushes. So,
oh, you guys are going to do it right then.
We're going to do it right. Yes, we are. But glad to have you with us here. I know that you had some technical difficulties, and that's probably one of the biggest things that this new age of trading and new age of everything is technical difficulties. But glad to have you here. And as we get started here, Mike, we got some new people here in the chat, and I'd like to know who are you and what are you doing here?
Well, my name is Mike. I am a team lead here at Topstep. Love trading, more of getting deeper and deeper into it. Basically, I'm just following Eric's lead because he tells me all of the absolute banger trades to go ahead and take, and I just follow him. So you got to trust the mustache all the
Not
time.
not financial advice, Mike. Not financial advice. Okay.
No, oh, of course not. No, of course not. No financial
There we
advice.
got MP Hoag team 2.
See, there you go. That's literally it.
We'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm trying to give you all the credit there, Eric. All of it. But yeah, no, team lead here at Topstep. So anytime you guys have a support question or anything like that, always try to get my hands involved and help out where needed.
That's cool. Yeah, we were talking about that. Help out where needed. And the thing is, too, I mean, honestly, for me, this is a blast from bell to bell.
Big time.
You know, open the show up and you get to talk to so many people, which I tell you, by the end of the show, when I'm done and I walk in the back of the house here or the front of the house, my wife wants to talk to me, and I'm like, honey, I don't want to talk. I've been talking all day. So I told her to log on to YouTube if you want to talk. So
have her submit the questions right there. What do you want for dinner? What can I get you from the kitchen?
Honey,
all
we
of
need
that
milk.
stuff.
Yes, stuff like that. And one of us will see it. One of us will see it.
Best way to do it.
But
Best way to do it.
Mike, you trade anything today?
I traded a little NQ on my personal account recently. Actually, was trying to kick around Tradeovate. I know we're on Topstep X, but for some reason my Tradeovate was acting up, so I took a few trades. I am up. Look at my performance real quick. Let's have some fun. I'm up 505 on the day.
Nice.
So
right.
it wasn't too shabby. I only took 2 trades. My last one I let run a little bit for about $400. I took it at the low of NQ here, not too long ago. Not a full low, but it was kind of like a rejection. I bought at 17,082, and I don't know how, but I sold it at 17,105, like literally at the peak. And it just, yeah. Christmas magic is what I like to call it. Christmas magic.
Christmas man. It's what I call. Whew, you wipe the forehead. Oh my goodness, that was close. But
Yeah,
good. You
much.
Caught it for once. Usually it's oh man, it missed it by a tick. Went against me. I got stopped out. Now I'm all pissed off. And
absolutely.
Now revenge trading. Yes, I'm going to allow it. Emotions, revenge, and just trade for the hell of it. And
it is very, very true. I did that before Christmas, and I was kicking myself because I ended up losing a funded account because I just was like, I was up 3 days in a row, and it was great. And then sure as shit, Grinch came around, and I just had emotions, and wasn't a good mental day, to say the least.
We all fall into that. I mean, it's I myself, you know. I think it was a few weeks ago. I was up nicely, decided to trade on that last hour of the day and put myself in a hole. I got a question here. Maybe you guys can answer this.
Sure.
Mitchell Brooks is asking, my Topstep X account says ineligible on my dashboard, but I'm still able to trade. Does that mean I pass, or am I effectively in a practice mode at this point?
So for that, Eric, you want to take it, or you want me to take it?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was replying in Slack. What was I was updating my P&L. What was the question?
Okay, it says his Topstep X account is ineligible on the dashboard, but I'm still able to trade. Does this mean that I can still pass, or am I effectively in a practice mode at this point?
You are effectively in a practice mode. If that popped up that you are ineligible and you're still letting you trade, it's most likely just an error in the system. You can reach out to support and report it. That's my best recommendation. Obviously, you know, this is why we have Topstep X and only we're allowing a few traders every now and then, just to make sure that we catch things like this before it goes live and happens to thousands and thousands of traders, right?
Okay.
Absolutely. And that will sometimes happen. And Eric, you knocked it out perfectly. So great job. You got 100% on your QA. But it can also happen in other platforms too, not just TopstepX. So traders out there, if you end up noticing, keep in mind your daily loss limits, keep in mind your max loss limits. If you end up hitting that and it's still allowing you to trade afterwards, just know you are in practice mode. So, keep that in mind. Sometimes it slips through the cracks.
Yes. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. Let's see. A question was here from Sandstorm. Why is Eric short? You're short 1 ES.
Yeah, I was. I got stopped out of break even. The reason why I was short ES, let me go to my ES chart, is so obviously, we've been whipping around like crazy with this last dump down. I didn't like it, but it's tradertainment purposes, right? What I saw is we came up, right, created this huge fair value gap down. Right here, these two red lines are the new day opening gap. We got a rejection off there, right? So I decided, okay, bearish momentum here, bearish rejection off of a key level. Let's try to go short. At bare minimum, we're going to target these two guys down here, or these equal lows down here. If not, I mean, I'm not, again, I managed this trade more than what I should have, but I wanted to make sure that in this choppy market, I wasn't going to just give away my money, right? So it's all, this is all on a simulated account. This is my TopstepX trading combine. So yeah, I've got stopped at break even. I entered right about here. This was kind of my area that I was looking at that I wanted it to reject off of. Once I saw this kind of come up and close above that, that's when I moved my stop to break even and just kind of let the price ride. I don't really have any bias of the day, just because I saw someone in chat asking if, according to like Smart Money Concepts, ICT Concepts, is this a seek and destroy day? And absolutely yes, this is a textbook seek and destroy day, which all that means is that we have higher highs getting taken out, lower lows getting taken out. We're just staying in this broadening formation, right? We're not going anywhere. We're not doing anything of really any importance, right? These are always the hardest days to trade if you're trading ICT or Smart Money Concepts, just because we're always waiting for liquidity grabs and things like that. And whenever it grabs liquidity, like let's say, I mean, right here, right, we have liquidity above these two highs, grabbed it, kind of looked like it was going to keep going up. Nope, fake out, right? Came down, grabbed this liquidity, bounced right back up. So it's not really having any type of direction, which when I was doing all my analysis this morning, this is kind of partially what I was expecting, because after we take out the highs, we kind of just stayed in this range, right? We didn't really break anywhere. So price didn't really give us any indication of where it was going. So yeah, this was kind of what I expected, which is why I kept everything super light, super tight today.
Super light, super tight. All right, good.
There you go.
Real quick, I'm just posting. If you are on TopstepX, I'm seeing some questions. Hopefully, this link can help you out.
And Eddie, I just got in a position maybe while Eric was talking, 17.08725 in NQ, kind of bounced around at a node there, and point of control is sitting at 17.075. So I'm hoping just maybe scalp maybe 7 points off of this. If I can get 150, 200 bucks, that'd be awesome.
All right, it's long short. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
So I'm short on NQ.
Okay.
Basically, I got in at 17.087.25.
All right, let me just I'll sell 1,000 here. Help you out.
Oh, look at you, gentleman and a scholar.
There you go. I just had it move for you. You get filled?
Yeah. Look, I'm cruising. I'm at.
Yeah, that's cooking. That's cooking to the downside.
There you go. See,
Yeah.
I'll help you out.
I appreciate that.
That's right. Look at that.
And I'm going to get out right now at a nice 280.
There you go.
Beautiful.
There you go. See, I just asked for it, and if I got it, I can help you.
I'm telling you, you were just on point.
It's
Eddie's a market mover today.
Christmas
Eddie's market
magic,
mover.
right? It's Christmas
really is.
magic.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
I can only give so much. I'm at an age where I run out of shit to give. You ever have that, like your grandfather? I miss my grandfather so much, but he'd come over and visit, and he'd hey, you're here. What? Yeah, how you doing there, grandson? and he'd find something. Here you go. Here's a comb. This comb from Abraham Lincoln. It's like, oh, thanks, Grandpa. You know,
it's exactly what I wanted.
It's just
Absolutely.
what I wanted. He'd give you anything that you know. So you youngsters out there, as you get older, you'll be doing that to your kids and then your grandkids. But it's all good.
Speaking
My
of which,
grandfather gave me a gold money clip that I'd never needed because I was like 8.
Speaking of age, guys, I don't want anyone feeling like they got cheated. So I'll circle back to this. I threw the over/under on my age at 32, and 2 people nailed it. So I'll tell the truth. Your boy just turned 44 years old.
Congratulations, good sir. Happy
Reggie
birthday.
Jackson. Yeah, 44. I remember when I was 44. Now, let me tell you something. From 40 to 50. So you're right in the middle. So you're going to start losing your eyesight. Your bones are going to start aching. Not to wish it to you, but just giving you a fair warning.
Mine's gone already. Don't worry about it.
I was gonna say, I'm like, my bones already hurt. I'm already aching.
You guys are F then, okay? You guys are in trouble. Big trouble. Here's a good idea. A6B9FU11. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but anyway, is there a schedule for the daily guests in the future? Do you know if we do that, D-Time? JD, do you know if we send out the guest list who we're having for the week? Because that might be a great idea. We could start doing that.
I believe it's in the email, but I'd have to check and
I
see.
don't know. I have to check that. But here's the thing, too. I mean, some people do cancel. So it's a forever breathing and living schedule. So maybe that's why we don't know that.
We sent out the official Topstep TV Guide email at 5:00 on Monday mornings.
Monday morning. Okay, with all the guests and everything, really?
Feature guests for the week, most of the schedule.
Oh, okay. Some of the okay, good.
Yep. I see a question in the chat from Hoop. JD, what year did you go on the floor with your dad? My dad actually got me my first job as a runner for RJ O'Brien in 1999 on the floor of the in the grain room floor of the Chicago Board of Trade.
You and Prince, right?
Yep.
Wow. 1999.
I was in my second year of college.
That's that's where I started, a runner. And I was, oh boy, that was shit.
Something.
It was, because it's like, you just getting out of school, and I graduated on a Friday and started working on a Monday.
Oh, damn.
It's like, wow, this is
no downtime.
No downtime. No. It was like, you want it or not,
Right.
And sometimes you have to say, you know what, I'll take it. Yeah. But that was fun. You worked for RJ O'Brien. I worked for Thompson McKinnon, and then they got bought out by Whitehall, I think. But yeah, that's where you I mean, even Johnny Hoag's started out, doing that. That's where you start. You're
That's where you got to put your time in, right?
Yeah. Right. I mean, there's like trading. There's a lot to learn on the floor. Where the pits are, where a runner. What a runner would do is we would stand by the phone desks, and the phone clerks would get calls from customers. Buy me 25 lean hog. 20 and 72.55. I'm not even sure what the price is there. They'd put it on an order. They'd rip a dupe off, a copy, so they have one, and then you'd run the original out to the pit, and you'd hand it. There would be that they were called deck holders. Deck, all right, DECK. Yeah, bastards. Deck holders, and that was what it was called. Paper orders were called a deck. And they would file it. If it was a market order, they would hand it to their broker right away. Market order, fill it. And he, what's here? And they'd fill it out. I traded with Eric, a 5-lot. I traded with Mike, a 2-lot. So another in the house, blah, blah, blah. And he'd hand it back to the deck holder. And they'd put it in their pocket, fills. And, you know, they'd be busy. They'd be busy picking up orders from runners and everything. And you'd grab the fills. Now they're called fills in their pockets. And you'd say, okay, which one's my company? Here's one for me. Here's one for me. Here's one for me. And you put them back and you'd run back there. That was basically what a runner would do. Or sometimes customers wanted to know the player's card. And a player's card was where you would go around the pit and you would ask, you know, who's buying, who's selling. And you'd write down Morgan's long 1,200 today. Bear Stern, short 500. And, you know, and you write, and then you'd come back and you'd give it to them and they'd call up and they'd, you know, Mr. McConaughey, yes, here's the player's card. So that's what a runner would do. And we'd sit there and we'd paper trade and we'd, you know, I think I earned maybe like $75 a week.
That was going to be, I was going to bring that up because Pipslayer asked, did it pay good back then? And yeah, my response was going to be, you made just about enough in a day to have 2 beers after work and then catch a train and a bus home, and then you were broke again.
Yeah, I think I was like scratch because the train was expensive. But I was lucky because I had my sister working on the trading floor, and they would always have like lunch somewhere. And she'd be like, go up in the office, you know, they know you're my brother. And, you know, there's pizza up there, or there's beef sandwiches, or Rico Benny's is up there, or so I was, you know, I was glad that I knew somebody on the trading floor. So that was good. You know, and you really got to give Mr. Patak credit for moving from Nebraska to Chicago, not knowing anybody, and getting in there and saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do. You know, I mean, that's good. I mean, that's balls, man.
Yeah,
you know?
it is.
I mean, considering the atmosphere and the business, you know, punching, kicking, screaming, spitting, yelling, cussing, everything. You know, it was dog eat dog, and he's from Nebraska.
So Eddie, got a question for you on that. Like, how long was the transition, do you feel, moving from trading floor to, I mean, obviously everything is electronic now. So what was, like, I guess was there any struggle with that? Or was it just more of like systematic learning it until you felt comfortable?
You know, one of the things that a lot of traders had a wake-up call is, I mean, open outcry is, you know, I know Eric, you know, I've known him for 3 years. And if he gets a big order, you know, I'm going to probably get a good, I'm going to probably get a good fill on that. Or if I was on the other side of it, you know, you know, when I was on the phones, it was like, you know, I was putting money in filling brokers' pockets, you know, to buy 500, you know, they get maybe like $1.25, $1.50, $2 to fill a single contract. So if I said, you know, sell 500, and he filled it, that would be $1,000 in his pocket. You know, it was stuff like that. But, you know, as far as, you know, I digress. Sorry about that. But, you know, it was, it was a situation where you really had to be aware of what was going on and so forth. So
that's crazy though.
It was crazy. But I mean, knowing what you knew in the pit, pushing, shoving, kicking, screaming. I know you know what, hey, you know, going to electronic, it was like a different show. It's like playing softball and playing baseball.
Right.
It's got the same rules. This one's a little different. But a lot of traders that when the floor shut down, we had a lot of traders knocking on our door at Topstep, let me give it a try. And I can only remember one actually getting funded.
Oh, wow.
A lot of them could not trade electronic. I mean, they opened up their own accounts and so forth. And
Sure.
we had a few, but they just could not grasp, how to do it and what to look for. And because it was different,
The learning curve wasn't there yet.
Not yet. And what we did is, we were lucky enough to have a platform that we can sort of fart around on, when we started Topstep. And, we learned as we went. I'm not going to lie there, going to be transparent. It's not like we knew everything. And we educated ourselves. But some of the things that you learned on the trading floor, like, I trade momentum. I look at patterns. That's something I brought from Open Outcry, is looking at momentum, market swings and so forth. And it took a long time. I'm not going to shit you. It took a long time because you're focused on, well, hey, we used to do it this way. Now I got to do it. How do I got to do this now? But
With
it
you
all
being a
comes full
momentum
circle.
trader, like, do you feel like charting and like all these other indicators that people have out there and directional stuff where you can do, tick charts, range charts, all this other jazz, do you find that beneficial to you?
If somebody else is doing them, I myself, as far as, I can read a chart, I can tell you what I think.
Sure.
But there's a lot of traders out there that are, brilliant, changing ideas, fine tuning strategies, reinventing strategies, indicators.
Yep.
Gosh, we didn't have much of this, I know that we had the Stottlemyre, we had Market Profile, we had some other ones, but gosh, you look now and we didn't have these charts.
No.
If you did see a chart, you'd have to wait in line behind a computer, those big TV computers.
Right.
You'd wait in line and you'd punch in, ES, March, H, enter, and it would come up and you'd print it out. You'd print it out and be like,
I remember those printers.
Yeah, they're like a fax printer, right? And that's how it was. And then you would take all your notes and your papers and everything, and you'd be like, okay, good. And then you'd write your notes on okay, this looks like a good level. This is a level. There was a lot of work on the trading floor. Now we've got everything in front of us, and we should really be happy about that. That there's, gosh, the dome by itself. When I first saw the dome, the depth of market, I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm like, what are they doing? They're letting people know how many offers are above and how many bids are below. Now, in the pit, you couldn't say shit. If you had a 20,000 lot order to sell at a quarter and the market's trading 23, 24, you couldn't say nothing until those 24s traded out. All right, now it's a 24 bid. Now you could let the world know I got 20,000 at a quarter. But you could not do that on the trading floor. You couldn't say, I imagine some people did. Hey, give me a bid here coming up here. Give me a bid.
Right.
People would do that, but it wasn't like we're seeing right now. And I love the dome. I'm like, wow, that's like cheater bazaar. It is. If you ask me, I'd be like, well, that's not fair, right? But it's something that helps us trade.
It is great. I
trying-
mean, especially
yeah.
when you get into level 2 and stuff like that, you see everything.
Yeah, I
You
feel like
see
I'm trying
everything.
to get into it more.
I'm sorry.
I said I feel like I'm trying to get into it more because it seems like knowing where the big orders are is a big help. It's just different, introducing something new into your trading rhythm, right?
I mean, if you're
Absolutely.
seeing single digit, double digits, and then obviously you see a triple digit, on the offer, and then it's like, oh, okay, you know what? Let's see how that plays out. Maybe I can use that. Maybe the market's going to stop at that point, or maybe these bids are going to see that and say, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not going to be able to get through that. And that's how I sort of put it in perspective. Can the bids get through that triple digit offer? Can they do that? And I'll look at the bids and be like, oh man, they're weak. Single digit, single digit, single digit. Not to say that it's going to tell me right away what to do, but it gives you an idea of what to do. So,
Understandable.
let's see here.
Let's get after it a little bit. I just got back in. Eric, I saw you took your trade off on that one, and it went down faster. I'm like, oh damn, man.
It ran the highs, or it ran these little highs right here, right? This is what I like seeing, right? I like seeing the sharp price action up, take out some highs, and then sharp back down.
Just grabbed all of those hanging contracts. I love it.
Exactly, and it's funny when we talk about the DOM, right? Is the dome, however you want to call it. It's funny looking at it right now and just looking how thin it is, right? I mean, I swear when we're looking at it during the morning or anything like that, I mean, you have like the three digits is pretty normal around here. But it just shows that, the big players are really out of the market right now.
Yeah.
I'm short NQ at 84.
All right.
Just for shits and gigs.
Well, Dr. VJ, how are you doing? Nice to see Dr. VJ here with us. And the old days. The old days. I love talking about those days. It's just, I mean, anybody can go to the visitors gallery, but to be on the trading floor, I mean, that was the shit. My first time on the trading floor, I was like, whoa, people zipping by you, out of my way, you mother, and stuff. I mean, seriously.
Eddie was those people.
Whoa. Can I stand? And that's what the thing was where should I stand? Where should I stand? And what they would tell you is keep your hands in your pockets. Do not put your hands up in the air at all. Well, it's obviously I think that was their joke for arbitrage. You put your hand up and do something like this, somebody's going to be like, what?
Right.
But it was, don't keep your hands in your pocket. Here, stand over here. You're in everybody's way. And when he said everybody, it was like hundreds of people's ways. Help me. Help me, Lord Jesus, help me.
Help me, Tom Cruise. Sorry. That's all I kept thinking about was Talladega Nights when you said that.
Let's see here.
Come on, I need you to go down a little bit.
Son's asking, does Eric use Bookmap for ICT trading?
I don't. I've seen it. I've dabbled in the free YouTube streams of it, but I have not actually purchased it. I really haven't used very much order flow as far as like DOM or Bookmap or anything like that. I've been strictly price action for quite a while. So I think I'm just adding one thing at a time, right? Because TopstepTV is so user friendly and it has the DOM right here built in with that level 2 data that I have, that's an easy one to work in for me, right? I like my trading style, and it would be nice to have that extra order flow, but it's not needed right now. So I'm not jumping at the bit to go buy Bookmap.
There you go. Here's a nice poll. What do you trade with? Chart only, DOM only, depth of market, chart and depth of market, or something else? And those that are going to put something else, I would really like to hear what you guys use. And girls. And of course, you guys know that girls are better traders. You do know that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They are, and we're not bullshitting. No,
Us men, we're hotheads, right?
They make better decisions. Yes,
exactly.
We're greedy.
We're greedy, and we like to make the money back, right? You lose it, you like to make it back.
Well, we tend to be hotheads.
Yeah.
You know. And all right. Well, we've got about 1:45. We're going to be calling it a day here very shortly, but just a reminder, the shuttle bus will be right outside the arena to take you to our Discord coaches, Coach Jay and Coach Paul, for after at the buzzer. That's what it is. And they're going to be doing this segment together in our Discord channel. So you get in there and
Very
do
nice.
that. Ruby says, "Are we? We can be hotheads too." Ruby, I guess you could. I know. My lovely wife was a hothead last night. Oh boy, was she a hothead? I watched her.
I love how you had to tone the voice down a little bit.
No, she's a sweetheart. D says, "Oh wait. Market Spartan Global. I disagree. What did Spartan Global say? Men tend to take more risks. Okay. D says, I disagree. It's just that women take calculated risks rather than reckless ones for the sake of ego. Okay, I agree there. Okay, she's got a good point. Yes. Good point. Calculated. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Well, we got some time. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be having tomorrow's Thursday already.
It is.
Goodness. Yeah.
Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah. Make sure that my cooler is filled. Okay, please.
On the way.
Opening call with Robert. We got the professor going to be with us here again, and coming into Fast Markets, Michael Patak and Tim Parrott is going to be with us. Somebody new here on a Fast Market day. Shoulder tap with the McMahon Power Players. We've got Martin and Andrew going to join us. Top quiz with James and Vanessa. Oh, James is back off his vacation.
Oh, there you go.
So no more ladies doing top quiz, except like Vanessa, I would say. Group coaching, Robert and JD. And Back to the Futures, we got Coach Ray. See, now here's, folks, you got to be here for this one because we got three of our Discord coaches, Top Step Discord, Ray, Dakota, and Jay. Wow, I am going to be like the starstruck fan tomorrow at 1:00. And then we've got Power Hour with Robert, Joey Morgan. Joey's going to be with us, yeah. And JD's going to be with us. So tomorrow, that is Thursday.
That's a good lineup right there.
I tell you,
great lineup.
I tell you,
I was going to interrupt there. I actually, Coach Ray. When we offered the over the phone coaching calls, the one-on-ones, I did a couple with Coach Ray, and that, I mean, hey, he knows how to kind of break down what's going wrong in your trading style. So big fan of Coach Ray.
Yeah, definitely. And folks, you got to remember TopstepTV. We try our best to get the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. And the thing is, maybe down the road you might find other companies or other mom and pop firms that are trying to do the same thing, but you're not going to find any other stream or prop firm, for that matter, that's connected with as many big names as Topstep. I mean, look who we got, Eric and Mike. I mean, look at these guys.
And we got matching shirts. We clearly called this in.
Clearly, we're texting before this.
I mean, ladies, we got Chippendale here trading. I mean, look at it. So, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies friends, tell their family. And, we're honored to have these people with us here each and every day. And like Michael said, Mr. Patak, boss man, he said, 2024. This is gonna be we're gonna blow it out of the water, knock it out of the park. We got lots, and I think you guys, Eric, Eric, you know that, right? And Michael knows that. We got some secrets up our sleeves.
Big year.
Big year.
I'm excited for 2024. I'll tell you what. I think I love getting companies that have growth, and there's a lot of growth in this company. So I'm excited for 2024.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah. I mean, well, think about it, my perspective. We were talking about it earlier. What was Topstep when we first started? It was a laptop and an earbud. That's my first day on the job. Mike handed me an earbud that said, "Here, broadcast."
Go do it.
Hamana. But gosh, it's. I'm very happy. I feel very blessed, to be surrounded by a great community, fantastic community, great people, great teammates, great Topstep family. This is much different than any other place I've ever worked in my whole life.
Truly is.
Hey, and we're always looking for, you got to check on our website. There is a career link at the very bottom that if you're looking for a job and something that fits you and fits us, we've had a lot of people use that link. So we're growing and we're not stopping. We are viral. So, but anyway,
especially with your soundboards, there's no stopping your soundboards.
You know what? Though I haven't really been able to use them too much this week. Usually when we get Hoagland, we get everybody back. We got a skeleton crew here. I'm like the guy in the Wizard of Oz where they pull the screen back and he's pulling strings and hitting buttons and doing stuff like that. I'll get back to that, and I'll have some new ones. Always got some new ones. That's fun. That's a fun time too. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
So, we guys still in a trade? Eric, you still in a trade here?
Yeah, I put one on to try to catch the last 10 minutes of the day, hoping we can break through this green box I have. It's a 1 hour for value gap that has just been touching and just bouncing off of, and I treat these areas kind of like like if you were tapping on glass, right? One of these days it's gonna break. So with the sweep here, and that's like my bread and butter setup. I was waiting to get in until price came into this box here, especially on the last 10 minutes of the day. But I don't think we're getting too much out of this. I think we're I don't have too much hope for it, right?
I appreciate you putting your head on the block for tradertainment.
Hey, we gotta exit trades, right? I'm trying to keep up with Mike here, who decides to just the market ninja, just selling up here, closing down here, probably long.
I'm looking at the same trade you were, to be honest with you. I'm in right now, and I've been in, and I've been watching this sucker, and I was in at 84, and I only wanted 10, right? 10 points, get your $200, get out of Dodge, and that sucker tapped 75, and I had my take profit at 74.50, and I'm like, I should have just left.
You gotta take that whole 10% rule.
I gotta see if I got another 1,000 I can sell for you.
Hey, can you put a big order on for us?
Let me see. Let me call up some customers.
Eddie starts talking, it starts the dip. Here we go, baby.
Come on, would you fill him? Would you NASDAQ? Come on, fill him. Fill him.
Come on down.
All right.
But no, last trade of the day, it's always crapshoot, right? Sometimes it works out great. Sometimes it just barcodes.
Freddie's
special.
This is why I usually don't trade on these days. I don't like trading seek and destroy days. I saw someone in the chat asking what the best way to navigate these days, and I think the best way is to switch to a paper trading account and see what you can do, because it's not worth risking. I mean, even if you're in a trading combine, right? Sometimes it's just not worth putting any real positions on. I mean, like Eddie said earlier, right? No position is still a position, and sometimes it's the best position.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I want to give props to our Verma 92. Just reminding us what we got tomorrow. I appreciate that very much. I'm glad that you reminded me. Jobless initial jobless claims tomorrow, 8:30, pending home sales, 10 Eastern. Crude oil inventories, 11. We got because we have Monday off. 7-year note auction at 1 p.m. Eastern should get a good range of movement tomorrow's session. And that's what I'm talking about. Cool people like our Verma 92.
Absolutely.
Making sure we're all on the same page. What do you trade with? 67% said chart only. Chart and dome. 5% said something else. Dome only.
Oh, there you go.
0. You got 0 votes there, dome, but I still
zero
love
on
you.
that one.
I still love you. Well, guys, we got a couple minutes here. Closing comments. Eric, closing comments for our wonderful bell-to-bell audience.
Man, closing comment. You know, I think the theme of the day is patience. Be patient for your trades. Don't force them. Wait for your setups. Don't break your rules. If you break your rules, just be prepared to lose. So that is going to be my advice for the day.
There you go. What do you got, Mike?
Emotions, right? They're the best of us and the death of us. So it's I played with my emotions last week and I ended up losing because I lost my cool. So make sure, of course, staying patient, but just level-headed as possible. Walk away from, if you lose a trade, just walk away for a second. Catch your breath there. You can always get it back.
Right. And, of course, the wonderful, knowledgeable, and good friend of everyone, Market Stalker D. Her closing comment is go for a walk, then keep walking. Okay? Keep walking there, pal.
Absolutely.
We're going to do that. But got a couple minutes here, and just want to sort of absorb the end of the day. It's been a very long day. It's been something that I have learned a lot from. Somebody wanted me sort of to go over my day. Well, I did take some heat. I did pass that 50K combine. And I just reset it because the thing is, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to pass 50K combines. And this is actually a new one today here. And I think I traded over the 2%. So I'm probably going to get dinged. Forgot about that 2% rule, but that's okay, I guess.
Tell you what, Eddie, that's a power play. Pass the combine and then reset it.
I'm a glutton for punishment, right? Yeah, go ahead, hit me again.
That's awesome.
That's what I want to do. I want to be here to say that, hey, you know what? 50K combines, they're doable. If you're new, I would suggest that's the route you go. It's $3,000, and you're in an XFA. So it makes it a lot easier. I've traded the 150K account, but never really.
At the same point in time, the risk reward to it too, right? I mean, looking at what you're getting, almost like a 1-to-1. Your daily loss limits, your max loss limits, things like that. It's a much better ratio than if you were to do 150K at times. So and you can grow that bad boy to as high as you want. So don't think you got to reach for the stars. Just grow it.
Right, exactly. And the thing is, even clowns like me, can pass the.
Shoot.
Oh, look, it got away from you. It get away from you.
Yeah, it did. It did. It stopped me out for a 280 loss on that one. So whatever the math of 770 minus 280.
Ouch! Yeah, it took off here. Let's see how high this can go here. We're just about ready to close it up. Remember, we do got our Jay and Coach Paul, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, in our Discord channel. We're right after this. All right, so maybe you can. There we go, and that is the closing bell here for us. The market's still open for another 10 minutes. But gentlemen, I really appreciate you joining us today. I'd like to say thank you to, of course, these handsome gentlemen here. D Time, Dolby Time, great job today. JD, thank you for helping out. Who else did we have back there, guys?
Robert.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, I forgot. Robert's going to give me shit tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Opening call, huh? I'm sorry,
right.
man. I'm sorry.
Robert's
man.
just going to come in and just stare at you the whole time.
Yeah.
So you want charts, huh? I'll give you charts.
That's right.
but and then I'll be like, oh yeah, we're open. Sorry, man, you snooze, you lose. I love Robert. Robert's a good man, and I'd like to thank everybody for being with us here today. Our community, fantastic community, man. You guys rock, and get some rest. All right, be safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this is Top Step TV. Take care.
Have a good one, guys.